I'd like to welcome everybody to the March 17th regular meeting of the Marlborough Township Board of Education. Cindy, will you please call the roll?
Good evening, everyone. Mrs. Dean? Here. Mr. Dwyer?
Here.
Mrs. Eddy?
Here.
Mrs. Cow is not here. Mrs. Lou Riddell?
Here.
Mr. Marshall?
Here.
Mrs. Matos?
Here.
Mrs. Rosenwald?
Here.
Mr. Lalansky?
Here. Please be advised this meeting is being held in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975, the Sunshine Law. Adequate notice of the date, time, and agenda is sent to Asbury Park Press and the news transcript. Has also been posted and filed with the Marlborough Township Clerk. Copies have also been sent to each district school and other area newspapers in accordance with the law. I'm going to draw your attention to, but I'm not going to read in its entirety, statement of videotaping a public portion of Board of Education meetings, a public session statement, as well as a no smoking on school grounds. At this time, it's my extreme pleasure to introduce our kindergartners, Ashley Chen and Benjamin Klein of the David C. Abbott Early Learning Center, who will lead us in the pledge. Everybody, please rise. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah. Nice job, guys.
Well done, well done. I'd like to welcome Mayor Hornick is with us here again this evening, as well as our board attorney tonight, Mark Zinnemann, is with us here this evening. Sir, Dr. Hibbs.
Okay. We have a few things that we're going to do. Before, and Mr. President, I know we said artwork. I want to draw the board's attention, everybody here's attention, to 3 pieces that are now hanging in the boardroom. These were done by all of the Asher community under the art teacher, Phil Silva. So last year, he had some amazing things hanging in Asher, and I talked to him probably almost like 8 months ago, and he came over yesterday and had 3 of these done. So I just wanted to point that out, that they really, I think, they're amazing. And they're all thumbprints. It's made entirely from thumbprints of people from the Asher community, kids, staff, community members. I don't even have words for how amazing they are. So
Great stuff.
Absolutely. So we are here and we have 3 very special presentations. The first one I'm going to turn over to Mr. Perno, our principal of the Abbott Early Learning Center, and we're going to talk about ST Math, I think.
Not on.
Nope. Mr. Vaughn, can you hand off to Mr. Perno? Here we go. Hand off.
Good evening, members of the board. Good evening, members of the community. Tonight, we're going to learn a little bit about how we use technology in kindergarten. One of our goals at Abbott is to introduce students to 21st century technology and 21st century learning. And so tonight, 2 of my teachers, Ms. Green and Ms. Garrett, are going to talk to you about how they use ST Math to introduce students not just to the technology, but also how they use that technology to teach meaningful content to students. So with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, so I'm sure some of you know what ST Math is. Last year it was introduced to our students about halfway through the year. So this year, we introduced it in the very beginning of the year, got all the kids set up with an account, and we tracked the progress of the kids, and they self-paced through the program. Let's see if this... Okay, so just a refresher, ST Math is spatial temporal math, and it's our math instructional software. It goes along with our math program. It aligns to the Common Core standards. So we use it to support our math instruction. It was created by the Mind Research Institute, and they researched for 30 years on how the brain works. And they found that visual models of math were the best way for kids to learn math. So they found that ST Math improved test scores and really helped kids understand math better by using the visual models that ST Math uses. So some of the benefits of ST Math: it provides problem-solving opportunities for the kids. And you'll see, looking at the screen, it doesn't give directions on how to solve the math problem. The kids have to figure it out for themselves. So they have Gigi, our little penguin, and there's some shapes sometimes, some numbers, and the kids need to figure out for themselves, how do I get Gigi from this side of the screen to the other side? So it really builds their problem-solving skills. It's aligned to the Common Core standards, and we even aligned it this year to our pacing in math, so it goes along with our Pearson and Vision program, the way we pace it. It provides additional practice in our math concepts, and students seem more successful using ST Math to back up our math program. The visual models really help the kids, and it reinforces what we teach in class. Okay, so with math instruction, it uses a mathematical progression. So it goes from the concrete to the pictorial to the abstract when it's introducing new concepts. So this is just an example of introducing counting. So here it starts with pointing, one-to-one correspondence. Then it moves up to they have to count themselves and pick the numeral. And then it moves to the abstract by having the kids show how many. So in here they have to show 5 in the 10th grade. So it really builds them up to that.
Okay, so in our classroom, there's 2 different ways that we use ST Math. So individually, the children, which we will demonstrate in a little bit, the children individually are able to get on the iPad, they log on, and they are self-differentiated basically on what level they're on. So it's a self-pacing, as Ms. Screen says, and as they progress, each of my children are actually on a different level, which is great for a teacher, so then that way we are able to meet the needs of what they are working on. The other way that we use it, we also use it in my classroom, we use it as a math center. So we all are also going to demonstrate this, but as we use it for centers, in my classroom we have about 5 centers, ranging between 4 and 5 students, and these students work together. We're problem solvers. That's what we talk about in our classroom. We're all problem solvers, and we work together to move through the level. So it's something where Ms. Green says, basically what we're working on in the pacing guide, whatever Common Core standard we're working on is the one that we pull up for the whole group instruction. So they'll work in a team, which we will show you, and they are able to progress. Okay, so what we're going to show you now is our GG in action. The one thing that I wanted to show you, my students that are sitting here today, some of my students, we display this in my classroom. I made this, and this is Gigi. This is our penguin. And our goal, our class goal right now, we're at 54% of completing the actual program. So my class average right now is a 54%. So they love to see when I get to erase it and actually move it up. So we're at 54%. This gets to hang in our classroom. And as we move through the school year, our goal is to get towards 100%. As I said, since it is self-differentiated, depending on where the child is, I have some children below 54, obviously, and then I have some children higher. So what's great in our classroom as our children move up, the higher kids are actually helping. If we get stuck, we have problem solvers that help each other because we are a very big learning community in my classroom. So, are you guys ready to show them how we do our GG in the classroom? Okay.
Good answer.
So, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to show you in action how we use it as centers, and then we're going to actually show you them being able to go on the iPad and they are able to show you what level they're at. Just like how we do with centers. You are right. So, Anniketh, would you like to go first? Okay.
They always click the gray. The gray are the levels they haven't done before.
Can you reach? Can you reach?
Like it.
Smart.
Problem solver in solving problems.
Ashley? Board is a little lower in our
I
class.
have to use it too, guys.
All right.
Nice.
Right.
Nice.
We get some gross motor in as well. Job, Craig. So we've just completed level 1, and now they know what to do next.
Now you can see it gets different. That was counting 1 to 10 in lines. Now it's scattered, so it really builds them up to those counting skills.
Good again. While they're doing this, if they do get stuck, they are allowed to phone a friend or ask a neighbor. That last one.
Nice.
So as you can see, as we progress, it gets harder and changes with the skill that we're working on. So now we're going to show you how we do it in the classroom on the iPad. So this is something that we would do in center time, and then in the morning as a do now, depending on the way it fits in our schedule. One of the ways we use it is on the iPads where they're actually able to log in themselves and work on their own. So, are you guys ready? Okay, so you're going to stand up, and the iPads are. So we're going to have the iPad.
Which chair? Okay.
So,
Which chair? Yeah.
No, this one's mine. So
right here. Actually, you know what? Where's the last? Where's the last one? So Ben, why don't you go?
Oh, it's this one. This is there now.
Go all the way around.
right here.
Here's one. Lillian, here's one.
Here's one too.
Oh, Ben, here. Lillian. Alicia, right here. Craig, come on over here. Craig.
Too far. Too far.
What's your name?
Craig, come here. Jake, come here.
Hey, sign in with your
Jake.
password.
Show us what you're doing.
Ahan, come over here.
Oh, I got a finger.
Right here.
Fun.
What are we doing here?
Here's mine.
Oh, there's one there.
This one here.
Oh, here, Ash. Come on.
Oh, you logging
It's on the
footballs and baseballs and stuff?
So what they're doing is they're actually logging in as their own on their own account,
We should log
and it will show you that they're on different levels.
Jake, nice to meet you.
That's impressive.
It's really hard this one. I can get getting stuck. It's fun, so I want to use. Right?
That's their password?
Okay.
Wow. Good job.
Got the pad. Okay.
Okay, so
I couldn't remember when I was 13.
No.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, that's hard. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, got it. Yeah.
Wow.
I can't get past the 10. This one starts to get a little tricky.
Getting a little bit harder.
Well, yeah, I don't know what's gonna get.
No,
Good job.
I can't do one. You're not allowed. It's very proprietary.
You have 2 extra feet.
Gonna be good for government work. Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, what do you do now? Oh,
So if you have 2 extra
Okay. Every time you hit the thing, it goes to the next one. So you're picking your. Very good.
He is so good at this. Come in front.
You're quick.
The next one?
Very good.
does it make a sound? Do you get it wrong? Doesn't it ding? What's the what is it? What did we get
The
wrong?
way they have
Oh, you got it.
There you go. You
got
got
it, yeah.
2 more.
stars, you know.
I don't know another weapon.
So we started teaching my little one
That was a good fix.
Right. Not this guy.
kindergarten firsthand.
He's flying through
He
it.
did that way.
Sing a little bit harder.
You enjoy doing this? You like it? You're very good at it.
You have fun doing it? You like doing it on the computer?
Good morning.
One more.
Okay, Joanne, you're up.
Okay.
Your brother what?
And this means you can shoot.
Brother does on the computer?
How many characters in the password?
How old's your brother?
There it is.
Jake is doing great.
I got
Just
past it.
working away.
And I couldn't even get past this level.
Awesome. Awesome.
We help.
Wow. Self-adjusted. You have a hard time with this one? Is this one hard?
Smarter.
Is there a trick, you think? It's logical.
Jake is through his first level. Jake's got through the first level here.
Very good.
Is what?
Shoot one, just let me see what happens.
I said, can we use our fingers when we're loud?
Mother or your brother?
We are?
Your
Okay.
brother.
1, 2,
Good, you never know.
5, 6. How many are left on my fingers?
He's blowing this thing up. He's flying through
Oh, and
it.
he'll do it?
I wasn't sure if we were allowed to
He
use
doesn't
it.
mess around.
I'm like, I don't know, our fingers allowed.
Still blowing through.
We go
Nah,
past
not
10.
this guy.
I'm going to be in trouble. I'm going to have to borrow yours.
Pretty good. Mash on the top.
Is that what happened?
Right? Yeah. Only one.
Okay, what happens next? All right, let's see what happens. Oh, that's cool.
5 different ways.
Did you practice at home?
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
really
just
like
take this from me,
replaying
right?
levels.
Did it just
Okay.
Come on.
We have to make these
Nice job.
faces. It says on here, you should make 5.
You do this at home also? Do you practice at home? Do you don't do only in school?
Well, we have to do 4 more levels.
They didn't have this when I went.
If we can move the ball,
Now you click on the gray. If you do the one, you're going to be on the left hand side. So that's what you're something to do.
Yeah.
You don't even have to.
Yeah.
I passed one.
Yeah. Pass 100%.
get it?
What grade are you in?
Fractions here.
Kindergarten, huh?
One more. You got it. Very good.
I'm impressed.
I think first one there.
Very good. Doing very well.
Very good.
Remember, he gives you another try.
Where did that?
So you have to, what they ask?
Went up a level. Did I go level or did I not?
That was really cool.
Right?
Now it makes you do it over again?
So now we have to add to the
Does this eventually get to all 4 of the basic functions?
Very good. He's quick.
That's so weird. I would do it.
Nice job. Okay. How many in here? 5, right?
10.
Yeah. How many in here? How many in here? 5. You have 5, right? Yeah. Yeah.
I did not know much.
Because you think about this is how many blocks? 10 blocks, right? How many you fit in here?
That's the person. One more.
You know the number of zero is always
You got it.
It just kind of
There you go.
Now you think about this 10 blocks. How many we need to fit it in?
Just look easy. Right, and that was, it's a long password. You gotta make it go.
Now you got it. Very good. Well, then now got it. Yeah, so good. Okay.
Bingo, bingo.
Yeah, I got it.
Bingo, bingo, bingo.
Yeah.
So that just keeps going with the
harder
line.
one first. I thought you were going to go for the zero.
No, yeah.
So is the ball gonna move?
Right?
I think I did this level before.
Could be against the mass, huh?
100.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
Okay.
So Jake here is up to his third level. 5 minutes, third level. How many characters again in the password? They have to actually memorize 13 characters in a password. More than I could do. Just to log in.
That's more than a phone number.
I need to phone a friend.
You need a country code?
These are great. The adults that have problems.
Like I was getting, I couldn't like get past the next level. Now I'm on this level.
Yeah.
I forgot that way 5 and 5.
Jake did
really well. Very good.
Jake hasn't missed a beat.
Seven is what, 7 plus
5
1
blocks.
is 8? Is that how you do it?
Yeah, that's the difference.
This is 5 blocks. Okay. So how many 5?
You know what I noticed with this, it also seems to take into spatial relations.
So really good on the addition on 10 and 5.
It's like what came first, the number or
When they get to the shape level.
It's hard, isn't it? Very hard.
Right.
They're gonna have 100.
You're going to walk very slowly.
You guys doing great.
This penguin definitely got faster.
Got faster.
Definitely.
And you know what?
You were moving too quickly.
Passing level, pass the time frame again this time, right?
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, what we're going to do, we're going to back out, we're going to log out to save our work. We always want to save our work, so that way we know when we go back on,
Yeah.
we know where we're at.
Stay with it. Okay.
Hey guys, we get. The children are trying to hear the teachers.
Saving our work, so that way we don't lose it.
Nice job.
And then we're going to close the iPads. Remember, we're going to close the iPads?
Yeah.
Put the keys on the iPads.
Nice job.
Back out.
Did it work?
Yeah.
No, you have to go here.
So while you see good.
Press the X.
Very good. You went up 2%? So today, Jake went up 2% in 5-10 minutes? 2%. Good job, Jake.
Nicely done. Good job. All right.
I got 58%.
Thank you, honey. She did awesome.
He said I can come for extra help because I was.
Mr. Marshall, I'm going to be right there with you.
Okay.
She's so good.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Let's give
Thank you.
let's give these children a great big hand. Along with Mrs. Garrity and Miss Green and Mr. Perno. This is a great example of children thinking, which happens all over our district. Give them a hand again.
Great job, guys.
And I'm going to be coming for some tutoring. I couldn't figure out my level.
Thanks to us.
Get the password.
Yeah, couldn't get past the password.
The next thing that we're going to do, I'm going to introduce Nancy Geist, who plays such an important role with our Marlborough Township Alliance for the Prevention of Substance Abuse. She's going to talk about an incredible essay contest and our hot T-shirt design contest. Nancy, who does, let's give Nancy a hand for all that she does. That's funny.
Good evening, and thank you, members of the board, Dr. Hibbs. As he said, my name is Nancy Gaius. I am the Alliance Coordinator for our township. For anyone who is not familiar with the Alliance, our goal is to raise public awareness about substance abuse and other issues that affect members of our community. We work on a grant from the Governor's Council on Alcoholism and Drug Abuse, and we are very fortunate to have the support of our mayor and our council members, and we receive additional funds from the township to implement many of the programs that we do. In middle school, we have some of our students here from our Hot Club and some of our students from our peer-to-peer groups. Back in November 20th, was the Great American Smokeout. It is a day where across America we hope that people will stop smoking for the day, or at least cut down on the amount that they do in fact smoke. The Alliance holds a contest. It is either an essay, a poem, a song, whatever the students would like. It's open to all middle school students. I was wondering where you were. It's open to all middle school students, and there is one winner from each grade. So in 6th grade, our winner is Dylan Osher, and she is going to read her essay for us.
Thank you. Smoking, once a word associated with a cool habit that was popular in the past, is largely frowned upon in the present day. Just about everyone you ask who smokes wishes they had never started this unhealthy, addictive habit. Now, instead of being part of the crowd, smokers are exiled, forced to smoke outside of social gatherings and workplaces. When a smoker is asked why they started smoking, they respond with what we think today as an unbelievable answer. Some responses include, I started smoking because of my cool friends, they said to try it. Others might say, I lost my job and I was very stressed because of my family responsibilities. Thankfully today, most people choose healthier ways to cope with these types of issues. In the 21st century, people are more educated about how the harmful effects of smoking were in the past. As soon as you inhale a cigarette smoke, you can start to feel any of the following symptoms. Nausea, dizziness, headaches, decrease in appetite, coughing, and even vomiting. After you get hooked on smoking, you start developing bad breath, yellow teeth, wrinkled skin, increase in blood pressure because of vein narrowing, and many other health problems. Even after just a few months you started smoking. If you know a smoker and are comfortable speaking to them, you can tell them the harmful effects of smoking. Let them know there are over 4,000 chemical products in one cigarette. Many of them are used in bug or rat poison and toilet cleaner. Also, 65 known chemicals in cigarettes are known to cause cancer. In health class this year, my teacher showed me a glass of tar in a jar. She said 1 year of smoking equals this full cup of tar and it sits in your lungs. My class was astonished and then grimaced at the thought of that black goo sitting in our lungs. It's important to spread the word about the harmful effects of smoking. Hopefully this information will give people the willpower to quit smoking for good, or more importantly, the reasons why they should never have started in the first place.
Thank you, Dylan, and thank you for informing us about all the dangers of smoking. Our 7th grade, and I must mention, Dylan is from Marlboro Middle School. Our 7th grade winners are from Marlboro Memorial School, and together, Julia Gertzman and Alexa Sherman, they did a parody, if I'm correct. So if you would share that with us, please.
Hi, I'm Julia Gertzman, and I'm a member of the Hands Off Tobacco Club.
Hi, I'm Lexi Sherman, and I'm also a member of the Hands Off Tobacco Club.
We joined HOT because we wanted to spread the message about the dangers of smoking.
So when we found out that we could enter in this contest, we took the opportunity and made a parody to the song Shake It Off by Taylor Swift.
I think they've gone insane. Tobacco's on their brain. And people say they're cray. Ooh, ooh, they always have to pay. Ooh, ooh, 1865's the date when the first cigarette was made. 4,000 teens a day. Ooh, their lungs are turning gray. Ooh, but they keep smoking. Wrinkles keep on growing. Their teeth are turning yellow in their mouths, saying they need to whiten. 'Cause smokers get sick, 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 and their lives are at risk, 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 risk. Baby, they're just gonna shake, 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 shake. Tobacco off, tobacco off. Smokers make a big mistake, steak, 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 steak. 15 billion sold in states, 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 states. Baby, they're just gonna shake, 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 shake. Tobacco off, tobacco off. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you, ladies. And for you, Alexa. Thank you both. And our 8th grade winners, also from Marlboro Memorial School, are Olivia Hornick and Sydney Dicktrow. They, too, wrote a parody that they will share with you.
Hi, I'm Sydney Dicktrow.
And I'm Olivia Hornick.
And we're members of Peer to Peer.
A few months ago, our class was introduced to the Great American Smoke app.
We were given the opportunity to enter a contest challenging us to describe why smoking is an unhealthy choice.
We got together and created a song about the harmful effects of smoking and how we feel about it.
We are honored to have the chance to sing our song for you today.
The song is to the tune of Not the Only One by Sam Smith.
Smoking isn't a smart choice. Tobacco clogs your lungs. The nicotine will addict you. It's hard to turn back from here. You will waste all your money. Your teeth will turn yellow. Your wrinkles will not go away. Listen to what I have to say. You say it can hurt you, but you don't know the long-term effects. 'Cause as it slowly kills you, you'll know that you made the wrong choice. Exercise will become hard. Cancer chances will increase. Tar will cover up your lungs, and it will become hard to breathe. There are thousands of chemicals that are not worth the risk. Consequences are incurable, and it won't be an easy fix. You say it can hurt you, but you don't know the long-term effects. 'Cause as it slowly kills you, you'll know that you made the wrong choice. As you age, it will damage you more and more every day. Stopping's almost impossible. Your mind will begin to go gray. You will waste all your money. Your teeth will turn yellow. Your wrinkles will not go away. Listen to what I have to say. You say it can hurt you, but you don't know the long-term effects. 'Cause as it slowly kills you, you'll know that you made the wrong choice. Smoking is not the right choice.
Thank you, guys. Thank you all so very much for informing us why smoking is really the wrong choice, not only for youth, but for everyone. And as our 7th graders mentioned, they are members of our HOT Club, which is Hands Off Tobacco. It is an after-school club in our middle schools. It is open to all students. And our HOT students reach out to our younger students regarding the dangers of cigarettes. So we have shirts that they will wear. They will visit every 5th grader throughout our district. And this year we decided to let the students create their own T-shirts that their club will wear. So it was a contest in their hot club, and the students themselves voted on it. So from Marlboro Middle School, we have Bradley Pokawitz. If you would step forward, please. And as you can see, hot, keeping hands off tobacco. So Bradley, thank you so very much, and congratulations to you, and thank you. From Marlboro Memorial Middle School, we have Joshua Hellickman and Zach Grill. Guys, if you would share with us the T-shirt you created. Once again, keeping our hands off tobacco, which is, of course, the goal of our club. So thank you all very very much for indulging us, and thank you, students, for helping us raise awareness about the dangers of tobacco. We truly appreciate all your help.
Thank you, Nancy, for your hard work, and students, thank you for being such excellent role models for the rest of our student population. The board appreciates everything you're doing.
Great job. Great job, gang. Oh, okay. Last but certainly not least, we have a presentation by Mrs. Thea Pace for the area manager of our champions, who's going to talk to us about a robot. I think we have Captain America here, right? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I love that robot.
Thank you. Thank you for that small correction to the agenda. Iron Man is not with us tonight.
Any superhero is good with us.
Okay. Kevin and I, this is Kevin Kinsella. He's our Roboteers instructor for Marlboro. He's fantastic. And Kevin and I collaborated on a presentation. So I'm going to defer to Captain America to speak probably more eloquently than I could on the topic of our Roboteers class that we introduced this year as an enhancement to the Champions program.
I gotta sit him down so he's safe.
This thing is amazing. No, I didn't know this is all middle school, right?
So the robot right now, while getting set up, he's at rest right now, basically. All his joints are nice and loose. And basically what this does is it prevents his joints from overheating throughout class. So when the kids are actually in the middle of instruction and they're logged on to the computers and they're working with him, more often than not we'll have him in this position at rest. It's safer. He doesn't have as big a chance of falling off the table. And like I said, it saves the battery and it doesn't overheat. So the first thing we need to do is connect him to Choreograph, which is the software we use. And I don't want to talk too much about him because, I mean, he's a lot cooler than me. He can say everything better. So I'm going to take the microphone now. This one's on, right? Okay. And I'm just going to put the microphone on him so you guys can hear what he says. And what you guys are about to see is basically similar to what the kids have done too. Everything that you're about to see the robot do, everybody from, if you have from 2nd up to 5th grade, they've also learned how to do these things too. All right? So let's all closer.
Come on, Cap.
Top of the morning to everyone, and happy St. Patrick's Day. Good evening, Dr. Hibbs and members of the Board of Education.
It's wicked.
And hello, Marlboro Township community members. Thank you for having me at your meeting tonight. My name is Captain America, and I am here to tell you how much fun I am having with your students in the Champions Roboteers courses. Wow, there is a very attractive group of people here today. I have to say, it is making me a little nervous. Before I go on, why don't I stand up so everyone can see me better?
It's like me in the morning.
Okay, much better. Now where was I? Oh yes, I remember. In November, my brother and sister and I worked with the children of Asher Holmes Elementary School. I am now working with the children of Defino Central and Frank J. Dugan Elementary Schools. There really are some wonderful and brilliant children in your district. Hey, Mr. Kevin, should I tell these great people what their students have been doing?
Why, of course.
Great! You would all be happy to know that for this first round of robotics, the children were able to program a short adventure story and teach me to tell it for them. It involved visual and speech recognition, and they even were able to teach me how to move a little. We are planning some fantastic new courses for the future, including choreography and conversation. The possibilities are endless when you work with a special robot like me. Next, I will provide some more information about myself, but first, let me sit down and rest for a minute. It has been a pleasure meeting all of you.
Okay. I would blush a little bit, but I know that's not even remotely for me. That's all for him. Okay, so what we have a feature on these robots is called Autonomous Life. And what we just saw was a program that I wrote on here, Miss Thea, Kevin, say this. And then I typed it out in the software that the students use. And what we saw him do there, which what we'll do on the first day, we'll do an introduction like that, and I'll ask the students, okay, what do we see the robot do? So we can kind of do the same thing now. We saw him speak, obviously. That's simple. We saw him move around. But one of the really cool things that he did, if you guys noticed, he asked me, he said, should we, I forget what he said, should I tell them more or whatever? Yeah. And I programmed it so he was listening for me to say, why, of course. Now, what the students actually do is, if anybody is familiar with the Choose Your Own Adventure story, the books where it's like, if you would like this to happen, turn to page 30. If you would like this to happen, turn to page 50. The students essentially do that with their stories. They give the robot a number of choices, and then using speech recognition, the robot will ask them a question. If they say yes, the robot will go off on one tangent. If they say no, the robot will go off on a different. And I mean, these kids are writing extremely elaborate stories. I kind of tell them the sky is the limit. You can write about whatever you want. Some of them write about, just going to the soccer championship. Some of them write about Legos coming to life. I mean, it's like really incredible what the kids come up with. But the other feature that we have with the robots is called Autonomous Life. So as we see, he's at rest right now, but I just turned Autonomous Life on. And what he's going to be able to do now is now he has more humanistic movements. He's going to see people in the room. He hears me talking right now. So he's actually looking around to see where the noise is coming from. And I can actually give him voice commands that have been saved. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to tell him to stand up first, and then I'll have him do another presentation for you guys, which somebody much smarter than me loaded on. And you'll see a little bit more movement, and he'll talk a little more about the actual inner workings of the robot. Let me just try and get his attention first. Hey.
You do that to my kids.
Stand up.
Do you want me to stand up?
Yes.
All right, here I come.
That's how you get up, isn't it? I want to get up in the morning.
I know. This works a little better on a carpet. Oh, okay. He's getting kind of exorcist on me there. Okay. Presentation. No. Presentation.
I have a lot to say. I found it.
That's him uploading the program to his head. When he says, I found it, like a computer, it has to move up into his head. So now he's loading it up, and then he'll start any second now. We hope. Maybe not. Oh, there we go.
Hello, my name is Now. I'm a humanoid robot, imagined and designed by Aldebaran Robotics. I come with my own software and I'm fully programmable. I'm autonomous and I can connect to the internet through Wi-Fi. I can recognize your face, answer your questions, play music, grab objects, and even play soccer like a pro. I've more than 7,000 brothers and sisters in use all around the world, in universities and research laboratories. Do you want more technical details?
No. Sorry, he'll go on for...
Maybe another time.
He'll go on for days.
Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, so the one thing that we didn't see before on my little presentation that the kids actually do in the class, which is great, is vision recognition. So we saw the speech recognition where he hears what they say and he can distinguish, but the one thing we didn't see is that the kids actually will draw pictures. They'll draw, like if they have a choice between playing baseball and soccer, let's say, for instance, they'll draw a picture of a baseball bat and they'll draw a picture of a soccer ball. Then I teach them how to teach those pictures to the robot. So the robot memorizes those pictures. So then when they get to a point in the story where the robot may ask them something like, would you like to play baseball, would you like to play soccer, they can hold up a picture of a baseball bat, the robot will recognize that as a baseball bat, and it'll move on from there. If it's a soccer ball, it'll move on from there. So that's the one thing we didn't get to see just because I'm a terrible artist and I wasn't going to do that. So here, I'll give it. So thank you for your time. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And I think I'm going to hand it back over to Thea now.
We, for the Asher Homes pilot program, we videotaped the experience. So Mr. Ettery was gracious enough to participate in the video. And this will give you an idea of how it went over.
Sounds like us.
I know.
Technology is a magnificent tool for the realization of our dreams. But no machine can replace the human spark of spirit, compassion, love, and understanding until now.
The thing about the robotics program that really excites me is it gives Champions an opportunity to distinguish itself from other out-of-school time providers by providing cutting-edge technology into our classroom. It also gives us a chance to strengthen our relationships with our parents, our school districts, and most importantly, our kids.
Hi, I'm Tyler Browners, and my favorite thing about robotics is that we get to program and do cool things with it. One thing we do is program it and make it tell stories or high five and go to sleep, or Tai Chi where it does cool moves.
And it's been a real pleasure over the last week or so to have our students in aftercare working on a robotics project. I've been very, very impressed with the level of excellence that the kids have displayed in terms of what they've been able to create. They're clearly having a great time. I had the opportunity to sit with them for a while today and see some of their projects. And what I saw was really a melding of a lot of important, wonderful 21st century technology skills.
My favorite part of the robot class was the facial recognition, programming the story, and taking pictures with the robot.
This is a market that's ripe for this type of offering. We already provide science clubs as an enhancement to the Champions Before and After School program. Another benefit to providing the robotics program is that it aligns with school districts' philosophies and goals, and all school districts are interested in increasing student potential in science and mathematics. So this marries perfectly with that goal.
Hi, my name is Priyanka, and my favorite part of robotics is making its eyes change color and it giving us a high five. Hi, my name is Radhika, and my favorite part of robotics class is making the robot say stories. We did like stories and our computers, and we connected to the robot to make them say it, and it worked.
Parent in the Marlborough Township School District. I'm not only the area manager for the Champions program, but my children attend the program. So in hearing things around the community, parents are thrilled to know that something like a robotics program is going to potentially be offered here as an enhancement to what Champions already provides for this community.
Thank you for having us tonight. We enjoyed sharing Captain America with you.
Thea, Michael, Kevin, thank you very much. That was great.
Very good. Excellent. I'm going to get a 10-minute, make a list of 10-minute breaks so we can reset for the rest of the meeting, seconded by John. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody against? We'll recess for 10 minutes.
No, his has got to be on.
Okay. Back in public session. Couple quick bookkeeping items before we get started back up. I did ask our board attorney to be here tonight to help me with the meeting. I want to try to raise the level of decorum on the board. I'm going to ask the board members raise their hands and wait to be recognized before they speak, so we can keep things to a better level and a more. I tried to run a loose meeting. It seems not to be working as well as I liked it to. So I'm going to ask that we keep our level of decorum high. Board members have any personal differences, they leave them outside, and we discuss the business of the school in here. And we keep going in a forward direction. We've done a great job in the past, guys. We need a little redirection. I need help. I'd ask you to support me with having a lawyer here with us tonight, Mark Zinnemer, because I don't know it all. I don't know all the rules and regs. I don't know all the school law. He does. So, members of the public, we're going to keep it to 3 minutes again tonight. I'm going to ask as well that you help me and keep it to 3 minutes. And this way, everybody gets a chance to talk, and the meeting's not 1 o'clock in the morning. Because we do have to do school business once public session is over. You know, this board, so you know, changed it, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago. When I first got on the board, and Ray, you know, the first public session was only for agenda items. If you wanted to come and speak to the board on any other item that wasn't on the agenda, you had to wait 3 or 4 hours for the second public session. This board, no one person, this board changed that so the public could speak in the beginning of the meeting and not have to be here all night unless they wanted to stay for the whole meeting. So I'll ask your cooperation tonight to keep it to 3 minutes, please, per person.
Who's going to keep the time?
Cindy will keep the time. She has yellow card for when there's 1 minute left and a red card when your time is up.
It's like soccer, you know? Red card, yellow card. Yes.
Okay. All right, folks, so let's all work together. We have a sign-in board. We're going to go in the order of the sign-in board. It does not mean you can't speak if you didn't sign in. It's just if you're not on the board and you want to speak when those folks are done, you can sign the board as you come up. That's fine. Dr. Hibbs does have some announcements before we get the public session done. Oh, yeah. Should you remind me one other thing, Bonnie? One other item. Board members have asked me in the past, how do I make a motion? When I make a motion with questions about motions the last meeting, I asked our attorney for a guidance. If you're going to make a new motion, you should make it during new business. If you're going to make a not old motion or redo a motion, it should be done under old business. We're going to talk about later under our new business about changing all our agendas so that it has new business and old business. So there's a proper time and everybody knows when to go. And
Correct.
That's right from Mark's mouth. So to kind of make things easier for everybody understands the rules. Because I've gotten that question so many times. Now, Dr. Hibbs.
I wasn't making a motion.
I know, but let him do his announcements and then.
Okay. I talked about the incredible work of Mr. Silva, which we recognized around the room, which was amazing. In the artwork in the hallway is also from the students from Asher. And in the boardroom, we have the Pots of Golds display, courtesy of Champions, who just gave us the awesome robotics demonstration. I want to also announce the Region 2 winner of the 2014-15 Toshiba NSTA Explorer Vision competition for Marlboro Memorial. It was a project entitled Survival of the Freshest, Preservation of Organic Food, created by 8th graders Priyanka Pillai and Karina Yan, that was selected as the Region 2 winner for the 14-15 Explorer Vision competitions in the grade 7 through 9 division. Their team submission was one of the 6 top projects in its grade level across the United States and Canada. Their new technology called PAX, Protection Against Contamination and Spoilage, is a multi-layered, eco-friendly wrap designed to efficiently preserve organic food and detect contamination. The wrap's 4 layers will utilize denaturalization biosensors and electrochromism. Students and their teacher, Mrs. Samantha Grislak, will be recognized in March by a representative from Toshiba for their hard work and winning entry. The entry will now be entered into competition at the national level. The next phase of the competition, the national finals, involves constructing a prototype, developing a website, and creating a 2-minute video conveying the team's vision. So let's give Memorial a hand on that. That's absolutely amazing. We also have National History Day competition on Saturday, February 28th, 2015. Schools throughout the region competed at Rutgers University in the annual National History Day competition. The theme for 14-15 was Leadership and Legacy in History. Marlboro Middle, out of 11 competing groups from Middle, 8 groups will be advancing to the state-level competition to be held in May at William Patterson University. Congratulations to the middle students and their coaches, Ms. Natalia Pacheco and Mrs. Lisa Whitman. Give them a hand. We had a ton of groups that won, so it's amazing. For Memorial's middle school students once again fared well at the National History Day regional competition as well. Congratulations to Ms. Krista Persico and Vice Principal Mrs. Labuz, who attended and cheered all of our students on. 4 entries out of the 9 entered and have been selected to move on to the state level to be held in May at William Patterson University as well. Let's give them a hand as well. Which is amazing. Sir, back to you.
I would like to thank Tara Gosevich, DMD, who's the district's Emerald Level sponsor for 2014-2015 school year. And Ms. Barbara Gu, would you please announce the bus drivers?
Yes, as we do every month, all of our transportation and buildings and grounds drivers show their status of privileges in good standing.
Thank you. Bonnie, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, actually I do.
Mrs. Rosenwald, if you can speak into the mic, please.
Sorry. Yeah, that's on my list of things that we need to talk about. These mics really are terrible.
We're working on that.
Yeah, because you can't hear the audio on the tape. I said it at the last meeting, and I'll reiterate it at this meeting, that whether the attorney's here or not, every meeting we discuss this differently, and now we bring the attorney in. We keep changing the way we deal with the public. Now Ms. Ragu has cards to flash at the audience. We have a topic that people are not happy about, the board members are not happy about, and we have an audience with a lot of people here. So now we're going to enforce rules. Whereas for all the time this year where we have people getting up and discussing issues, and Mike, you've warned the public that we're not dialoguing, but then poor Dr. Hibbs is dialoguing, and you're dialoguing with certain members of the audience, but not other members of the audience. And we keep going back and forth, and I sit here and I'm trying to help people enforce the rules and say, no, don't dialogue, because that's the rules that you want to enforce, not the rules that I want to enforce. And we keep going back and forth, and Dr. Hibbs and I have said this to you during meetings, no dialogue, because that's the rules that Michael keeps saying that you want to enforce, and questions keep being answered. Yes, answer the question, and don't answer the question, going back and forth. So now at this meeting and the last meeting, we're not going to dialogue, and we're not going to, and we're only going to hold people to 3 minutes, but then there's a woman that gets up that isn't being timed because I was timing her, and it was 4 minutes, and she was riling up the audience, and she called me stupid, and then she apologized to me, but in in the front here, we're not supposed to be nasty to people, and she was being nasty and riling up an audience, and then security wasn't dealing with that, and we go back and forth with the rules. But now we have the attorney here, and the attorney says to me to be nice before the meeting, but then assures me, but maybe he said it to other board members. So I don't feel that this is being handled. Now we're being told, okay, we can only make a motion at the end during new business, old business, and that's the way we're going to be going forward. It changes at the drop of a hat, because we don't like a subject, maybe we like the subject matter, and we keep changing it because this is the way, the board wants to handle it, because now we have an attorney here telling you, because you don't know how to handle a meeting, I'm sorry, Michael, by your words, you need help. I'm registering the fact, telling you the way I feel about now how this is being handled. We have a bunch of taxpayers here who have come out to a meeting with a sensitive issue that this board doesn't like. Some of us are here who are on one side of the issue. Most of us or us are on the other side of the issue, and it's not making the public happy. There are people writing that the mayor and council are behind it on one side, and it's been politicized. Mrs. Dean and other people are not Mrs. Dean, other people are writing about it on the other side. You know what? Let the people say what they have to say. I said it last week. Most of our taxpayers are respectful people and really will be respectful of the time limits and should be able to say what they need to say. And we as a board should respect our taxpayers and should be able to let them say what they need to say in a respectful amount of time and shouldn't be treated like stupid people with stupid signs, with stupid color things, being held up like stupid people, and that's dumb. And it is dumb. Whatever.
I just wanted to respond to a few things. I've been to a lot of board meetings in my day, probably more than I'd like to admit. We have a right to be stringent or flexible in the application of our public participation policy depending on the crowd. I don't think anybody here said tonight that people can't speak. I think what we said is that we're going to be strict in the application of the 3-minute rule so that everybody has a chance to speak. I respectfully disagree with the yellow cards. I know a lot of school districts do it. Cherry Hill does it, just so that the public is on notice, depending on how much they want to say, how much time they have left to fit it in within that time constraint. So I disagree that we're being arbitrary if we have 5 people in the audience to allow somebody maybe 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, or if we have 100 people, we're going to be strict in the rule, and I think that's the appropriate approach. I don't think Mr. Lolansky said in any way, shape, or form that somebody would be denied the right to speak tonight. Everybody will be given an opportunity to speak. My recommendation to the public is that if you're going to say something that's already been said by somebody, just get up respectfully and say, I echo the sentiments of whoever it is, so that we don't respectfully have to hear the same thing over and over again, and that's fine. I think that's a good approach. In addition, I think that we do have a second public participation session as well, so just keep that in mind. We actually have 2 public participation sessions in the meeting, so we do have a pretty heavy agenda we need to get to as well. So with that said, I think the approach is a good one, and I think we should all be respectful, and everybody will have a chance to say what they have to say tonight. I know the board is eager to hear the comments of the public.
Thank you, sir. All right, that's going to bring us to the superintendent's report, harassment and bullying report, February 12th to March 11th. 2 incidents, sir.
Yes, we had 2 incidents, neither of which were HIB, sir.
Okay, anybody have any questions, comments? Okay. We currently have, enrollment is 5,245 students, is 79 less than the same time last year. Upcoming meeting dates are presently Tuesday, April 21st, workshop at Frank Dugan Elementary School, and Tuesday, April 28th, our regular meeting right here. Approval of minutes resolution. Joanne, would you mind reading, please, on page 7?
Be it resolved that the minutes of the following meeting be approved as submitted. I so move.
Thank you, Joanne. Seconded by John. Any discussion on the minutes? Cindy, please call the roll.
Mrs. Ennie?
Yes.
Mrs. Cow?
Yes, except the February 24th.
Mr. Marshall?
Yes.
Mrs. Matos?
Yes.
Mrs. Rosenwald?
Yes.
Mrs. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Dwyer?
Yes.
Mrs. Lou Rudell?
Yes.
Mr. Lolansky?
Yes. Everybody received a copy of the Secretary of Business Administrative Report, including payroll certification and investment report. Do we have any questions or comments on those items? Very well. Going to open up the public session, open to any item. As I mentioned, and the attorney mentioned, we're going to do the 3-minute time limit tonight. Cindy will hold up the yellow card when the last minute's started, and when it's over, the 3 minutes are over, she'll hold the red card. We're going to go by the clipboard first, then of course anybody can still speak and come up and sign the clipboard after. Cindy?
Okay, first name, Raymond Eng.
I just need name and address, please, sir.
Okay. My name is Raymond Ang, 12 Algonquin Drive, Marlboro. Dr. Hibbs, members of the board, I've been I served on board for 5 terms. I've been a resident of Marlborough for 32 years. Speaking for myself and several members of the community, we are saddened and appalled that Mrs. Victoria Dean is being subject to a vicious character assassination. We have known Victoria Dean for several years, and we know her to be a very compassionate person. We understand that Mrs. Dean is a very principled person who, as a board member, wants to treat all people fairly, which means that she does not want to show favoritism to any special interest group. We believe that the cited actions attributed to her have been taken out of context. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're next, Mrs. Bono.
What if I tell you I'm colorblind? No, I'm kidding. You like that, Mr. York, right? Good evening, President Lalonsky, Dr. Hibbs, members of the board. Welcome, Mr. Board Attorney. It's a pleasure to meet you. Farabono, 26 Nashua Drive, Marlborough, 07746. First of all, I want to thank you for addressing what I spoke about last week and the members of the board and pulling together. I really appreciate that being addressed. But I'm here tonight actually on another issue. Our principal, Mr. Stephen Schifrinson, my vice principal from Marlborough Middle School. I was a student. You know, I'm a product of the township school system, and you've been my employers for the past 2 decades. So I actually planned to speak tonight and jotted down some ideas. Thinking back on your educational experience, can you remember that one teacher that changed your life? It might have been at the elementary, middle, high school, or even collegiate level. We all have that one teacher or professor that we fondly remember. For the Marlborough community, that individual is Mr. Stephen Schifrinson. According to the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, an administrator is a person whose job is to manage a school and all administrative responsibilities. Yet Merriam-Webster is wrong, because Mr. Schifrinson far surpasses that definition with flying colors. If this was a Teachscape evaluation, he'd receive all 4s. You agree, Mrs. York? The highest level of professional achievement. He would achieve a 4 in community relationships. The rapport he has with his students, parents, and faculty cannot be matched by any other administrator in the town, let alone the state of New Jersey, or for that matter, the country. There is an open line of communication, an ear that is always available to listen, give advice, a friendly smile to put your mind at ease whenever you encounter Mr. Schifrinson. He would also receive a 4 for professional responsibilities. Robertsville School runs like a well-oiled machine. Our parents support the teachers support the administration, but it's a two-way street. By developing this level of respect and rapport, Mr. Schifrinson's actions speak for themselves. Then there's the Robertsville family. And believe me when I say we are a family. All who enter our building feel the special components of Robertsville School, where everybody is somebody special, and we truly live up to that school motto. Mr. Schifrinson has a love for education and the students involved. The children anxiously await his appearance on a daily basis to see what the tie of the day is that he will be wearing. On his birthday, he's greeted by all the children eager to share a joke of the day. On a daily basis, Mr. Schifrinson creates an environment where children are motivated to learn, and they love coming to school. At the meeting a couple of months ago, when he said they skip down the halls, they do. The district is losing the most valuable player June 30th. Our hearts will feel the loss, and our guidance will definitely be blurred by tears. We can only wish you the very best. Yeah, we can only wish him the very best in his future endeavors.
Done. We got to be done. Please, we have to be done.
And as a community member, he'll be missed.
Cindy?
Ira, is it Levin or Levine? Levin? Okay. I'm never sure.
Levin.
Levin?
Ira Levin, 1 Jackson Way, Marlborough. For the record, I like the yellow and red. Last week when I spoke, I was in the middle of speaking, and Cindy said 1 minute, and it kind of threw me off. So I think as a visual, it may be better. First, I would like to apologize to the board. I was the first speaker last week. I said what I had to say, and I left. I sit on the zoning board, and my meeting was at 7:30, and I didn't want to be late. So I apologize because I'm sure that there was a lot of feedback I didn't get to hear. Secondly, in my statement, I said that if I had been guilty, or if I had done something similar as Mrs. Dean, that there would have been people who would have come to my zoning board meeting or to the town council meeting and demanded my resignation or for me to be removed from my position. When I said that, I said Christopher Dean would have come along with Craig Marshall, and they would have demanded it. And the truth is, as I reflect upon it, and that through a conversation with Craig, that Craig Marshall has never appeared before a board and demanded anyone resign. He may have been present at those meetings in his capacity for which, he serves, but he never made any demands, nor has Victoria, to be fair. And I don't want to stand in front of you and say I feel a certain way about a certain thing and then be guilty of something erroneous or saying something erroneous. The other thing I'd like to say is that I shouldn't have to come here to exercise my First Amendment rights and give you my opinion as a citizen and be harassed in the parking lot by any member of the public. I shouldn't have to try to get into the building while someone's calling me names or saying something derisive about me, whether it's to me or to other people, or to have that person get into my face, in my space, in a threatening manner, because, as we all know, this is a subject that has created a lot of emotion, and people are very excited. And while I understand that there are people on both sides of this issue, as somebody who wore a uniform to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, I find it abhorrent that I could be on property in this town and have my physical well-being threatened in a manner because somebody disagrees with what I say. I don't need to say who that person was. I don't need to point out that person. That person knows who they are. But I think that going forward, if this issue is not resolved, there needs to be security outside so that people can enter and exit the building without having to worry about being attacked verbally or physically. Thank you.
Thank you.
Josh Pollock.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Board of Education members, Mr. Lalonsky, one of the truest tests of leadership is the ability to recognize a problem before it becomes an emergency. If history repeats itself, as it sometimes does, I'm sure that your inboxes are filling up quickly with letters and testimonials as to Mrs. Dean's character, as well as her most recent behavior. None of these letters can be given any credibility whatsoever, again, simply based on Mrs. Dean's history of handing this board a solicited and fabricated letter in order to defend her ethics of all possible things. Can I prove she knew it was fabricated at the time? No. Although based on facts and history, statistically the likelihood is high. I can tell you for sure there's been no mention of this letter since that time. Mrs. Dean can no longer claim I didn't know, as she was sitting and attentively listening to Mr. Volpus's testimony to the fact that it was fabricated. I'd like to take a moment to remind you all that when ethics charges were filed against Mrs. Dean in the past, she brought a letter to this board, allegedly penned by Mr. William Volpus from the Marlborough Knights of Columbus. This letter attested to the fact that he and he alone was responsible for the attribution given to the deans for their donation of an iPad. In that case, her excuse also was, I didn't know. To me, this seems to be another developing pattern in her apologies. Behavior doesn't lie. Leopards can't change their spots. However, chameleons can change color to hide. Barring those not yet on the board, I received only one return receipt when I forwarded each individual board member the state decision. I will inform you that after Mr. Volpus changed his story for initial statements and finally came out with the truth, yes, a third version, only when he was under oath during the hearing for Mrs. Dean's ethic charges did he admit that the letter was fabricated, therefore a fraud, and not an accurate recount of what happened, and then he told us how it actually happened. It was at this time, again, only under sworn testimony, that Mr. Volpus finally admitted the letter Mrs. Dean submitted to this board was not only a blatant lie, but that it was solicited and authored by Mr. Dean. Mrs. Dean used this letter to convince the board to indemnify her against the ethics charges that were filed, costing this board the funds to cover the insurance deductible. Mr. Lalansky, you and this board have never dealt with the fact that you were fed a fabricated letter in order to defend Mrs. I take my ethics very seriously. Needless to say, this board continues to remain bullied into complacency regarding this pattern of unethical behavior exhibited by Vice President Victoria Dean. Speaking of unethical behavior, 8A:12-24.1, Code of Ethics for School Board Members, subsection E states, quote, "I will recognize that authority rests with the Board of Education and will make no personal promises nor take any private action that may compromise the board."
Sir.
The last 7 words are key here.
Time's up, sir.
Okay, I have half a paragraph.
No,
I
but
appreciate
that's
that.
it, sir, it's it.
The last 7 words are key. The Asbury Park Press editor has published in the 5 Reasons Mrs. Dean Must Resign editorial.
Please, we've got a lot of people.
So again, the topic is Mrs. Dean, so we're going to follow the rules today.
Following the rules strictly this evening, sir, please.
This evening. So you're discriminating against this meeting.
During the second public participation and say whatever you'd like, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Abraham Nabolsi.
Good evening. Abraham Nabulsi, 32 Overhill Drive, Marlborough, New Jersey, 07746. I have a couple of boards here I would like, with your permission. I wasn't going to present this, but after this gentleman said that we are blowing things out of proportion, I would like, with your permission, if I can pass them around.
What are they, sir?
They are the post which Victoria Dean,
Do you want to pass them to the board members?
to the board and to the public, please.
Just the board. Your comments are supposed to be directed towards the Board of Education. What's that?
They are the same.
Oh, they're all the same.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, good evening, Dr. Hibbs, members of Board of Education. I stand here before you again tonight to make a statement about the issue regarding Mrs. Dean and to make sure that the board simply gets it. This issue is very serious, offensive, and disturbing to the Muslim community and myself. When I, among many others, voiced our concerns and demanded Mrs. Dean's resignation, we were serious and determined. Let me start off by assuring both Mrs. Dean and your respected board members that this is not personal, nor it is political. I understand that being the Vice President of Board of Education is a very time-consuming position and plays major role in the raising of our children. With this responsibility, one must have full compassion, tolerance, peace, and harmony. With that said, with every action there is a reaction. Therefore, the right thing and the only acceptable thing to do is to step down and resign immediately. Please save yourself and the board's integrity and credibility. We will not let go. We will not tire this matter until it is resolved. And the only solution I see here is Mrs. Dean resignation. Thank you.
Martin Zhang.
Good evening, President and board members. Martin Zhang, 132 Rolling Hill Drive, Morganville, 07751. So whatever decisions this board made today or in the future, I have no confidence on the decision. So as long as Mr. Dean sits on this board, so as she admitted last week, she could not make sound decisions. That's clear and clearly evidenced by his comments on the social media. However, what is worse is that the values she holds as are reflected by her opinions made known on the social media. She showed no respect of the value of diversity, which is a core or fundamental value that makes the United States a great country. All people, no matter what religion, what color of skin, what country of origin, what culture they belong to, they are all equal in this country. That says why we are different from the ISIS states. However, in the eyes of Mr. Dean, celebrating a Muslim holiday or Chinese New Year is an evil out of the Pandora box. According to Mrs. Dean and her friends, as a naturalized citizen, I am a naturalized citizen, we are foreigners. Our children who are attending the marble schools here are foreigners, just like our president of the United States, because he has a foreign parent. According to Mr. Dean, our foreigners cannot have the same rights as she has. We can only be ruled by her class. I do not believe that the Marlborough Education Board of Education shares the same value as she has. The board should have zero tolerance of gross violation of our value of diversity. So from meeting last week, we learned that there's only excuse. There's no sincere apologies. And I have serious doubt about her integrity and intelligence. It's time to stop embarrassing yourself, Mr. Dean, and the board, to stop embarrassing the Board of Education and the Marlborough School District. You do not have our support and trust. You shall resign.
I'd like to ask Mark a question with passing things around in our audience.
Don't ask.
Cindy.
Move on to the next question.
Bonnie Gabison.
Bonnie Gabison to Harvest Court. I'm just here to say that I don't believe Ms. Dean should resign. I'm not speaking as a friend or a neighbor. I'm speaking as a parent who's been attending board meetings all year on educational matters. I think if you call for somebody's resignation over one like of a comment on a Facebook page, it would be very irresponsible. I could see some validity to it if anybody could bring any kind of evidence that her alleged racial bias has affected any board matters, any votes, anything that affects our children whatsoever, any other incident that would indicate that whatsoever. I have not seen that at all, so I do not support any kind of call for a resignation. Everyone's entitled to how they feel about that. I'm also here to speak about Park and ask where we are with numbers, how many refusals we're at this point. I would also like to speak on behalf of a lot of the parents who have refused for their children. I'm hearing a lot of stories across the board that it is not going so well in terms of refusals. People are now choosing to keep their children home and bring them late because the conditions that they're being held to as refusals has been extremely uncomfortable and feels very punitive. Coming up on May testing, I think that really needs to be addressed and have a uniform policy across the board that is not punitive for students. Sitting in very small rooms for 2-3 hours, no talking, only a book, not being allowed to use the bathroom, students being questioned by principals as to why they're refusing, if they've had conversations with their parents about why they're refusing, very intrusive questions. So I think coming up on this next round of testing, all of those things need to be addressed and changed for the better. Thank you.
Thank you.
To Greg Atanasio.
Did you want to sign in, Erica?
Sorry?
Erica wants to sign in.
You can sign in.
Oh, wait, she did.
Oh, okay.
No, she didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought. Go ahead.
Here.
Cindy?
Good evening, members of the board, public. The reason why I'm here this evening is due to the fact my son attends the Early Learning Center. He is recently, the issue falls with a teacher that he just got out of the classroom with, which is Mrs. Rocco.
Yeah, can we mention?
You
names?
can.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
I don't know the rules.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. There was an incident with Mrs. Rocco and myself that really fell upon an email, which then resulted into further conversation, to which an apology was supposed to come about. I had spoken to Mr. Perno about it. He had led me in the direction that an apology was going to come from Lewis's teacher at the time, to which earlier in the year we understood that if there was ever any communication that needed to be taken place, that she would simply call me, which we had done so throughout the course of the year. On this particular day, I spoke to Mr. Perno twice, earlier in the morning where he told me she couldn't get out of class yet, and then later in the evening that she would then get back to me. When she finally did get back to me, she got back to me with another staff member. This right away appeared to me, when you're putting two people in a room to talk to one on a speakerphone, not good things are going to come of it, which is exactly what had taken place. I had spoken to Dr. Hibbs about this with exactly the matters that had taken place. She was very rude in the way she spoke to me. She actually felt that I deserved to give her an apology when through an email that she put out there, when my only concern in the end is for my son. He is special needs. He can't speak up for himself, and I only have so much. Forgive me, that just threw me off, I'm sorry. Long and short of it being is that the impression that after the fact that I got from Dr. Hibbs, from Mr. Perno, from everyone, is that you can't compel Mrs. Rocco to apologize. That Lewis has moved on, and why not have just put it behind you and forget about it. My thought process is, well, if that's the case, when he enters first grade next year, if he has an issue with his first grade teacher and I need to speak to her, whatever the issue may be, what are we going to say? Well, next year he'll be in second grade, don't worry about it, dismiss it. In an email, Dr. Hibbs had told me that I would continue to be treated with respect. As much as I appreciate that from Dr. Hibbs, he had also told me that once before with another staff member, the head of special services, Robert Klein, who hung up on me.
All right, sir. We're out of time, but we will respond in the public session to your concerns as much as we can.
Correct. I'm sorry?
We'll respond at the end of the public session to your concerns as much as we can.
The next public
No,
session?
at the end of this public session.
Under this, okay.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Edwin Midori.
Hello, my name is Edwin Madari, 2 Regal Drive, Morganville, New Jersey, 07751. I'll be speaking at the second public session, but for this public session, I have questions regarding today's agenda only. I do not know if I'll have the time to go through the time for all the agenda questions, so I brought a extra copy. I'll leave them here if you want to look at them, if I can't get to all the questions. I have 7 questions. Seventh one has 3 parts. The first question regarding the R9180 school vocation volunteers, page 2 of 3. And item number 3 says a volunteer must respect the individuality, dignity, and worth of each pupil. Underlining the worth, my question is, what is the worth of each pupil and who makes this determination? Number 2, R2330 homework, page 2 of 2, item I.
I'm sorry, you're talking about the policies?
Policy.
On this today's agenda, there have been school volunteers is one of the.
Okay. I'm sorry.
R9180.
I'm sorry, I was struggling where you were at.
Say the number. Say the number.
Next one is R2330 homework, page 2, and item I. I'll read the sentence here and then go to the question. Expectations that a pupil will return to school with homework completed should be based upon individual circumstances, including the length of the absence and the nature of the work missed. My question is, whose expectation and who oversees or accepts the acceptance or expectations? My next question is regarding R5350, pupil suicide prevention. The sentence reads, school personnel to be alert for warning signs of potential self-destruction or who threatens or who attempts suicide. In addition to threatening and suicidal behaviors, I would like to respectfully bring to the board that depression also includes withdrawn and non-participation also. So would it be possible to include the language withdrawn and not participation as signs to be watchful for? My next question is for supervisor of instructional technology revised. That's the supervisor of instructional technology revised. And the qualifications, the number 3 qualification reads as MA degree in related field. Can the language be modified to read as master's in degree or master's instead of MA? Some of the universities might be giving MS or other letters. It may not be just MS or MA only. Next question is regarding the sports schedule. 2 middle school spring sports schedules are included in today's agenda. My question is there any transportation provided for the away games?
Edwin, we're out of time.
Okay, I have 2 more questions. I'm going to leave the question.
You can leave it up there. You can leave it
Because these are for the agenda, today's agenda. Once the agenda is passed, then the questions become useless.
Pass them along. We will respond at the end of the public participation. If you could give us a copy of those, give them to Ms. Barragu, the board secretary, please. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mohammed El Reyes.
Good evening, respected board members. First, before I begin my points on the topic that I would like to speak about, which is the situation that happened last week with Mrs. Victoria Dean, one of the speakers said that this does not affect the children. Well, it does. One.
Can you address your comments up to the front? Thank you.
Okay, that's fine, yeah. I have 3 questions for Ms. Dean and the board as a whole. What was the outcome of the last meeting? What was made and what was seen as the situation? And second question is, what's next? What's your next step? What's going to happen? What will you guys do to resolve the situation that happened? When something like this happens, there are ramifications. A mistake has ramifications and consequences. Something like this affects the community of Marlborough who are Muslim. And the consequences are not based off the community, but based off the board. So to have a forgive and forget, it's unfair to us. I'm like speechless because I have to repeat myself, and it's frustrating to see that we have to over and over again show you guys what is the mistake that has been done, and nothing will be done about it. So today, I hope at the end of the meeting, there will be an outcome of the meeting, and that something will be, there will be an effect. Because we don't want to go back to square one. We don't want to go back to what happened and have this happen again in a couple months, and the same thing is forgive and forget. Well, we're not going to forgive and forget. We want consequences, we want action taken, and that's what we want to see in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Rosenwald.
Good evening, Mr. Lansky, board members, Dr. Hibbs, and Mr. Zittimer.
Excuse me, name and address.
Mark
please.
Rosenwald, 22 Garrett Drive.
Not that we don't know you, but.
All right, don't count that on my time. There was a question asked at the last meeting that was never answered involving the votes by Mrs. Dean and Mr. Marshall on the abstention of the vote from Cheryl Metzger. I'd like an answer on that. Excuse me. Dr. Eng referred to that Mrs. Dean is fair to everybody. Let me give you a little history on this. A couple of meetings ago, it's well known that the banter that goes up and back between the ladies who don't like pork and the board, I did attempt to do something, and Mrs. Dean said to Mr. Lansky, gavel. Never did it to anybody else. At the last meeting, as I'm walking down the aisle, Mrs. Dean puts her hand down on it, in her head in her hands, and says, pardon me, oh shit. Okay? Then, after exactly 3 minutes, I heard it, I can show it to you. After exactly 3 minutes, when Mrs. Barr would give a warning, she says, gavel him down. She never did it to anybody else except me. Okay. Your policy, 5512, harassment, intimidation, and bullying definition. Harassment, intimidation, and bullying means any gesture, written, verbal, or physical act or electronic communication is defined by the statute, whether it is a single incident or a series of incidents that, one, is perceived as being motivated by either actual or perceived characteristic, race, religion, ancestry, etc. The factors for determining the consequences are age, developmental maturity levels of the parties involved, and the relationship to the school district, and the degree of harm. Well, last I knew, Mrs. Dean was an adult, not a child. The penalties go up to expulsion. This board can't legally expel you, but the community is asking you to do the honorable thing and step down. There's a double standard. In today's paper, Stuart Green, who's a professor at Rutgers Law, said, for communities, the schools are sort of like their heart. You put a dagger in the heart, Mrs. Dean.
Thank you.
Erica Boylan.
Erica Boylan, 27 Edie Drive. I actually wanted to know a few things. First, the heat at Dugan. I know that there's, I don't want to use the term loosely, but a big Band-Aid on it. So we're approaching warm weather with a little rough patch up ahead. Want to know what's going to, my kids are still going to be there next year. So I guess what the story is and what's going to go on with the heat. Also, I have read stories about children with the park and refusing that have had bad experiences. I can only speak for my children, and, you know, I'm against it personally, but Mr. Hendrickson has made it wonderful for my children. He's not even here to hear me give him a boost. And
I'll tell him.
Thank you. And the other thing was I'm going to think about it in a second.
You could do it.
Oh, no, there is. A friend, so I did hear, what bothers me more is, than like refusing and a kid sitting on a stool is, a friend of mine has a daughter in the middle school, 520 middle. And I guess at the end of park, I don't know what the story is, the teachers have to bring the Chromebooks, manual, something to the office. Children were left in the classroom with a teacher. I don't know who the teacher is, but I guess she said, you know, somebody else is going to watch you guys. Kids started acting up because you can't watch two classes at once. Children ended up getting into trouble, having some sort of detention, and teacher wasn't able to figure out the story, didn't know what was going on, and more so than figuring out what we're, you know, going to do about a kid sitting on a stool, although that's important, is children shouldn't be left alone in the classroom because, you know, we're all going to act up. There needs to be proper coverage, whether it's a sub or something. So I think that definitely needs to be addressed if teachers are leaving, how to get coverage for that.
Thank you.
and Robertsville had excellent experiences with the park refusal as well. And Steve Schifrinson was my favorite vice principal in Marlboro Middle School, and I will have lunch with him every day because I'll miss him.
I stopped it when she left, and then she came back, so she got an extra. Still made
You snuck in.
That's it for the list.
All right, the list is done, but sure, anybody else in the public wishes to speak in any items is welcome to speak. Sure. Need name and address, dear. You can sign after.
Good evening, Dr. Hibbs and members of the Board of Education. The decision to speak again tonight was a very tough one for me. And again, as volunteers, I'd like to say thank you for your time and commitment to Marlboro and its children. But again this week, I'm not here to say thank you. I'm here to reiterate the seriousness of a post that Mrs. Dean liked. I'm only going to say the word raghead once tonight. It's too offensive to repeat. I will say only the RH word. The RH word is the equivalent of the offensive K word to describe a Jewish person, the S word to describe a person of Spanish origin, and the N word to describe an African American person. Please imagine how you would feel if Mrs. Dean accidentally liked the K word, the S word, or the N word on Facebook. This is not something that can be taken lightly, and certainly not when it's a person whose judgment we depend on in making the decisions with regards to our children.
Thank you. The gentleman that was coming up.
Good evening. Elliot Cohen, 5 Sussex Road.
Elliot.
Cohen, 5 Sussex
And then
Road.
you'll have to sign in, please.
Sure. 2 questions I had, and one was regarding to the proposal for the bond referendum on the kindergarten, full day, and a variety of other projects. Is it possible to get numbers just for the full day portion of the bond referendum, including long-term costs and interest and faculty and things like that? I'm all in favor of the full day kindergarten program. I think there might be other avenues we could pursue, perhaps maybe a public-private relationship with many of the institutions that are around here that run full day kindergarten programs, maybe a long-term cost-effective way, considering that we have declining enrollment, and to do a major construction project when in the future enrollment is expected to decline, we could then be forced with a situation like Holt's Neck is having with the potential of closing a school possibly in the near future, and we don't want to waste taxpayer dollars that way. My second question was, I mentioned it back in October and emailed the board regarding summer enrichment programs that we could possibly offer our students here in Marlboro. I know Homedale Township and Manalapan also offers similar programs like this, tuition-based. I think it would be, as I mentioned back in October, I think it would be a great thing to offer this community. It'll also give our students an opportunity to learn more over the summer instead of having to find other private places to look for enrichment. Thank you.
Okay, I have to apologize because I missed somebody. I crossed them off and don't even realize, and it's a former principal here. So, Mr. Shutman, Dr. Shutman, I am so sorry. I don't know how I missed you. You know what? It's old age.
First of all, I do want to acknowledge my respect for everyone who has spoken tonight and the importance of public discourse, and my deep respect for everyone. Along those lines, I would like to show my respect for Mr. Stephen Schifrinson. I have an easy story to tell. I read on the board agenda that who we know as Steve Schifrinson is retiring after 38 years of service as an administrator with the school district. It is my honor to speak about Steve. Steve first was a vice principal at Marlboro Middle School, then became principal at Robertsville Elementary School when Dugan opened, then served as interim principal at Marlboro Middle in the late 90s, and then returned to Robertsville. These 38 years were preceded with Steve's early teaching years with the New York City Public Schools, having earned his graduate and undergraduate degrees from New York University, and for a short time, Steve attended rabbinic school. I have known Steve for over 20 years, first meeting him at the first round of interviews for principal. At that time, there were three rounds of interviews and a site visit before a principal was selected, part of the rigorous, diligent, and ethical process that Dr. Gassler set in place. Steve, with his administrative longevity, has been and is the school district historian. It makes sense given his vast knowledge of history with a particular interest in the Civil War. Steve has become the principal of some grandchildren of students he was principal, an avuncular and honored presence and happy memory. Steve spent a short time in rabbinic studies. The root word minister is in administration. In many ways, Steve's brought and brings a clergy-like presence, and I would say a spiritual aura to his work. He recently told me how much he loved his work and shared some of his regrets about retiring. Talk to any of the administrators he has worked with for over 38 years, the teachers, board members, students, parents, and children, literally in the tens of thousands or more who have known him. Through Steve's gift of improvisatory humor, he has been able to find common bond with so many as an active and reflective listener, highly respectful to all he has served and led, and persistent in finding any way he could be of help so a teacher would be more reflective and improve instructionally, a parent less anxious, a parent of a child with special needs respected and understood, a student happier and more effective, a fellow administrator less confused, and a superior more capable. This is no small accomplishment. The amount of focus, attention, consideration, and dedication that Steve would give to others can be exhausting to many, but from Steve it seemed to come from a bottomless well of kindness and willingness to help. Some of you may know, based on a parent nomination, Steve was named New Jersey Elementary School Principal of the Year in the early 2000s in New Jersey Magazine. Think about some of the specifics these 38 years have meant. For me, there was no mentoring program for principals when I started. Without pay or expectation, Steve was my mentor. Steve has been mentor for countless other principals and a sounding board for 3 directors of special services, 3 directors of curriculum, 3 school business administrators that I know of, countless supervisors and vice principals and court superintendents.
Okay, to 3 minutes, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. No.
Yeah.
You can come back in the second public vote. Once you bend it for one, you got to bend it for everybody.
I'm sorry.
Mr.
Shipperton
deserves better.
That's my attorney says. Mark.
We have another public participation. We have another public. Once we bend it for one, we've got to be consistent, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next person.
Can you? Sure. I see name address, that's all.
Robin Wolf, 101 Cannonade Drive. This is from Mr. Shupman. Think about some of the specifics these 38 years have meant. For me, there was no mentoring program for principals when I started. Without pay or expectation, Steve was my mentor. Steve has been mentor for countless other principals and a sounding board for 3 directors of special services, 3 directors of curriculum, 3 school business administrators that I know of, countless supervisors and vice principals, and 4 superintendents. Steve modestly was the go-to administrator. His gift at scheduling has saved this district in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years. This includes how world languages were scheduled, how we went to a 6-day special schedule, how specials were restructured for that schedule, and how special education services and regular education services were coordinated in each school when we extended time for language arts literacy and mathematics. Although Steve had definitive beliefs about instructional grouping, he was open to different views and through his scheduling abilities made these changes possible for all the elementary schools. Steve was a lifelong learner and voracious reader that helped him relate to people of various backgrounds and cultures. My last year when Dr. Adams, his recruitment firm, and the board were having difficulty finding a replacement for Dr. Abbott, I wrote to Dr. Adams and suggested the board consider appointing Steve as an interim superintendent. After all, Steve had the institutional knowledge, the reflective listening skills, and ability to mediate divergent views towards compromise while being able to advise the board how to act in its best interest in the service to this community. And through all his years of service, Steve has been a devoted father, a dedicated husband, and a treasure of a friend to me, and I am sure countless others. It is just who Steve is. In retirement, I wish Steve all the fulfillment and happiness he has earned and deserves. Recently, we talked about taking the GREs together. Perhaps Steve will earn a doctorate in history Or he has spoken about being a docent at the Museum of Natural History, or maybe the logical extension of his deep wisdom, practical knowledge, and long-standing history with the district serve as a member of this Board of Education. I'm sure you share in my sentiments. We are always grateful for Mr. Steve Schifrinson's unparalleled and exemplary service to the Marlborough Public Schools and this community. And I just want to say one thing. In the refusals, Dugan has been handling it amazing. Thank you, Dr. Hibbs. It has been amazing. My kid had no problem, and it was great. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
Robin?
Just give me the next name on the list before.
She's going to get it.
Okay.
Rowan El Reyes? Did I say that right? Rowan? Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Rowan Arias. The situation that Ms. Victoria Dean has put herself in is without a doubt unacceptable. Her constant empty apologies has done nothing to soothe the Muslim community in Marlborough. Ms. Victoria Dean has exposed her true mindset of what she thinks of us ragheads. And no matter how many forgive and forgets the Board of Education hands to her, one cannot get rid of her mindset. Her mentality, and terminating her chair is like the only way that we can, we can handle this situation. As a student of Marlborough High School, I don't feel safe having somebody who thinks of me in this way on the Board of Education. How am I supposed to be able to go to school every day? And how am I supposed to think of my brother and my younger sisters and even my older sisters, having a person like this in our community thinking this way? It's not right. It's unfair to have somebody who thinks this way on the Board of Education. How do I know that they won't discriminate me because I wear the hijab, because it was my choice? How am I supposed to know that they're not going to do something against us Muslims because we're Muslim? It doesn't make sense. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
Lanio Alfar? Okay, so how bad did I mess that name up?
Lamia Alfar.
Oh, not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I've seen worse.
Thanks.
I'd like to echo some of the sentiments of my colleagues and community members. I, too, am a Muslim American. I do not live in Marlborough. I live in Middletown, but I would like to share some comments. I'd like to address a comment that somebody made that, one like on Facebook shouldn't really disqualify Ms. Dean from membership on the board. But this is not one comment from a private citizen. This is not one comment by one person. This is a derogatory, derisive comment by a public official. And speech by public officials is to be taken in a different context than it is by private citizens. I'd like to bring your attention, particularly the board's attorney, to the board's bylaws relating to the use of electronic mail and the internet. Provision 4 states that members shall adhere to the district acceptable use policy and other policies related to the use of electronic communications or social networking in all email communications, and consistent with federal and state laws and regulations, policies and procedures, shall not post information, photographs, video recordings, audio recordings, or comments that are inappropriate, profane, harassing, or abusive. And I wonder if no action is taken against Ms. Dean. Does the board believe that these comments and the likes that Ms. Dean made on Facebook were actually appropriate, that they were not profane, that they were not abusive, that they were not harassing? If this is the board's position, I would like to hear that. In summary, I believe that public officials do have the right to express themselves as private citizens on social media sites, but there are limitations to their free speech. They shouldn't make or share or comment postings that include, that ridicule, malign, or disparage another race, religion, sex, gender, sexual orientation, or nationality. These are the codified rules of our great nation, and I think that Ms. Dean shouldn't be immune from that. So I ask you to take appropriate action and review your own board policy relating to email communications and social networking sites for board members, and make a determination and explain to us why you think that those actions should be exempt under these laws. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy Wolf.
Hello, Cindy Wolf, 4 Emerson Drive, Morganville. As you guys see, I am one of the last ones on the list. That's because I'm here listening to everybody's comments, and I thought to myself I really wasn't going to speak, especially after a few comments back about not complaining about sitting on stools. And then I thought to myself, you know, if I'm here listening to everything and I did come to show up tonight, I came up for a reason, and I did come to speak about our kids. I am one of the parents that refused park, and I am one of the parents of a child who's in Marlboro Memorial. I was told by Mr. Barone that our children would be sitting in a library comfortably, that they could be reading or doing homework, or and that they would not be treated any differently. They wouldn't be asked any questions, and there wouldn't be a punishment. That's not true. Our kids are now sitting on a stool. I'm sorry, I am going to speak about that. I would like to see any of you sit on a stool this big for 3 hours. That's punishment. That is punishment. Have anybody do that, it's punishment. So we chose, and I say we because I'm not the only parent, to bring our children into school late. Brought my son into school today, 10 o'clock, 20 cars lined up behind me. Now our kids are going to have unexcused tardy. Don't think that's fair. I think that needs to be excused. Something needs to be done. I understand there's no room for these kids because a lot more parents decided to refuse the park for various reasons, but you need to make accommodations for these children. That is corporal punishment. And then to have them sit there and not be able to even do homework, not to do anything but just sit there on a stool and read a book for 3 hours, no bathroom, no listening to music, no talking to anybody, just sit there, punishment. I'm sorry, and it's unacceptable. If nothing's changed by May, then we're going to have to do something. I'm sorry. And I believe I'm not just speaking for myself, but for a lot of other parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public who wishes to address the board on any item? Oh, we have no name? I'm sorry, she said last. I thought she was last on the list.
Ellen Zhu? Ellen Zhu? I'm sorry.
This is my third time speaking. My name is Ellen Xu. I'm at 412 Georgetown Drive, 07751. I want to start with the policy that the other lady just stated. I also Googled it today. I found under district policy about the inappropriate comments or harassment or harassive comments on the social media. So I also have same question. If the board allows this to happen or forgive this, or ask people to forgive that, then the policy is set as if there's no policy. Okay. The other thing I want to say is there are people saying it's just one lapse in judgment, one midnight careless like that Mrs. Dean did. I have to repeat that again. There's one more thing that she did intentionally, which is Pandora's box opened. That was an intentional post, as I mentioned last time. So this is not just one click, it's also a post. And in last meeting, she used that, she actually redirected the direction and saying that the reason she said that is because the Chinese New Year, which aggravate my feeling, which upsets me more. I'm no longer a bystander. I'm a Chinese heritage, or I'm Chinese American. And now you're saying allowing school or everyone to celebrate Chinese New Year is a Pandora's box opened. That is horrible. And I cannot imagine if my daughter goes to school and someone approach her saying, "You want to celebrate Chinese New Year?" It's like a Pandora's box opened, or evil's coming out. I don't know what I will think about this, because Chinese New Year is the most important holiday Chinese people have, that we celebrate every year. Our religion, our culture, and you describe that as your excuse, as a Pandora's box opened. I cannot really get over with that feeling. Last time I claimed myself as bystander, but today I cannot. So, and you said this is like a midnight or 11 o'clock misjudgment. I heard that people saying you guys have been sitting at this table countless hours until 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock many times. So I wonder, those judgments that you made around 11 o'clock, which is similar time frame where you clicked that, is whether that judgment was correct. Whether we should reevaluate those judgments, okay? And I want to say to every board members, when you think about what Mrs. Dean has done, and when you put your comments or your feedback, I want you to think that put aside your friendship, your common belief. Think about that she did that to every other minority groups. If you agree with that, that means like you are, you agree the same thing that she does. Okay, don't ask for forgiveness. We're not forgiving that, because just saying apology is not enough, like I said last time, okay? And even you said it's an opening can of worms, it's not the same. Just like I stab you and say apologize, and you say, oh, I'm sorry, I just meant to poke you, but instead I didn't know it's that hard. Okay, so it's not something that, every board member should rethink your comment. If we are going to make anything today, vote or motions or whatever that is, rethink whether you should ask for forgiveness because of the friendship, because of common belief, because whatever reasons you have. I don't have anything else to say. I just want to say that you guys should think based on your integrity, because you are elected officials. You present us. So your words are, what should be right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, boy. Lama Farr? Oh. Oh, boy. Susie Mitwally?
Hi, I'm Susie Mitwally. I live at 27 Harbor Road.
Put the mic down a little bit so we can hear you. Thank you.
Were you trying to say I'm short?
No.
You can take it out.
You're a tiny package, Susie.
Okay. I live in Morganville. I just want to try everything. I see that the children got emotional. I understand how some people are feeling that we're dragging this out, but you have to understand from our point of view that when there are rules and we live within the guidelines of rules that are set out and we have to follow them, we expect the same to be done in return. So when we know there are rules of behavior, and if it was one of us, the joke would be, and people have said it, the kids have said, they call them terrorists, they call them this. If our kids look at the adults and to see what their behavior is. Now, if you go home, any one of you, and discuss what went on, our kids pay attention to what we say. And if they turn around and they say, we let the adults get away with things that they make a mistake about, then why isn't it that we do the same thing when they're in school and they do something wrong and they still have to pay the consequences, even though it's something silly? In my opinion,
I have no ill will towards you. I know people joke, and I know maybe you were just goofing, and maybe you don't in your heart really feel like we're ragheads and you hate Arabs or Muslims or anybody else. But in your heart of hearts, if there are rules and you know that the kids look up to the adults for the rules, shouldn't we all behave in the same way? That's my only problem. So even you look at what goes on. If you had a kid in school and they did something that was incorrect, you can't say, all right, it was just one mistake, because otherwise you'll open up Pandora's box. You have to follow suit in all your behavior. You follow the rules of the time. There are a lot of things that we just have to follow, and this is just one of them. It has nothing to do with you if, in fact, you wanted to apologize, but it's in principle. There's protocol, and we have to follow them. And that's what everybody's issue is.
Thank you.
That's it.
Anyone else in the public wish to address the board? You do it after.
Let me do it now.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm hoping that a lot of this,
Name, address. Sorry.
I forgot.
Okay.
Okay. Amy First Tolan, 7 Jefferson Road. It's not about dragging this out. I've been coming here for 7 months, as you all know, and I've been trying to fight for the children's education, making it better. This is the only forum that I can come to discuss it. I feel like I can no longer do that. I attended the last board meeting. I asked Dr. Hibbs several questions. They weren't answered. I do have questions to ask today. I'm not going to ask them. I feel like this is being trumped, and for very valid reasons. If people have issues that they need to get out, they will. I still need to try to do what I can do. However, I know I can't fight Park in the Common Core here at the local level. I also know that Vicki Dean, nothing can happen to her in this venue either. You cannot ask her to step down. You have no power over that at this level. You have no power against getting Park out, which is why I sat for 4 hours and listened to Governor Christie today at Town Hall. So this is a venue where people can come. I just don't see the validity in, first of all, kicking her down anymore. Is it going to be week after week after week? She's a board member. She's the only board member who helped us get to where we are today. And I just cannot stress enough that to ask her to step down would just be such a huge detriment to our children's education and their well-being. Education is so important right now in the country, and everybody is judging Mrs. Dean and not trusting her in making good decisions for her children. But you can ask everyone who has been coming here for 7 months and has been working with this board, and you all know this, is that she fought for us and she got the changes done for us. There are other board members that didn't do anything, and there are other board members who really crossed the line, this line, and came up to me as a parent fighting for the education, saying derogatory, vulgar comments about each and every one of you sitting at the board. That is not appropriate. I am so happy that you are here today. It is not okay to get up from the dais while we're trying to do the work that we want to do, which is hard work. Dr. Hibbs, really? We worked really hard with you for 7 months. That's why we got to where we are. Kids are having some issues with stools, and we can talk about it, sitting on stools. We can work that out, but I don't feel like I can come here anymore and talk about education. I came last week. You didn't answer any of my questions. I have issues with pacing guides. You didn't address it because people want to come and bash her and do everything that they can to bash the one person who is helping us based on the one thing that she did. What about the past 7 months, what she did? There are results. That's why our children are where they are now. That's why most of the refused kids do have a good situation now. It's because of Dr. Hibbs. It's because of Vicki Dean, Mr. Lolansky. It is. It's because of that. So coming now to bash her as a mother, as a board member, as somebody making decisions for our children, she cares for our children enough to go right to that fine line, not cross over as a board member, but she does. She is a mother. She understands it. She helped us. So I will continue to go to the State Board of Ed. I will go to talk to Christy. I will go to the Ed everywhere. I will talk to the Commissioner of Education, Hesby. I don't come here to do that because I can't do anything about that here, and neither can you. You can't take Park away. I'm not going to fight you on it. But you also can't ask for her resignation. None of you can. You can make a motion, you can make 2 motions, but, Mr. Attorney, my eyes are bad.
It's okay.
Can they ask for her resignation? I don't believe so. At the end of the session. I'm not, I want to get the question out.
Okay, sure.
Okay? I don't believe that that can be done. You know better. So second the motion, third the motion, let's get this out, let's do it week after week, but we're not doing anything to help our children by doing this. I am very sorry. I want to fight for my child. I don't feel like I can come here as that forum anymore. So forget this, which is really important, and my son's education, and everybody else's. I can't fight for it. I will fight for her. And I will fight to hopefully, let's resolve this somehow. This is not the forum to do this to her. And that's all I'm going to say.
No, we can't have,
I respect everybody here.
need name and address.
Mishka Reyes, 99 Gordon's Corner Road, 07746. In response to what you were saying, you're saying that you're coming here to fight for your children. Well, there are Muslim children in this community, and this affects the Muslim children in this community. I'm 19 years old. I have younger siblings. I don't want my siblings going to school somewhere where somebody that's on the board likes something like that on Facebook. I don't care what time it is at night or what your intentions were. I understand that you apologize, and I'm not saying that you're a bad person or that your apology wasn't sincere, but you're volunteering. It's not like we're putting you out of a job. You're volunteering, and you're here to help the kids. And the Muslim community thinks it would help our kids in this community if you step down. We're not trying to tell you that you're a bad person. She keeps on saying that we're coming here and bashing you. No one's bashing you. We're just asking you nicely to please step down because this does affect us. I have a sister when she was in middle school, she was bullied and called a terrorist because she started to wear the scarf, which you liked on Facebook calling it a raghead. That's not appropriate, and that's disrespectful towards us. No one's saying that you're a bad person. I understand that you apologized, but I don't want my little sisters going to school somewhere where someone like you would be in charge of what goes on in school. That's not going to show any action being taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sit on the list.
Anyone else in the public wish to address the board on any item? Name and address, sir.
Hello, Jordan Podos, 16 Heron Drive, Marlboro.
I'm sorry?
Jordan Podos.
Okay, got it.
You can take the mic out if you like, it's easier.
I just want to address the board as a parent from my son goes to the Abbott Early Learning Center, and I was rather disappointed about how the bomb threat was handled earlier today. My son goes to the AM session, and he is regularly picked up by bus at around 9:15 in the morning. It came to my attention that the bomb threat was reported at 10 after 8. Unbeknownst to me, I put my son on the bus, only to get an email about 20 minutes later that there's been a bomb threat and he was bused to the Marlboro Middle School. So I just feel like the decision, there should be complete transparency always to the parents of the children. Safety is certainly the #1 concern, certainly education as well, but safety is paramount. And it should be our decision if we're going to be sending a child to school with a known bomb threat or to another disclosed location. Clearly, there was more than enough ample time to give the parents notice of the situation. Furthermore, when I went to the middle school to pick up my son, I was told that he was not going to be released until a specified time when his AM session would traditionally end. However, I was also told while he was spending his 2.5 to 3 hours at school, all they simply did today was watch 2 movies, which certainly is not educational by any means. I feel he would be better served by either being with myself or in his afternoon daycare, being that I'm a working parent, he goes to school after the AM session as well. So I would just ask, lastly, there really was not a resolution to the situation. We were told that the school itself is, bomb-free, thank God. However, we were not told if the person who called in the threat was apprehended, if there is any additional security going to be added because of this. And these are all concerns that both my wife and I and other parents have in terms of sending our son to the school again tomorrow or in the future. So I would just always ask for complete transparency and to leave the decision in the hands of the parents as to if and when their child should go to school and if and when their child should be leaving that said school.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the public wish to address the board? All right, seeing none, we'll begin responding. I'll ask Mark Zidmer first to respond to number one, and I've been asked this before, and I know I've asked you before. Sure. What, if any, action can the board, what is the board's legal rights in this matter of the Facebook postings with Victoria? What action can we take? What action, I asked the attorney to explain what legal action the board can take, whether it be reprimand, whether it be action against Victoria, if the board so chose. So let's start with that one.
The Board of Education, as somebody in the audience correctly pointed out earlier, does not have the legal authority to remove one of its own members. Only the School Ethics Commission could take action to remove a board member, or the Commissioner of Education, or the courts. So the board, as a body, does not have the authority to remove one of its members. The board does not have authority to censure or even reprimand one of its members for violating the School Ethics Act or the Code of Ethics, which applies to board members. I think the lady one of the last women who spoke last, asked if the board could ask a board member to step down. The answer is yes. The board could certainly ask a board member to step down from his or her position, but they couldn't force that decision to happen.
He also asked policies.
Yeah, I will look at the electronic communications policy. Somebody asked about that earlier. I'd have to look at it to see whether it applies to board members and what, if anything, the Board of Education could do about that. I will certainly look at it, Mr. Lolonsky, and report back to you and the board.
We can't? Okay.
I can get it on the website. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. What about the falsified? We can't. We'll just take.
We're going to take. Did we have somebody scribe down what the questions
we have an order
in terms of responding? Or?
I do.
Okay.
I can hear them. So the ones that I can talk to.
All board members bring the mics forward so we can all hear you. Yeah, can you bring the mics forward so the public can hear?
Sure.
You want me to go through my list? It's my turn, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to start with the last one in Jordan. I'm going to explain to you how our day works, or how it worked today. So really, at about 8 o'clock, I was notified that there was something that occurred at Abbott. Right after that, we had to dig into what it was. It was a phone message that was garbled. We thought that we heard the word bomb threat there, but we utilized the services of our great Marlboro Police Department, and they came over. As soon as that happened, at about around 8:25, the decision was made to reroute the children from Abbott. I want to be very clear that my first responsibility is to making sure the children that are in my care, your children, are safe and secure. That's it. End of discussion. So at 8:10 or 8:15, and I don't mean this the wrong way, but it's not my first responsibility to get to you. My first responsibility is to make sure that every kid that I watch, and I take that with the utmost care and respect, is safe and secure. So in that moment, we then took all the kids and we had to reroute to a separate location, which was Middle. In that, we had all the buses. It's a whole different route. In that time frame, I talked to my board president. I talked to our head of security. I talked to my BA. I talked to my secretary and all the people that made this in motion. And we really got the kids in. Once I accounted for every child, I then checked back in with the plan, and the plan was to have the sheriff's department and the state police come in and do a sweep, because to me, once that the decision was made, I wasn't going to put any children back at Abbott without having the bomb dogs come in, because I do take my job seriously. So bomb dogs took the front and the perimeter, and they also went through every area at Abbott. When I had information at about 9:25 that was accurate and every kid was accounted for, then I have to sit down and I have to do the message. And I don't want the message coming from anybody else but me, because I take my job seriously. So I sat down then with the group, and we drafted an email and a school messenger that went. After that, I received notification that the bomb dogs had it clean. I then made the call to not move anybody out of middle, because at the end of the day, I couldn't have every parent that wanted to come get children. And I respect you, and I'm a parent of 3, but sometimes I have to make a decision as a superintendent, which is in the best interest of all of my kids and my staff members, which was the kids had to finish their hours at middle, and we decided to dismiss from middle. There were other components, i.e. KCP kids and our preschool that we had to make arrangements for. But I just want you to know that I couldn't have sent that email at 8:10. It wasn't even physically possible. I needed to figure out all the facts. I needed to make an informed plan. And I will apologize and say I understand how you feel as a parent. I totally get it. And I would have felt the same way. But I hope that you respect that at the end of the day, I made an informed decision, and I made that knowing that I wanted to keep all of our kids safe. Thank you. Where are we? Right now, the matter is in investigation with the Marlborough Police Department. I do know that there was some issues at play at town where there's people doing some very bad things. We're not sure if this is tied into that or not. There was an issue of swatting that happened just the other day. If you know what swatting is, they essentially, someone, usually through a phone relay, will call in that something really bad has happened at a house, and then what happens is that police, they go en masse, and they end up going to a house that really there's nothing going on, and it causes a mild form of hysteria. It's an awful thing. You can Google swatting. There are some things that are happening in town. We don't know if this is it. If I have information, I will be happy to disseminate it, but I didn't disseminate anything else because I don't have anything else to share at the moment. And today, just so everyone knows, I did 3 blasts, 1 to Abbott, explaining what was going on, a second to clarify, and then I sent 1 to everybody explaining what had happened today and what plan was. And then after every situation, as a leader, I sit down with my team and we debrief. And really, I got to be honest, I don't think I could have done this, and it's not me, it's really the staff of Abbott who were incredible. Mr. Perno was incredible. The staff at Middle was incredible. All of our administrators, everybody from top to bottom, they really did a great job in protecting our kids. And I think it's a nice testimony to this board because you have placed a huge priority on safety and security, which was executed, I think, almost flawlessly today. So kudos to you. I don't,
Shout out to Chartwell's too.
Absolutely. Vinny gave him milk, and they all went to the bathroom. I was there from really start to finish. They really thought it was a field trip, and that's really what we disseminated, a field trip to Middle. So I will say that you were right. They did watch a movie, but we put them in the auditorium. That was my call, only because it was a very contained environment. We had seats, and they hung out with Minions and Despicable Me for the morning. I'm not going to tell you that is my idea of a great education in Marlborough, but I will tell you that sometimes you need to punt. And today we punted, and we punted well. So. Other questions that were asked that I can answer right now. Bonnie asked about the number of refusals. The number of refusals currently is approximately 361, which represents approximately about 9% of our tested children. As far as stools go, this really only got to me here, so I'm guessing that the stools we're talking about are in the cafeteria. Look, no kid is denied going to the bathroom, and the simple fact of the matter is this: I don't know what was promised or not promised about where kids were going to be in this school. Every room in Memorial and Middle is essentially utilized for testing. So it's not all going to be the library. Every kid had a seat. We were not punitive, because I don't think that punitive is asking a child to read a book. I mean, are they allowed to stand up and surf the internet and listen to the iPhones? No, they're not allowed to do that. But I don't think that reading a book is in anywhere near punitive. So I don't agree with that. I also want to clarify something else that was said last week as well. Last week it was said that we spent $1.5 million of tech to prepare for Park. I got to tell you, I take exception to that, and I'm not going to speak for the board, but we spent $1.5 million in putting technology into place for our children. That would be Chromebooks and tablets and iPads, and they are only used for the smallest amount for park preparation. They're utilized by our incredible teachers every day to really deepen the learning process, and that was evidenced by anyone who sat here today and saw our kindergartners solving logic problems. So it's, our job is not to prepare for park. But our job is to make sure they understand the operational components. Our job is to teach the Common Core state standards, which we're going to do until they put the next standards on the books. And that's just what we do. Those were the refusals. As far as the rooms go, they do change. Over the weekend, the weekend before park testing for middles, we really had an extra 40 kids come in with refusals. That would be either a refusal with a letter from a parent, or it would be a child in the moment really saying, I'm not going to take the test. And we kind of need to make sure in the moment that we're putting kids in the right spots. We can't put 50 kids in a room designed for 20, so there had to be some shuffling around. But every kid was treated with respect. And that was my order from the outskirts, and I stand by that. I spoke about the stools, and that was really, I'm guessing, Memorial's cafeteria, but there's nothing I could really do about that. I can make sure that they can certainly stand and stretch, but we had every room taken. And I think, heat? Heated Dugan?
Sure. Heated Dugan and the teacher with the gentleman.
Heated Dugan. Sorry, Erica. Heated Dugan right now is working fine. We are going to have a full system analysis so that there's going to be no issues with it next year. Okay? We don't foresee any issues, even with the cold going down to 30 degrees tonight. Right, Sin?
Right.
So we should be ready to rock. To Mr. Atanasio in the back, you asked the board the question about respect. I dealt all the way through this one, and I think that I gave Mr. Atanasio my honest response, which was, at the end of the day, I think that the situation is best to move on, and I think that we did respect him. And I think that Mr. Zimmer is asking that if you want to have a private board hearing, you certainly can request one. Correct, sir?
If that's his prerogative, if he feels that he's exhausted the chain of command up through your level.
Yes.
Sorry.
Well then, yes, because in the end. I can't go back and forth. Can't go back and forth.
Yeah, why don't you make an appointment, or after the meeting, come up, if you have his contact information.
Yeah, I have it.
Dr. Hibbs will relay that to the board president. We can be in touch with you in terms of next steps. Thank you.
Okay.
It's not from. Yeah, not from me. I don't have anything to do with that. Was there anything else I missed? What else?
Can Mark Zimmer address Mr. Pollock's comments?
Yeah, in terms of Mr. Pollock's questions about the letter and the board investigating and so forth, the only thing I would say to Mr. Pollock is that if you feel that some letter was submitted fraudulently, false, whatever the case may be, this board, as I mentioned earlier, really does not have the authority or power to do anything about it. I would suggest that you reach out to the agency that heard the matter, and I would bring it to their attention. That's all that I would suggest in this situation. Again, the board can't do anything about it. Thank you.
Yes.
There was a question asked by Mr. Cohen about bond referendum.
Oh, the bond referendum.
That's not one I can answer right at this moment. Asking about teacher salaries and it's not a question I can answer in the moment.
Let's clarify though. It's only for the kindergarten. There are no other items on the referendum. It's kindergarten only.
Yeah, I think.
We're not in a position yet to talk about it. We're going to start bringing that stuff forward. And once we get to that, we'll bring that stuff forward and we'll make it public. Once the board has made the decision that, yes, we're going with this and it's going to be in September, there'll be all kinds of information flowing out to the public about this whole project, the costs, et cetera. There'll be public meetings, et cetera.
And I think he also asked a question about summer enrichment.
Correct.
I think that he encouraged us to look at other towns. I have not done that. We had a busy day. I'm not saying that that's not a wonderful thing to do, but it's a great thing. Manalapan has a great program. I totally agree. We're not in a spot to develop that at the moment. be perfectly honest.
Mike.
Okay, yes.
Dr. Hibbs, we used to have that years ago. I'm sure Cindy has some information. We had enrichment programs during the summer.
We did.
I don't know if it was
No,
for
we
everything
didn't.
or
It
if
was
it was.
not a
Wait,
what was
raise your
it
hand.
Are you talking about?
It was called something, I can't remember.
The, it was a basic skills.
Basic skills enrichment program, correct?
Okay.
So.
Yeah, but it was a grant that provided that. We don't
Right.
have it anymore. The
I don't know
grant,
if
the
it's-
grant, it's Title I.
Title
and
I,
it's
so they're not
used
available
for-
anymore?
Yeah, Title I's used for something else now.
I think it's amazing. I just think that you have peanut butter over bread right now, and if I give you any more peanut butter, I'm not going to sleep at night. And it's not doable in the moment. Not that it's not incredible, because it will be amazing for our kids.
Do we have Edwin's questions?
I have them.
We're not done yet.
Michael.
Okay.
Michael.
Okay. Dr. Hibbs, take a look at my questions and me one.
I guess one of the questions the gentleman with the red shirt asked earlier, I'm sorry, I forget your name, was, I'm sorry? Thank you. What was the outcome of the last meeting? Mr. Lawonsky, I guess a motion was made, if I understand it, to
Motion was made in the last
ask
meeting.
Mrs. Dean to resign. That motion, as I understand it, did not ultimately get a second, and so that it did not pass on the floor, obviously, did not come up for a vote. If that's what you're referring to in terms of Ms. Dean, when you said the outcome of the last meeting, I presume that's what you're referring to? Okay. If somebody wants to bring that motion up tonight, they certainly would have that prerogative. I guess your question is, what's next? I guess that remains to be seen. We still have an agenda action item to get to this evening, so the board can do whatever it sees fit within the parameters of the law. And I guess your third question is, what will we do to resolve the matter? As I mentioned earlier, the board is limited in what it can do to resolve the matter in terms of censure and reprimand and removal and those sorts of things.
Okay. Did we miss a question?
Sir, we don't like to, we like to, sir.
You could,
Perhaps that was my mistake, because I stepped in and really didn't give the chance or the board president an opportunity to respond, so forgive me for that.
As Mr. Zimmer said, the board has no legal action. The board can't reprimand, the board can't censure. If I'm wrong, you can correct me. There is no action that we could take against Victoria. If the motion comes up again, you'll hear the board's action, because someone could second it and people can discuss it and vote on it. But remember, even if the motion is a motion asking Victoria to resign, it doesn't hold water. Victoria needs to make that decision on her own. Am I saying that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Gian?
Yes, I do have a question I needed to clarify.
Can I make a suggestion that we respond to all the public, unless we're done, we respond to all the public's questions first, and then we'll do the board questions, if that's okay?
Okay.
Let me jump in with Edwin's questions. There were a couple questions on. Can you hear me? On the policy, which I think it makes sense to answer those policy questions during the policy section, because I think they're up. Mr. Vaughn, are they for a first read? School volunteers, homework, and people suicide, or second read?
Suicide is second read.
Okay.
Homework and volunteers are first read.
Okay. So we can address any question that we have. We can address these questions as a part of that, which I think makes the most sense. Could we certainly look into master's degree instead of MA for supervisor of instructional technology? Mr. Vaughn, a master's degree really covers it. Yeah, I have. Yeah, I think that's fine. Is there transportation provided for away games? There absolutely are. School demographics, what are the predictions? I didn't bring the demography study with me. I think they were projected to go down slightly, right, over the next few years. Could the board explore the possibility of making the board meetings downloadable so they can watch, so people can watch when there's no connectivity? Now that's a board discussion, because that would probably require it to be, I'm guessing, probably on YouTube. Board discussion. It's a board discussion. Could we explore the possibility of providing Wi-Fi to the public in the boardroom? Also a board discussion. Who is responsible for maintaining the district school website? That would be my secretary. It says that my email address is not on there. Wow, that shocks me. I get a lot of email. But I will make sure that it is front and center. I got to be honest, I'm probably going to be scared. But I'll be happy to do that front and center, as I always try to be responsive to everybody.
And there was one more email that was wrong on Mr. Majori's.
One more what?
Turn the page.
Turn the page. It was about.
Dr. Gasworth.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's
Maybe
now a
he's
school
still
aide?
on there as a school aide. I don't know. We can look at it. No.
No. So that'll be a correction.
Yeah.
That'll-
Yeah. He's not a school aide. He didn't come back as a school aide.
Did we miss anything else, Cindy? Because there's a lot of questions tonight. I just want to make sure we
No,
didn't
I'm
miss
going
anything.
back and looking at them.
Master of Arts is limited. He's saying he wants master's degree. So he's saying that this is master's of law.
Oh, I see what he's saying.
It doesn't have to be master's of law. It can be a master's of science as well.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I think pretty much, I think you got them all.
Sure.
Answer my question, Mr. President.
Well,
Oh, abstaining, the abstention of 2 board members about Cheryl Metzger. I'm sorry, Mr. Rosenwald.
what was one question? Oh, you asked the question that why 2 people abstain.
Why did the 2 board members abstain from Cheryl Metzger's appointment?
I can't personally answer that, but if board members would like to respond, yeah, if they would like to respond, it's up to them.
It's up to the board members whether they want to respond or not. Question was whether why certain individuals abstained from the appointment of one of the staff members at the last meeting. Is that correct? 2 meetings ago?
Okay, anybody like to
Anybody
respond?
want
One related question.
You can't.
Hang on, we're doing
you
one
can
at a
check in
time,
public
please.
session.
I thought you could.
Okay.
Anybody? Okay.
Okay. We need to address the incident outside the gentleman spoke of, being
Sure.
harassed outside. We need
I
to
wrote that
address
down right here.
security
Security out
outside.
front. Yep.
Okay, we'll address
Sure.
that in the future. That's it?
Did we miss a question, sir?
Yes, you said that the Board of Education cannot do anything. You mentioned something about Commissioner of Education or something. How do public know about these things? We don't know.
Sure. The Department of Education, the New Jersey Department of Education, has a website with a lot of information about appeals to the commissioner, about ethics, and so forth. So I would suggest that you take a look at the New Jersey Department of Education's website. Got a lot of it.
This is a state issue.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll thank everybody for coming out tonight and speaking, no matter what side of the issue you're on. You know, this is what public session is all about. And again, I'll tell what I said the last meeting. The board does not condone those Facebook posts to be anywhere in the world, not on this country, any country, especially on the Board of Education. So no way, shape, or form do we condone or agree with those posts. So we're going to move on. Page 9, financial and business operations. I know we have one addendum. Do we have any any?
Yeah, we do.
You want to take a 5-minute recess? Take a 5-minute
Page
recess?
number.
While we clear
We're going to recess for 5 minutes.
Make a motion.
Thank you.
Make a motion to recess for 5 minutes, seconded by
Me.
Debbie.
Debbie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody against? Okay, 5 minutes.
You're good?
All right, folks. We're now back in session. Page 9, financial and business operations matters. There's page 9 to 16 is 18 resolutions plus an addendum, number 1. I have any other changes?
Yes. Page 11, number 7,
Yeah.
take out the word superintendent and put in board president.
Say that again, Cindy, what page? Number
11.
Page 11, number 7, second line, take out superintendent and put in board president.
That's it?
That's it.
All right, Debbie. I mean, Dara, am I reading, please?
Wait,
Oh, sorry.
Where's the addendum? Was the addendum handed out?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you need a copy?
Yeah. There might be.
Everybody have it now?
Yeah.
No? You can, I'll work with.
Okay, thank you, John. Dara.
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, transfers. 2, listed bills. 3, secretary monthly reconciliation reports. 4, travel. 5, harassment, intimidation, bullying report. 6, state contract purchase. 7, approval of agreement. 8, change order number 1, Earl Asphalt Company. 9, change order number 1, bid package number 1, Breaker Electric Incorporated. 10, change order number 1, bid package number 2, Breaker Electric Inc. 11, change order number 1, bid package number 1, Mastercraft Iron Inc. 12, change order number 1, bid package number 1, Chappelle Mechanical. 13, change order number 1, bid package number 1, Preferred Mechanical, Inc. 14, change order number 2, bid package number 1, Breaker Electric Incorporated. 15, change order number 1, bid package number 2, Preferred Mechanical Incorporated. 16, change order number 1, bid package number 2, Preferred Plumbing LLC. 17, change order number 2, bid package number 2, Breaker Electric. Number 18, state contract purchases. Hold on. Number 19, state contract purchase, lease of Toshiba copiers. I so move.
Thank you, Dara. Seconded by John. Discussion on financial and business?
Just a quick question. On one or two of these, you have for additional work at Robertsville on item number 8, and then like 17, you have an addition change order. Is that all run through construction, or was that all?
Yeah, and let me just explain it overall, okay? Number 8 was because there was a change order because of some of the grading that had to be done when at Robertsville. We had to do some, because we did the parking lots at Asher and Robertsville. And in conjunction with some of the vestibule work, there was some additional work that had to be done. We thought we were going to be able to cover it with their allowance work, but when they actually did the grading, and we had so much rain when they were doing the final paving, we couldn't cover under the allowance. So that was an additional amount that we had to cover with the paving work for resolution number 8 for the change order. Okay. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 is all money that's going between, I'm taking money from some of the contractors and giving it to other ones, specifically Breaker, so that it all balances out through it. The only one, Breaker in 9 and 10, is additional money for the security things that we had budgeted in our general budget. And if you look in our general fund budget, and if you look and see resolution number 1 in transfers, there's a transfer that is coming in to cover to pay for that transfer. So it covers it. But we've run them all through. We talked about it at the construction committee meeting.
That's actually, that's really my only question. Was it all run through the construction committee?
Yes, yes.
That's all I want to know, really. But thank you
Sorry, I
for
went too.
that detailed explanation.
Sure.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, Cindy, please call the roll.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Cow?
Yes.
Mrs. Lou Riddell?
Yes.
Mr. Marshall?
Yes.
Mrs. Matos?
Yes.
Mrs. Rosenwald?
Yes.
Mrs. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Dwyer?
Yes.
Mrs. Ennie?
Yes.
Mr. Lalansky?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, page 17, curriculum matters. We have one resolution. Debbie?
Curriculum matters. The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. Number 1, interscholastic athletic competitions, spring sports 2014-15 school year. I so move.
Thank you, Debbie. Any discussion on curriculum? Oh, second, I'm sorry. Second by Craig. Thank you.
I'm sorry?
Seconded by Craig.
Oh,
I
I'm
forgot.
sorry. Thank you.
Any discussion on curriculum? It's late. Okay. Cindy, please call the roll.
Mrs. Rosenwald?
Yes.
Mrs. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Dwyer?
Yes.
Mrs. Ennie?
Yes.
Mrs. Cow?
Yes.
Mrs. Lou Riddell?
Yes.
Mr. Marshall?
Yes.
Mrs. Matos?
Yes.
Mr. Lolinski?
Yes, bring us to page 18, Personnel Matters, 17 resolutions between 18 and 25. Do you have any changes before we read?
No.
Thank you. Victoria, please.
Personnel matters, the superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, retirements. 2, resignations. 3, employment, maintenance mechanic. 4, employment, additional teaching time. 5, employment, bus drivers. 6, stipend, mentor teacher. 7, stipend, longevity, instructional assistants. 8, curriculum, presenters for Power Program Parent Academy. 9, amended stipend, extracurricular activities advisor. 10, substitute teachers. 11, substitute instructional assistants. 12, substitute courier. 13, substitute practicum. 14, field observation. 15, paid medical disability leaves. 16, unpaid leave of absence. 17, amended resolution, leave dates. So moved.
Thank you, Victoria. Seconded by Craig. Any discussion on personnel? Bonnie?
Number 14 on page 23.
Yes.
All right, I just want to remind everybody that that's attached to policy number 9541, and during the reorganization meeting, everyone voted for the, everybody voted during the reorganization meeting to accept the policy manual, and at that time, no one challenged policy number 9541. No one abstained from that policy. So I just wanted to bring that up at this time. So,
okay. John?
Bonnie, could you just refresh my memory on 9541?
that governs that policy. So it has to do with interns, and it has to do with our field observations.
And whether or not they're fingerprinted and all that stuff?
Right.
You know.
So, and everybody accepted that policy
I understand.
at that time. Okay.
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 Anybody else? Debbie?
Question. Bonnie's bringing up a good point that everybody accepted the policy. Is that something legal, Mr. Zimmerman, that I should know that just because something is accepted, you're expected to be voting yes on everything at that point? Considering we just passed a budget that the majority has voted for, not unanimously, obviously, and you never agree on 100% of a budget.
I'm at a little bit of a loss because I haven't read the policy and I don't know how it applies to this particular resolution.
So, the long story short, the policy asks for background checks on these type of individuals when they come in our building. Bonnie, if I'm wrong, you can correct me. Certain board members,
Do not ask for background checks.
the policy.
Are you talking about
the policy
background
is not,
checks?
Correct.
For
The policy-
volunteers?
Yes.
No,
No, no.
field
No,
observation.
let me do the long and short. In that policy, field observation, people that come into our district are not asked for background checks. And certain board members are always abstaining from that particular position. And it just seems very disingenuous that they should have abstained from that policy at the time of during that time when the policy manual is accepted. They should have just abstained from that particular policy. Because it is every time we have this on the agenda, they abstain from it. And with checking with New Jersey School Boards Association, and I did check with them, and I had two different attorneys on the phone because they sometimes have differences of opinions. So I checked with two different
attorneys. Yep.
Yes, and I checked with two different attorneys down there. They both felt that the exact same thing, that because this is an ongoing issue, that it should have been abstained. If that person feels that strongly about it, they should have abstained from at that point. So I was just reminding that the people at hand that they really should have abstained from that policy.
Okay. So in answer to your question, I don't think how you voted on the policy necessarily dictates how you vote on every particular motion. You may have other reasons for supporting or not supporting a particular motion. I do like board members to be consistent in terms of why they vote for certain things, but I'm not speaking to this particular issue. Again, just because you voted one way or another doesn't compel you to vote the same way on a particular resolution. Again, there may be other facts and circumstances for each particular motion as to why you vote yes or no. I don't know if I answered your question.
You did answer my question. I asked it for a very specific reason because I don't want to spend the next 2.5 hours nitpicking and spending another 14 hours at home going back to YouTube videos to find out who voted and abstained and so forth and so forth. I'm not for that. I really want to do our business, and I do want to do it legally. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not nitpicking. This is a policy that goes back last year when, or however long ago that we worked on this policy, and it's continuous. It's continuous. It's not something that's being nitpicked. And I don't have to go back to a YouTube video because it's every time that we vote on it. And I just wanted to remind you that when we accepted it, you voted to accept the entire policy manual. So it was something that I just wanted to remind you that you accepted.
First of all, you're not speaking about me. And you're looking at me.
You is plural and singular. So you're the one that's challenging me, so it's not challenging.
Okay, I think everybody's made the points. Let's move on.
No, I'd like to speak. She's talking about me. I always abstain because these individuals, but I always say I'm abstaining from the process, never the person. I never have any discrimination against the people coming in. I welcome them. But I felt strongly that they're not background checked and they're in the building with our children. And everybody else is background checked, usually in some type of, capacity. I did bring this up. We tried to change it, and the motion didn't move. So until we can bring it up again and try to get the motion that it passes, that we can change this in a policy, I just abstain from the person. So maybe Mrs. Rosenwald is correct. I will take note for next year, Mrs. Rosenwald. I will make sure that I abstain from that particular thing, and I would appreciate it if you could remind me, because I will continue to abstain from the field observations. But I accepted all the policies on the reorg because I did. It was reorg. Do you accept all the policies? We reviewed them, and I accepted them. But it's me she's talking about, not Mrs. Matos. I abstain.
Sure. Then we want to move on.
I am the one who does the policies, and I'm the one who is the steward with Craig. So that it was just a reminder.
Okay.
And I didn't mention any names. And that's the only reason I brought it up.
Okay. Point taken. We'll move on.
Yeah. And a board member, just on the issue of policy, at any point, a board member can make a motion to amend a policy, delete a policy, so long as it's not state required, and so forth. So if there's something the boards as a whole or individual board members are not comfortable with, you can always make a motion to change a policy. They're not set in stone.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Further discussion? Debbie.
I just had a question on number 3. I know we had discussed maintenance. I just wanted to know if some certification that you were talking about, Cindy, regarding hiring with the certifications. This is what we...
Oh, yes.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on personnel? Okay. Cindy, would you please call the roll?
Mrs. Matos?
Yes.
Mrs. Rosenwald?
Yes.
Mr. Dwyer?
Yes.
Mrs. Ennie?
Yes.
Mrs. Cow?
Yes.
Mrs. Lou Rudell?
Yes.
Mr. Marshall?
Yes.
Mrs. Dean?
Yes to all, abstaining from 14.
And Mr. Lalonsky?
Yes. Sir, you have retirements tonight?
Yes. Ms. Walsh and I have retirement comments. Ms. Walsh is going to go first.
So I'll begin by reading Suzanne Brickell's and then Jenny's, and Craig is going to read 2 statements for Mr. Shifrinson. Suzanne Brickell. Suzanne Brickell joined Marlborough Township in 2001 as a teacher of world language in the elementary schools. In 2003, she joined the staff of Marlborough Memorial Middle School, where she continued to teach Spanish along with teaching her colleagues about politics. Susan is passionate about her subject, constantly supporting her students not only in academics but in every aspect of both school and home life. Her passion extended to her colleagues as well, where she pioneered grants and other programs to enhance the world language curriculum. When it came to her colleagues, she never thought twice about whipping up lunch, or whatever you asked during teacher lunches. As one of the original faculty in the building, she took on the challenge of advising and directing the school musical for 3 years, which truly brought her back to her roots of acting. She has always been, and will continue to be, a rock to her co-workers to share the good times and be the shoulder on which to lean. To say that Susan is looking forward to yet another phase of her life would be an understatement. Retirement with her husband Michael, son John, and 2 dogs, Strider and Malachi, will be a new adventure. Susan plans on cooking gourmet meals as well as traveling and pursuing her never-ending passion for acting and politics. The next is Jenny Smatushik. Jenny is the Special Services Secretary in this building, and we here have all worked with her for the better part of the past 15 years. So this is really, I'm touched that I could read her comments tonight. Mrs. Smatushik started in the district in 2001 as a secretary in the Special Services Department. She has remained in Special Services to this day. Mrs. Smatushik has done an excellent job in Special Services. Over the years, she has learned and has become an expert in the use of the 3 different IEP computer programs that the district has used. She is continually looked to by the child study teams when they are having difficulty with the IEP programs and need assistance. In addition, Mrs. Smatushik has become an expert in the areas of the special education code that relate to the special education process. With this knowledge, she helps keep the child study teams in compliance with such things as paperwork and timelines. Many times, the director and supervisor of special services seek advice from Mrs. Smatushik on issues related to the efficient administration of the special education process. The knowledge that Mrs. Smatushik has accumulated over the years will not easily be replaced. We wish Mrs. Smatushik a long and happy and healthy retirement. She will be missed.
I have 2 things to read about Mr. Schifrinson. The first was provided to me by our language arts supervisor and gifted and talented supervisor, Michael Bowman. He did tell me he tried to go easy on me to read this and tone down his vocabulary so I can pronounce everything. Michael writes, "Those who know the typical length of anything that I write will appreciate how difficult it is for me to put into brief remarks my feelings about the announced retirement of Steve Schifrinson. Mr. Schifrinson is one of those who will most appreciate this difficulty for me. For almost 2 decades, from my days as a substitute teacher until my recent move into administration, Steve Schifrinson and I have engaged in lengthy conversations filled with digressions which revealed not only the intricate workings of our individual minds, but also the mutual intellectual interests we shared. Moreover, the very length of our talks were indicative of the pleasure we took in these opportunities to share wisdom and wit. I will miss Steve Schifrinson not only for his encyclopedic knowledge and exceptional humor, but for the guidance and inspiration he provided to me. I will neither digress to explain the depth of our relationship nor continue at length here to extol his virtues, since Mr. Schifrinson himself would advise that I keep it brief and simple. So, in brief, Steve Schifrinson was my first principal, my last principal, and the best of principals. He was my valuable mentor, my trusted advisor, and my sincere friend. I regret his resignation as much as I might my own, but I take consolation in the belief that Steve Schifrinson's legacy will live on, that his influence will continue to contribute positively to the Marlborough Township Public School District, and that he will return to share with us his accomplishments in other realms. That is the long, meandering conversation that I now look forward to most. Now, in full disclosure, when I started writing something that I would share with you tonight, I had to take into account Steve's exceptional sense of humor. So I know I like to think he would appreciate some of the things that I wrote, and they are all in jest. 1977. Steve Carlton wins his second Cy Young Award, Rod Carew wins the AL MVP, and Eddie Murray is named Major League Baseball Rookie of the Year. Radio Shack officially begins creating the TRS-80 computer. Fleetwood Mac's Rumors dominates the radio airwaves, and the Love Boat keeps things exciting and new as it sets a course for adventure. Jay Leno makes his very first appearance on The Tonight Show, while Elvis performs his very last concert. At the movies, Star Wars thrills audiences with a tale from a galaxy far away. A postage stamp was 13 cents. Bread would set you back just a tad over a quarter, and gas averaged 65 cents per gallon. While these events, milestones, and facts from the year 1977 contribute to the rich and fascinating fabric of our history, they pale in comparison to what many would argue as the defining moment of the era. For it was in 1977, in a community just a stone's throw from the Big Apple, that Mr. Steve Schifrinson was hired to become the vice principal of Marlboro Middle School. While I can't claim to remember 1977 all that well, because I was only 3, people tell me that it was a time of amazing fashion, cool vans, and incredible man perms. One can only assume that Mr. Schifrinson no doubt embodied these 1977 descriptors upon his arrival to our district. Now, 38 years later, we honor Steve as the Board of Education regretfully accepts his announcement to retire. All joking aside, I do consider it an honor to provide a few words regarding Steve's incredible career. There are certainly others that know him better and could offer significantly more insight into the indelible imprint he's made on the lives of staff and students. In the months to come, I know these people will have their opportunity, and as they speak about Steve, I know you will all join me in gratitude, respect, and admiration for the voice of Marlboro. Like his recently retired former colleague, Mr. Camera, Mr. Schifrinson welcomed me to Marlboro with open arms and immediately started breaking my chops. I knew right then that I was going to like this place. In every visit I've made to Robertsville, the school where he has served as principal for some 28 years, Steve welcomed me and took time out of his day to talk, show off his school, or do whatever else was needed to ensure I felt a part of the Robertsville community. In my time with the district, I have leaned on Steve for countless Marlboro history lessons. His 38 years with the district, time and again, proved invaluable to me. Beyond being a source of information and experience, Steve has never failed to help me take the edge off a stressful situation with his quick wit and legendary sense of humor. To say that Steve will be missed is an understatement. You may see me at A&P looking for his picture on the back of milk cartons. Don't be alarmed. Buried in the depths of Steve's personnel file was a letter of recommendation from Martin Roberts, his then principal at Lorraine Hansberry Intermediate School, 167 in Brooklyn, or as Steve would call it, the Bronx. In his recommendation, Mr. Roberts identified Steve as a hard-working, intelligent young man with a bright future. I'd say Mr. Roberts was pretty accurate with that statement. On behalf of my colleagues across the district, I thank Mr. Schifrinson for his commitment and dedication to Marlboro and wish him all the best for an amazing and well-deserved retirement.
I got to stand for that one. 38 years in a TRS-80. And the sad part is I remember the TRS-80. It was one of the first computers I programmed when I started programming. That's sad. But
you don't remember the vans?
By the way, this was this way.
It was, yeah, absolutely. I don't think I can say it any better than Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Schifrinson is so well versed in what's happened in Marlboro. If there was ever a question in my almost 2 years here, Steve was the first person I'd go to and say, hey, we were looking at Spanish, or what's a possible schedule? He remembered everything. Plus his incredible sense of humor will never be forgotten. And nor is the number of children that he had an effect on, in almost 40 years of service. That's just staggering and amazing. And he will be missed, absolutely.
You'll never meet a more dedicated educator than Steve Schifferson, and as Dr. Hibbs alluded to, you also never walk away from him without a smile on your face.
No,
Always had a smile on your
made
face.
you feel good.
Always made you feel well. On behalf of the Board of Education, we wish all our retirees a happy and healthy retirement, and we thank them for their combined, my number I wrote down, 68 years of dedication to the students and the community of Marlborough. So that's on behalf of the whole board. Very good. Okay, page 26, Policy Development and Community Relations Matters. Bonnie, please.
Policy Development and Community Relations Matters, the Superintendent of Schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, amended school year calendar, 2014-15 school year. 2, amended resolution approval of the 2015-16 school year calendar. 3, approval job descriptions. Trying to turn the page. 4, second readings, policy 5350, regulation 5350. I so move.
Thank you, Bonnie. Seconded by Victoria. Discussion on policy development, community relations. Debbie, you have a hand up? Oh,
Go ahead.
Go ahead. John.
Question on number 1. So we lost 2 days, 2.5 days due to the snow, and then we make up 4 days.
You lost 4 days, yeah. Three
So-
of which were billable.
Yeah, I see we make up a half day on the June 22nd. Are we going to make up other lost day? Yeah,
No, we're not going to. No.
we're not, but we still meet a minimum requirement day.
Yes.
Okay.
We always build. You're welcome. We always build in 3 days into our calendar. That fourth day, just so everyone understands, really, in how we've done it in the past, when Passover does not coincide with spring break, we were supposed to really go and take the Friday of spring break. Coverage issues it's going to make it extremely difficult. Coupled with the fact that it's the first two and last two of Passover. That's that Friday before the end of Passover. Those 2 reasons, yes. But you only need to make up. You don't need to make up a half day counts as a day. So we're going to make up a half day at the end of the year on the 22nd.
Yeah. Okay, acceptable. Greg?
Number 2, for the Friday, April 22nd of 2016.
Yeah.
I read the notes, and I just want to have a clear understanding. From what I remember, Dari may need to help me with this. The Passover Seder, the first Seder, is that Friday night. So I think we need to make a distinction here that this really should not be considered observance of Passover, but from what I've read in the description here, that it's really a staffing issue, because the holiday doesn't start until sundown.
True.
So I just...
On the 22nd?
It's not true.
Of 2016.
So we'll listen to Derek.
I want
Want
to
to
make sure that
clarify?
my dates are
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, you want to clarify?
I had sent an email to Dr. Hibbs about that. If that would be considered an Erev day, which means it's the holiday starts at night, and if you're sending out an email and you're asking teachers about that day, I believe that you're going to run into a staffing issue the following Friday, which is an observance day, which is the 7th day. Well, that day is an observance day. That is a day where people who are observant are going to take off. And that is a day that I would send out a questionnaire to the teachers to find out in advance how many teachers are going to take off. Because if you don't have, that's where you need to have enough staff members to staff. I think you're going to have, you might have a problem with the 29th, not the 22nd, if you're going to run into a problem.
I think so. I think in the past, after our last discussion, I went back and asked lots of questions. In the past, the staff has never been given both days, as far back as I could physically dig. And when I talked to Mrs. Zegas, that was the day that she felt, as representing her members, would have been the important day. You're shaking your head. I'm only telling you what.
What I'm saying is, I think, from what I understand, when I had spoken to a teacher who teaches in the high school, and she had said that they get the, you're shaking your head at me, please. That
Yeah,
with
no,
all due
I know.
respect,
I know where you're going with
wait,
this,
with all
Deborah.
due respect, what she had told me, now I'm just saying what she had told me, I don't know the validity of it, is that they ask the teachers if they know in advance days they're going to be taking off, and if they have a huge staffing problem that they know of in advance.
Yeah.
So that might be something that I don't know if you should be asking
He did.
that one person, I think, that.
No, I also asked our building leadership as well.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say,
Yep,
like,
no,
I would send out
they
a
did it. They did a
thing.
deep dive they did a deep dive on the 22nd, and it was probably anywhere from 40 to 60, which we can't staff.
But if
I-
you put it out for that day, listen, you do what you want, but
Yeah,
I
Dara,
would
I'll
suggest
be
that
happy
it
to ask.
doesn't.
I don't think
it-
we've ever given off 2 days though here ever, and I think and Robin I thought spoke for our membership well, in that they didn't expect 2 days, but I'll be happy to do that.
We didn't never had a problem with that.
Wait.
About 2 days.
I
don't think
I'm not
Dara's asking for 2 days.
No.
I'm saying if you're gonna,
You're saying it shouldn't be the 22nd, it should be the
yes,
29th.
if you're gonna do one, that's why I'm saying, I would ask to see which one you're gonna have
Right.
more of a staffing
never had a
issue.
problem on
It's
the
just
second.
my opinion, I'm
Okay.
entitled to my opinion, and I had spoken, actually, like I said, a teacher from the high school told me that that's what they do when they make their
Okay.
schedules,
Yeah.
especially something like that.
Sure.
So,
No, absolutely.
just putting it out there.
Absolutely.
And
It's out there.
whatever you do is,
I did a deep dive with principals
No
who went to their individual teachers, and then I also did sit down with Robin and ask her about this, and I showed her, and she thought that it was great that you would even go back and consider a change of the calendar to honor our Jewish staff members.
Yeah, I've went through all the calendars going back to 2002. And having looked at all these calendars and speaking to a lot of our Jewish teachers who have contacted me after they watched that meeting, the problem was that it's Erev Passover, and even though the Seder starts at sundown, Passover actually starts for a lot of the more observant earlier in the day. And again, looking at all these, going back, we used to give Passover, we used to start midweek. So when you look in, let's say, March 2002, we started the spring break on a Wednesday. And that was very common going back. And we had two times going back 13 years where the holiday was broken. And we had given part-time, Easter and Passover. And it wasn't uncommon to end Passover on the 4th, 5th, or 6th day. So I don't see where, and it was only the very observant Jew, the very Orthodox Jewish person who took off, for the 7th and 8th day, because that is, and Michael, you had said you grew up kosher and more Orthodox, they do the Seder again on the 7th and 8th day. So most people don't do it unless you're very observant. I know I don't do it generally unless I'm going to somebody very Orthodox.
This is what, I think what all needs to be said, we all could argue about how we all celebrate each holiday. Dr. Hibbs went to the
Right,
staff
so I'm
and
agreeing
asked the
with
staff,
him.
right, he went to his staff and asked what their needs were, and that's what I feel we need to respond to, the needs of our staff, because we're all going to have a different way of
Well,
observing
I'm
everything.
agreeing with him.
Okay.
I'm agreeing with him. The other thing that I got from going through these calendars, because I actually got the calendars because I was not happy from our conversation over the calendars last time, before I got the green notes. And they did a little research, which I'm pretty good at. Out of the 15 years, 13 years that I went back, it was 13 years, 7 of the dates, Debbie just said that you should know, the Eastern Orthodox, or Easter, was covered by the holidays that we were given off. 6 of them were not. And they say it is Eastern Orthodox because it's more than just Greek Easter. Because in their research, I was very pleasantly surprised to learn that Greek Easter is under the umbrella of Eastern Orthodox. And it also is Coptic Easter. So, which also I was even more surprised to learn under Russian Orthodox is Japanese Easter is covered by that. There's Japanese Orthodox. So, I would like to know if, honoring Debbie, if maybe it's one Friday. Debbie is, always throwing in that we should, honor Eastern Orthodox.
I did.
She's never said that.
Oh, yes, she did,
All right,
actually.
let's not go back and forth.
Debbie actually did say it.
I'm not going to be accused that we're not going
Okay.
to go back and forth, Michael.
Debbie actually did say it. She said, why
Let's
aren't
clarify.
we
Let her respond then.
Let's clarify. When we spoke about other religions, races, and so forth, I said when I want my children home for our Good Friday, I would pull them out of school, which I have done sometimes and not done sometimes. Depends on our services. That's my clarification.
Correct?
Not quite.
Maybe I'm not clear. I celebrate Passover. Okay, the holiday starts Friday night. That year it will start Friday night, the 22nd. If we use the logic that it starts earlier because people either have to prepare for it or people want to travel to be with family, then we should probably look at never having school on Friday because the Sabbath is every Friday night, and we would be using the same logic for those people as well. What I'm saying here is I think it might be better if instead of saying that it's an observance of the Passover holiday, that we allude really more because it's a staffing issue.
That's what we've been saying, though.
But I just want to make it clear that it's not in celebration of the Passover holiday that we would be giving students off and teachers. It's because of a staffing issue. That's my suggestion. I don't know how to formally make that suggestion, but that's what I'm saying.
I don't think you have to. I think that when I did a deep dive on this, it's between 40 and 60 staff members that are going to be out. Why I'm presenting this to you for a change is because we can't staff it.
That's fine.
You're just suggesting on the formal document that goes out from the district that it not say because of
Correct. I
Passover.
don't want this to be noted as a Passover holiday day. That's
It's misleading, is your point.
It is Passover holiday.
No, no.
It is.
Michael, I have a couple questions.
Passover starts at 10 o'clock that
Can we go back to the agenda? Dr. Hibbs, I was actually very saddened to see that we didn't follow the procedure that we as a board, along with you, put into place last March. That April 10th, and students, teachers, everybody knew about this, staff. So April 10th was written on our calendar, just to clarify, is the next makeup day. So, and one thing at a time. We're adding a day onto if we accept this, we're adding a day onto the end of the school year, a half a day, where obviously more work can be done in April than on June 22nd. Most of the camps start June 22nd. These kids are gone. And I have to tell you, I don't know personally. My kids are home. But I know from everybody, June 21st night, they're usually gone. I know a lot of people has said that they have made their summer plans accordingly and according to the schedule, so they took this as written, which it was. I don't know about staffing, that's what you're talking about, so I just wanted to let you know that I will have to vote no for that, only because I just don't feel it's right for us to be changing it to the public as well. Also, question on number 2, since I'm here. Why can't we, instead of adding an extra day at the end of next year's calendar, because that's what we're doing, correct?
Yes.
I read that correctly?
Yes.
Instead of adding the extra day, is it possible to add I think it was April 29th. I think I wrote down April 29th, but I'm not sure. I don't have that calendar in front of me. Do you have next year's? Thank you. I have the wrong one. It was this one. Why can't we go back a day in the spring recess rather than adding a day in the heat at the end where it's a half day and they're probably not doing anything?
Are you saying take away Friday, April 1st now?
I hate not having my calendar.
Right here. The spring recess.
You're talking about 15, 16,
Yes,
right there?
15, 16. I just think adding a hot day at the end of the year versus taking away from somewhere else is maybe more effective to give that day to the kids somewhere else. Just my thought.
Sure. No, I'll address it. I'll go with the first one first. I think that both issues are coming from the same place, and it's really staffing. I won't argue with you that a day of instruction in April is better than a day of instruction in June, every day of the week and twice on Sundays. But when it comes to staffing, if I can't staff it, instruction halts anyway, and that's really why. I think it's better to not take the 10th off of spring break and to add it to the end. And I bounced that off some colleagues too about what they would do, and they agreed. Because I don't make decisions, in a vacuum. So I do think that is the best decision, not only because of student commitments, but really it's the staffing that's going to be the issue, and it's going to be too hard to staff. And what's going to happen is it's going to mean that we're not going to have enough staff to cover the kids.
So what percentage of children have to show up that last day of school for it to be considered a full day of school?
I don't know the
It used to be open.
Yeah, I don't. Is it?
What is it?
We declared a school day.
Yeah,
What?
it just.
We're open.
So you don't have a percentage that has to appear?
I don't know that it comes down.
I mean,
to a
coming down
percentage
a
that
day
you have to have
after
a 95%
graduation.
attendance rate for
the year.
QSTAC.
Not per day.
But really, what you're talking about is that for student absences, which I didn't look at as the priority at first because it's staffing, which is the security of kids. You're going to have students to be out if you take away the Friday spring break, and you're also going to have students be out if you add an extra day on. But when we looked into camps, two of the major camps that we looked into, they weren't starting until that following week. So they weren't starting that day. But, I mean, at the end of the day, both of these are coming from the exact same place, which is what Craig said, and it comes down to staffing. And I don't think that the right call is to take away the Friday of that break. I think the right call is to tack the extra day on in order to staff appropriately. That's really the lens that both of them come through. It's I want to make sure that I have enough teachers to supervise kids, and I don't want to have to, throw, I don't have to throw kids, essentially into an auditorium.
It was written in our calendar.
John? John had a question.
You've probably, this question's been asked and answered. I'm not a fan of half days. I've never been a fan of half days. I think half days are a complete waste of time for the kids. So, in effect, what we're doing is the 19th and the 22nd are going to be half days. And I assume we can't make a full day on the 19th because of graduation?
You're talking this year?
Yeah, could you combine 2 half days into one day and just say it's a full day of school and that?
Which day? Are you talking about this year or next year, John?
Let's talk about this year first.
Okay.
Because next year is just a horror show. Next year, there's half days all over the place. But
you're talking about April, or you're
I'm talking about June 19th, and we're adding a day to a half a day to the end of the year.
19 and the 5th.
And what? And you can't obviously combine those 2 half days, make it a day, because we got teachers going to graduation.
Yeah.
But what about the following year? You've got a graduation on the 21st, and then you're banging 22nd and 23rd, 2 half days. We can't find a way to, because those are going to be 2 nasty, ugly, do-nothing, hot days. And it's just,
So you have to take.
and again, I preface all this with, I don't like half days to begin with.
I understand. You have to take them from somewhere because the half day still counts as a day. So you would have to, if you don't like all the half days, then you'd have to take it from somewhere. So your options would be to take it.
No, because a half day is a full day.
Yeah.
Or counts as a day.
1 and 1.
You'd have to take it from one of the days that exist on that calendar.
Let Dr. Hibbs go.
Thank you. I got my answer.
Okay.
Not happy with it, but I got my answer.
Got 1 second.
Understood.
Dr. Hibbs, I have a couple questions. So when we put the
This year, next year.
this calendar for,
14, 15?
yes.
Yes.
When we okayed it last March,
Yep.
or April, and I'm quoting on the correct actual date, when we approved it last year,
Yep.
did you get any from Robin Zagas, the head of the union? Did she come at that time? Did you hear any kickback at that time that you're going to have a staffing problem, Dr. Hibbs?
On if we take
When
away.
we approved this calendar last year, that we were going to take April 10th, if
No.
we went into, did you get any kickback when it was approved? I think that's what, because it, like Debbie said, the teachers approved it, the kids saw it, the parents saw it. So I'm just wondering why they didn't come then and they're coming now.
No, they're not coming to net. They're not. That didn't come to me as a complaint from the staff.
No, I'm not saying it as a complaint, but you're saying now we're having a staffing problem because you've got between 40 and 60 that are not going to be here on that April 10th. And that's why you're going to add the day after, come back on a Monday.
So what happened was is that I was approached as a question on the 15-16 calendar, and then that's when I did a deep dive to figure out how many staff members I would have out on, I think it's the 22nd. I'm going back and forth like a ping pong match here on calendars. Next year's 15-16 calendar is April, I'm losing it, is the 22nd.
Nope.
Yes.
The 10th is the 29th of April in the following year.
Now, what am I thinking of?
I'm just trying to figure out why
No.
you
no,
didn't
no.
hear it. Like, I know you dug in and you went and asked, but are they responsible to come and let you know? You're going to, to tell you ahead of time? I'm not saying they have to, but I'm just wondering.
I was approached on the day of Passover because evidently going back, and I think it was 7-8, that was really the last time where Passover and spring break didn't coincide.
You're talking about next year's.
I am.
But I'm wondering
No,
why didn't they
fine.
come to you about this one?
Trying to get there.
Okay, sorry.
You're not letting me. So the 22nd came up as a concern. When that came up as a concern, I had Mr. Vaughn then do a deep dive on approximate staffing absences, and it was anywhere from 40 to 60, and then I went to the principals. So when we take away April, this year's spring break, which is really the same equivalent because it's the same Friday.
That's
Not the same Friday?
No, the 10th is the 7th day of Passover, the 8th day of Passover this year. So the 10th is an observance day, the same as the 29th. So you're comparing apples to oranges. The 3rd is the same as the 10th, the 22nd. The 3rd...
We've never
April
given off the
3rd.
second one, Dara.
I understand what you're saying, but you're saying that you're basing it because the 10th...
No, I'm saying I can't staff it.
No, he's basing it based on staffing only, not
Right,
based
but
on...
you're saying that he's going to have...
It's April
the
3rd.
10th he can't
This year, it's
because
April 3rd and
Passover.
April 11th. So
Okay.
if you look at this year's calendar,
I want to just clarify, and if I'm wrong, Dr. Hibbs, you could tell me. Everything he's saying is based on staffing feedback from his staff. I'm not going to speak for the staff why now it's an issue or not an issue, but evidently it is an issue, and that's why he's bringing it to us in the calendar change. I can't tell you why the staff said one day over the other day, Dara, when, to your logic, I get it. I can't tell you why
that's the
they
date that
said
we've
it.
given here. And unless I'm missing something. Passover in 2015 starts Friday, April 3rd, and I think it ends on Saturday, April 11th. So when you look at the 14-15 calendar, it starts on the 3rd and ends on the 10th. So really, in talking to Mrs. Zegas, it was that second one there.
Was the issue.
Yeah. So, it's going to, either way, it's an issue for staffing. It's an issue for staffing. I don't know. Well, guys, I don't know what you want me to say.
Okay,
If
Vicky,
you want to not, if you want to,
Okay, well, let Vicky go last thing, and then we'll vote, and that's how we'll go. We'll vote.
Read this one up.
Eric, one more question, maybe Cindy can answer this.
Sorry, Ken.
On next year's calendar, 2015-16, I see we have the graduation on the 21st, and then we go 2 more days, and we're done on the Thursday. Did we book the 21st, because that's when we could get Brookdale?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all I need to clarify.
John, I'm sorry, I forgot
Yeah,
about
well, I had a question. Historically, do we always have spring break during the Passover? I checked the last year, calendar 2014 to 2015. Yes, we had a spring break during that period of time. I wanted to know, we had this for the past calendar years?
it. Yeah.
Do we always have it?
It doesn't always happen because the two calendars are always not aligned perfectly. Dr. Hiss, when was the last time it was not
I
aligned?
think it was 7-8, sir.
2007, 2008 was the last time they were far apart. I don't remember the calendars all by heart to tell you every year how they overlap, but I know I have that discussion at my house every holiday because we do both. So,
So this year become a question because we do not have
Next, they don't align.
have the spring break line up with this
Correct.
holiday.
Correct.
Okay, I understand now.
correct.
I'm sorry, am I splitting hairs by saying that I recommend that that the reason for closing the school not be in observance of the Passover holiday? That's what I'm trying to...
We just say close schools.
Can we do slash?
No.
I think what Craig wants is it off the calendar.
Just say schools closed. Just say schools closed.
I mean, it doesn't need to be on the calendar.
Fine, because that's not, it's a staffing issue.
No,
Yeah, I mean-
I respect the fact that it's a staffing issue.
Yeah.
I get that. My concern here is that I don't want to give the wrong impression that we're favoring anybody, for lack of a better term, because it's the Passover holiday,
Yeah.
that this is strictly for staffing purposes.
Want to make a motion to have that removed from the agenda?
No, have it, just say
Or it
schools
can be done
closed.
administratively. I don't know what the will of the board is on this, whether you want to put it to a vote or, I mean, it seems to me that if
Can I
everybody's in
take, can I
agreement,
poll the
Dr.
board,
Hibbs
Mark?
can simply,
Mark, can I
yes,
poll the board?
sure.
I'd like
Does
to poll,
anybody have any objection?
anybody have any objection to Dr. Hibbs just taking the words observance of Passover off the calendar and saying schools closed?
That's
Period.
all I'm
End of
saying.
story.
We're just going
Let's
to
deal with
cross
the issue
out
first.
in observance
Deal with the issue
of.
first.
I have a question regarding the staffing issue. I just come on my mind. What is, Dr. Hibb, do we have a survey how many Jewish teachers will take the holiday off for the Passover? Do
Yeah,
we have
you said
the
that.
Yeah.
percentage?
Can be
What's
can be upwards of 60 teachers.
Okay.
60 teachers is not coverable. It's just not, it's not something we can, if that happened in a day, it would be,
Okay.
it'll be a coverage issue, which both of these are.
Okay.
You also have to remember a lot of our substitutes would not be available that day as well, and that adds to the staffing issue.
Yeah, I'll just ask a question. The second question, in terms of for the any school day open, right? With the standard, we based on the staff issue, the teacher issue, also we depend on student absentee issue, or just a consideration for the staffing issue?
So both of these, Joanne, are coming from staffing issues. It's not about how many students would be out necessarily, because my first priority is the safe operation of the schools. So when I have anywhere from 40 to 60 teachers out, and it could be more than that, it's not conducive to running a school properly, which is the lens I came through on both of these, not student.
Yeah, my question, same concern as Debbie, right? So the last day for the school, most of the people may not even have enough student to go to school. What's the purpose? What's the percentage? Because I would think rather have holiday the day move into the spring break instead of last day on Monday for half day. Couldn't do anything about it for the. That's why I want to echo Debbie's concern. Because most
you
people-
certainly could pull a day. Look, if you well, I guess here's what it comes down to.
The question that you asked.
Yeah.
It seems like we're
Can I get can we get to one topic first? Are we okay with changing the name, taking the observance of Passover off?
I only have one question.
Yes.
You have 40 to 60 people not coming in, teachers not coming in.
Yes.
Why? Because they're observing Passover. So, and I don't want to split hairs and play games. It is what it is, and let's move on. I mean, you could say we don't have enough staff because they're observing Passover. It is what it is. And
Can't staff it.
You can't staff it.
Can't staff it.
But I know, I understand, well, we don't want to show favoritism over the other, but it is what it is. They're observing Passover. There's 60 teachers that want to take off.
You
So
can't
what do we
observe
do?
a holiday that doesn't exist.
Well, let me ask a question. Are they getting, is it time charged, or is it vacation day, or what is it to those teachers?
It starts at 10 o'clock, right, brother?
In light of the fact that it sounds like there is some disagreement, Mr. Marshall, why don't you let's just do this formally. Why don't we make it, Mr. Marshall, you want to make a motion to have that removed?
Then I make a motion, whatever the motion should be, I'm just
To
not
have
sure
the
of wording
language,
here.
uh,
I don't know if I need to clarify why I'm saying that the holiday doesn't start till sundown.
Yeah, no, I think-
If people want an explanation, I'll give it, but.
I think
Not
you've said
let's
it. I
go
think
with the
everybody
motion.
understands. I don't know if everybody agrees with you, but your position is, correct me if I'm wrong, the holiday doesn't start till sundown, so to say that we're getting off that day for something that didn't I understand there's disagreement. Why don't you just make the motion if that's what you want to do? We'll vote on it and move on.
Right.
Give me the language, please.
Resolve that the Board of Education removes from the calendar the language that whatever that particular day is, I don't have it in front of me, is being closed for the Passover holiday.
That's my motion.
Okay, do I have a second on that motion? No? No? I don't have a second? I don't, I need a second first, then we can have a discussion.
I can't.
I don't know enough.
Okay, then we have to move on. There's no second, I move on. That's it.
Fine.
Okay,
That's
move
fine.
on.
I know I'm right.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, we can't have back and forth. Okay.
Please.
Further discussion on policy development, anybody else?
I really just want to, I would like to know, Dr. Hibbs, for both these years, then this year and next year, we're looking at 8th graders coming back after graduation, correct?
Yes. Yeah. And here's what it comes down to is that, graduation some years is a perfect thing and other days is just not. It did next year, if that's the way that it shakes, it will be that way, yes. And then, I don't know what'll happen if we have 5 snow days, because then it backs up even further, and then we'll have to readjust it again. There's just some years where you're spot on the money, and then some years where you're not. It just.
Debbie, it has to do with the rental of the Brookdale.
Yeah.
No, I understand that, but I'm stuck on, Park being the first year, all the parents coming up and saying we don't have enough teachable time, and now we're making up on a non-teachable time. That's all. I'm sorry.
Okay, anything else on policy development and community relations, anyone? Cindy, please call the roll.
Mr. Dwyer.
Yes on 1, 2, and 4, no on 3.
There were questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think it's okay. I think it's all right. Honestly, I think that why don't we let Mr. Vaughn reach out to Edwin and answer his questions on.
Edwin's
Edwin's still
here.
here? Okay. I didn't realize he was still here. So, Mr. Vaughn, can you answer some of? Do you have a copy of Edwin's questions on the policies?
I do. 2 of his questions
I'll say yes.
were not there yet because they're first reads.
Okay.
He did have a question on 5350 concerning some of the language. That's up for a second read, so if I'm going to assume, and Mr. Zittimer help me out here, but if you want to make changes to 5350, you're going to have to pull that tonight.
Well, could you address his questions without us having to make changes? I don't remember.
Well,
the questions were.
specifically,
You're right.
and I apologize, I don't have the policy in front of me, but the question speaks to the
No,
section
it's
that
the
says
regulation it's talking about.
regulation. Excuse me. Thank you. School personnel to be alert for warning signs of potential self-destruction or threats, or who threatens or attempts suicide. He's asking that, in addition, we include language about withdrawn and non-participation as being signs to be watchful of. When we revised this regulation and policy, this was vetted through a team of counselors and child study team psychologists from our district. We culled policies from other districts and did a compare and contrast, and I think our policy and reg is very thorough as is.
Okay.
And I believe
But-
it also complies with code as well.
Absolutely. But again, having said that, if you want to approve it as is tonight, and then I
The
can.
regulation has nothing to do with
What?
Regulation, the board, that's you, that's administrative. The board doesn't really.
Your response was fine.
Regulations? They approve it. Yeah, okay.
Can I just have a clarification? What did Mr. Edward,
He wants
sorry,
to- he-
what did Edward want to put in there?
He wanted some additional signs put in the policy of students perhaps being suicidal, and I think they were being withdrawn. And did you say depression?
Non-participation.
Oh, non-participation.
Wouldn't that go under sense of hopelessness and unrelieved sadness? Could that be, I mean, because it's in here.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of stuff in here. Isolation from others, loss of friends, withdrawal from friends, lack of companionship. I think it's there.
And I'd be concerned about adding non-participation, because that probably respectfully applies to a lot of students who are not necessarily suicidal, they just don't like to participate. So I'd be concerned about adding that policy language, or regulation language.
Okay, is there another one before we get to the first readings? Oh, that's it.
No, that's it for that one, for the second reading.
Thank you. All right, so we'll move on to page 28, Policy Development and Community Relations. Oh, we didn't vote, I'm sorry.
We're in the middle of the vote.
Oh, it's getting really late now. Okay,
Okay, so John, Mr. Dwyer, you voted yes for 1, 2, and 4, no on 3.
That's correct.
forgot we
Okay,
removed it.
Mrs. Ennie.
Yeah, no problem.
Did you want to make the change?
Okay.
I guess. Yes on 1. For right now, I have to abstain on 2. Yes on 3 and 4.
1, 3, and 4 is yes. And 2 is abstained.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to, like, if you could table it for another time, I don't know what to do, so I just abstain.
Okay, Mrs. Cow?
I'm for 1 and 2 and 3. 4, I would like to have a chance to hear the comments that Edward made. So I wish it can be pulled out, then we can go over next meeting.
But you just have to
we're
vote now.
voting on
Yeah,
it.
you only can vote, you have to vote now, Jim.
You vote.
You can vote no if you
voting
want.
now. We're not pulling them out.
So I'm voting for 1 and 2 and 3.
And the other one,
Since 4.
Are you
and 4 is
abstaining?
what? Yes, no, abstain.
No. No, I'm 4.
Thank you, Jim.
Mrs. Lou Riddell?
Yeah, one's abstain, others yes.
Mr. Marshall?
Yes on 1, 3, and 4. I'm sorry, my question on 2 is, I have no, Mark, maybe you can help me?
Sure.
I have no issue with closing the school, it's for the reason, so I'm not sure what the proper way to vote on that is.
You could certainly vote whatever way you choose and just have it reflected in the minutes as to why you're voting the way you're voting, so there's a record of
No,
it.
for the reason that I don't agree with the wording as to the reason that the school will be closed that day. I think it should be clearly noted that it's a staffing issue and not an observance of the Passover holiday.
Mrs. Matos?
No on 1, yes on 2, 3, and 4.
Mrs. Dean?
No on 1, but the reason being is I'm afraid we're not going to have any kids in the school on that Monday, and yes on the rest.
Mrs. Rosenwald?
Yes.
I vote.
Mr. Lalanski?
Yes. Cindy, give me a tally, please.
They carried.
Okay, all the motions.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cindy. Okay, now I'll reboot back to page 28, Policy Development and Community Relations Matters. Superintendent of Schools submits the following for consideration by the Board of Education. These are first readings. Regulation 2330, homework, and Regulation 9180, school volunteers. As Bonnie has noted, these are regulations which are brought to us more or less for out of courtesy, because they are made by administration. So, sir.
Sure, and I will address Mr. Maderi's questions. I just want to give you a quick update on the changes to these 2 regulations. For 2330, there is please note that for E1, the word "or" has been bolded. That actually should have been a strike-through. We are removing that word, so it should read, written on the board and posted on the teacher page.
Sorry, Mr. Vaughn?
Yes.
I'm in there. Could you tell me which one that is? I'm sorry.
So that's 2330 and E1.
Okay.
The word "or" was bolded.
Mm-hmm.
It should have been a strike-through.
Thank you.
And then for 9180, we've added procedural guidelines for our school volunteers. That was something that we felt was needed. We've also, under Section A assignments, we've revised that accordingly. Some of the things in there are teacher responsibilities, not volunteer responsibilities. So we've removed them. You'll see them as strike-throughs. And we cleaned up the language so that it was consistent across the entire regulation.
We can ask Mark that question now. Mark, in this regulation, I have it pulled up so you can say it. We put a date in it to become effective. This is the this policy. And we put an effective date in it. Now, when that becomes effective, can we just drop that date off, or do we have to come back to the board?
Yeah, we could drop it off once, we could drop that off once it becomes effective, but at the bottom of the policy, it should have the date we ultimately adopted it. You know, at the bottom of every policy, we have some language as to when it was adopted. That should be there, but I don't see any problem dropping that off.
That in like,
Once it becomes effective, yes,
yeah, okay.
absolutely.
All right. Which is what I thought. All right.
Just to address Mr. Maderi's question, for 9180, he asked, what is the worth of each pupil and who makes this determination specific to the line? A volunteer must respect the individuality and dignity and worth of each pupil. So again, he's asking what is worth? How do we determine worth? So that's a tough thing to quantify. I think the spirit of that is that basically what we're trying to ensure with that is that volunteers are not reprimanding students. They're not handing out punishment. The classroom management is the responsibility of the teacher. So you may have to decide if you want to strike through worth and remove that.
Okay.
All right, and then 2330, his question specific to section I references expectations that a pupil will return to school with homework completed should be based upon individual circumstances, including the length of the absence and the nature of the work missed. His question was whose expectation and who oversees or accepts the expectations. So again, I guess it's you would have to consider, is the word expectations too ambiguous? We don't really quantify it. If I'm interpreting this, I look at that as a student who is out for a week on vacation. Expectations are different than a student that is out for a week with the flu. That expectation is when assignments are due, but it isn't quantified, so.
Okay. Okay.
Do you want to answer that? Yeah, on that one, expectations. The second one, the expectations, right?
Yes.
You know, I missed the question. I'm sorry.
Is the question whose expectations? Can you clarify what the actual?
Well, I think the question speaks to the word expectations. What are the expectations? Where do we define it?
Well, the expectations that a pupil return to school with homework. So, in other words, if when they're coming, the expectation is they're going to have the homework. Yeah, the expectations that of the assignment, I would say, which is given by a teacher.
So it's the teaching staff members' expectations.
Yep. And then the teacher would also oversee and accept the responsibility for those expectations.
Mm-hmm. Right. Right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to move those for a second reading. Yes, Debbie.
I know you said that you're removing or for the and/or.
Yes.
For the posted on teacher's page. I know we had discussed this a few months ago.
Mhm.
Is that consistent throughout the wording for?
Yep, when you look at, that
Okay.
was not consistent with H.
H, okay. I couldn't
and now
remember
it is.
which
Yep.
letter we were trying to be consistent with.
And we had a
Also,
good discussion with all the administrators the other day about that.
back to the volunteer one. You added the procedural guidelines.
Yes.
Can I just make a suggestion, if I may? Since all our schools have PTOs or PTAs, maybe those guidelines can be given to those boards in advance, so we're starting day one as safely as we're at day 100.
Great idea.
Just throwing it out there. Thank you.
Share that at your PTA president's meeting?
Not a problem.
Thank you, Jen. Okay, thank you, sir. Liaison reports, New Jersey School Board Association. Anything? Nope. Monmouth County School Boards?
No.
Marlborough Township Liaison?
I'll be there Thursday night, finally.
Okay.
My apologies.
PTA, PTO scope.
We met on March 3rd here with the PTO presidents. We covered the Kelman assessments, the common performance tests. He spoke in length with them and their concerns. I think any questions they had, you reached out to them. And of course, we talked about park and the percentage and the good of the order. It was not a real long meeting because we were starting park that day. So, but it went well.
All right, thank you. Field Regional High School?
Yes, they had a meeting on the April 9th, and in the meeting, they discussed their, could you hear me? They have their hockey and the basketball team made a state championship, so congratulations for them. And they have a number of the art and music program performance and presentations. And their park tests going smoothly, but recognize refusing management, found out math is more straightforward, and no, the other way around. The language art is more straightforward, the math is more difficult. And then they have on-site visits with the Livingston High School. So Livingston High School students can visit Marlborough Freehold Regional High School. And they also have student cabinet visit Central State Hospital, line up with their professional readiness program. And let me see. Okay, and then board, this is the report from superintendent. Their board report covered Learning Center. They had 700 students took the exam, and they want to make the data status more available to the parents and the students, including a number of the students taking this application and acceptance, and also the feedback, collecting feedback from the teacher, from the parents. And for the finance report, they had a number of the bidding, and they reject a couple of them and passed a few of them. Okay, and for the leasing and the purchase finance that covers the issue they discussed as HVAC, it's a builders, repairing or purchasing. I realized that they had a project laid out. They had all the finance laid out last year for this year's repairing. So their next meeting will be April 13th. That's the report.
Thank you. Thank you, Jill. The Alliance Party?
Yeah, on the teen nights will be for the 6th grade on Friday, April 24th at the Marlborough Recreation Building. The Moving Up Swim will be July 21st at the Aquatic Center. The workshops for the parent forums, March 18th at the Marlboro Recreation, Raising Respectful Children, Dr. Judy Kramer at 7 p.m. And April 15th, 411 Hot Topics. There'll be a movie night at 7 p.m. at the rec center. There's a blood drive. The Alliance and TAC will be co-sponsoring that on May 4th from 3 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. at the rec building. And then the Improbable Players will be at the middle school and Memorial on April 2nd. And that's it for now.
Thank you, Bonnie. Educational Foundation.
Thursday, March 26th, the Educational Foundation is having their wine tasting. It's at the Rec Center. There's still tickets available. If you can come out, it should be a fun night. And two programs that they sponsored recently was, the first one was at Dugan. They actually had Lenny Lenape came, dressed in garb, his complete Native American outfit. He brought all kinds of artifacts for the kids to, first he presented them, and then he split the kids up, and he had everything he had. He let the fourth graders, they were able to touch the pieces, they were able to try them on, they were able, for about 15, 20 minutes, they were able to, he just let them go and do whatever they wanted while he answered questions and did a program with the other group, and then they switched. It was very successful. And the other program that they sponsored this past month was a mad science program that came to the kindergartners at the Early Childhood Learning Center.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, Derek. And moves to our committee reports. If you'll notice, construction now called Building and Grounds Committee. I'm sorry, Jan. Late.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I want to add another report from the Freehold Regional High School. They did pass their budget, and for this year, their increase on the taxes with a cap is a 5%, and the goal is to make the property tax decrease. That's their objective. Not this year.
Okay.
Not this year.
Thank you, Jill. Okay, so we had our meeting, Buildings and Grounds, and Bonnie and Vicki, you can help me through this, my first meeting. One of the things that came up first was changing the name of the committee to Buildings and Grounds because it is so much more than construction at this point. It really encompasses the whole thing. So the committee as a whole, bringing it to the board. I know it's on there already, but unless somebody has an objection, the committee is now going to be called Buildings and Grounds. Could you give the dates for the windows and doors, which I think is left, right? That's what's left
Window
now?
doors and storefronts. The
Doors and storefronts.
storefronts have arrived. They're started. Robertsville started now. Glass will be in next week, and the windows are coming next week also.
All right, thank you. We spoke about the electric at transportation. Mrs. Baragou, along with our transportation supervisors, has devised a system to use portable starters, I'll say. The huge portable starters. They use them on trucks and buses to help start them when they're hard to start. Using, they said 5, correct?
No, 3.
3 of them?
Yeah, but what we've done is we've put in,
Outlets.
yeah, basically,
16.
but they're what?
16 outlets.
No, 6 or
Ultimately, we will have. Right now, I have 8 in there. We're going to have the other 6 put on the other side, and then we'll have the buses that we can put inside for a
This is
total.
electric. This is not a major electrical problem.
No, it's not. It's not going to cost us, it cost us $5,000 to put the 8 lines in. We have 8 dedicated lines in that I can plug in 8 buses. I can get 2 inside. That'll take me 10. Then I'm going to put 6 on the other side of the building and stuff. They're dedicated lines. So that'll get me a total of 16 buses. And then we've got 3 portable units that'll start the buses and stuff. It saves us all that money.
Please say the amount of money that we saved.
We okay.
Here on the
We're going to save $390,000.
More than that.
Well, if
be
you
honest.
keep playing with it and stuff, yeah, we
It
saved
was
a
almost
ton
5.
of money. Let's put it that
Well,
way.
We just
50.
didn't spend it.
So
We just didn't spend it.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're gonna spend it on,
Well, by
well, most
putting it
likely,
off.
we get to the next
We're
part of
gonna
the
spend
meeting.
it on controls.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend it on the controls. I wanted to mention, is it Ted who gave us the price for checking out? Is his name Ted? I forget the name.
Ted Hopkins, our architect.
So our original price to go out to all our buildings and give us an assessment of what we need to be fixed, what's the state of the union in all our buildings, was 20 grand. Ted has agreed to do the same work for 10 grand.
Well, but he agreed because he's also going to be doing.
He's doing the roof. He got the roof project, so because of that.
And he's doing the kindergarten stuff.
Yeah.
Which is a price that we agreed to.
Correct. Yeah, that you had given him at 18.9, so, yeah, so.
What
yeah.
was the $67,000?
The roof.
The roof.
The
So
roof
that's why
project.
he lowered the amount. Make
Right.
sure that's
Correct.
clear.
Yeah,
Because
that's
of all
to be
this
clear.
work.
And the board also needs to realize as well, this is not something we bid. If the board ever wants to look at that, we could look at that. He's one of our
Professional
professionals that work for us, so it wasn't like a bidding process. It's his price. So it's like, gave us a package deal and all these little items.
Overall, you saved a lot of money that day.
Yes, we did.
Very good day. 'Cause we
That's what I
questioned-
said,
'cause we
wait
questioned and
9
questioned.
hours. There was a reason why we waited 9 hours. We saved lots of money.
Well, we really didn't wait 9 hours. With that transportation, we waited a while, and we didn't put it in, and we questioned and questioned. I think
And you know what, to everybody's benefit, because I have to
worked
tell
to
you.
everybody.
We didn't, when I went to the engineer, I said, what do you do? You know, that's what he designed, that's what he knew and stuff. But as time went on, and then and it was a collective effort.
I absolutely
It was
agree.
all of us. It's like, okay, let's try this. And it
Absolutely.
worked. It took us through the winter season, and you didn't hear complaints, and it
I'm
worked.
glad about it, it worked.
Worked and saved the taxpayers a lot of
Lot
money
of
that we
money.
can use to certain other stuff.
Can we have that sent to the entire board as far as the money and what he's doing?
The
Specifics?
$67,000, what he's
Just so
going
we
to do.
have
Oh,
it.
did that ever get
I'd
broken
like
down?
to know.
Yeah,
the
you voted on
specifics.
it last
Yeah,
week.
The
we voted
breakdown.
the- She wanted the breakdown. I think you sent us that, though, Cindy, didn't you?
Not the breakdown.
The breakdown on what?
I think the $67,000.
Yeah, you voted on that.
I know we voted on it, but she's
As
just
a whole.
asking for
Is
a
there a
breakdown.
breakdown?
Yeah, the roof was, you voted on.
All right, I'll just,
No, I think
Can I just get
the breakdown of what he's doing for the $67,000, like, I know you explained it to us at the meeting, it was going to be all the bid work, all the site work, the design
It
work.
was in the green
bidding.
notes when it was in there exactly what he was doing, how much each was.
Yeah, it's the last week.
no, it's okay.
Okay, they also, administration asked for, and buildings and grounds, asked for a new truck with a sander.
No, broke.
Yeah, it died.
Their truck is done,
I know.
and a plow,
And sander,
and a sander, yeah.
stainless steel.
They
Yes,
made
it
their
is.
case, their case was well taken, we need a plow, we need a sander, we have no truck.
You just approved the purchase of it tonight at $58,000.
I snuck that out now.
Did you find it, Debbie?
It's not what I meant.
Right, so to answer also, we spoke in first public section of the heating. When we get the State of the Union from Ted, we'll know exactly what we have to fix. The good news is we have funds that we had for the electric, for the buses, so we should have money to cover all that we need to do to put our buildings up to the 21st century and controls,
yeah.
working properly. So we don't have a problem
One
anymore.
of the biggest problems we have in our buildings is that a lot of our controls are manual controls. We don't have that we could go to this and punch up and see the temperatures in buildings and stuff. So that, we're bringing all of this up to where it needs to be, so.
Okay, did I miss anything, guys?
You did good.
Thank you. Okay. I don't think there's any other committees that met. We're good? Good. Okay, old business. Anybody have any old business? Gian?
I made a motion last meeting. Now we're told that to make it in this meeting, and I was also told that it will be made into this meeting as an old business.
That's correct.
So here I come. I have listened to the community last meeting and this meeting, and what I found out is the comments appeared in Victoria Dean's Facebook, which is offensive to the minority residents of Marlborough Township, especially to the Muslim and the Asian community. Asian American community. I'm one of them. I hurt, and I'm very disappointed. As a board member, I salute Victoria Dean for her 10-year service to the board. I always admired her experience, her passion, her energy, and her effort to the excellence of our Marlborough school systems. However, I have realized that her Facebook comments resulted in negative feedback to the board, and I feel that the board should react. It is like the practice of our school system that if a student or a teacher made a mistake or make mistake, there is a consequences come with it. And the board should follow the same. So I make a motion for the board to ask Victoria Diem to step down from the board for the negative impact of those comments appeared in her Facebook, and also for her mistake to the board, for her mistake, the impact of this mistake to the board and to the community. In my culture, there is a saying that when we're facing something, we look up that thing, not to a person. So this motion I made is not personal, but to the principle and to the facts.
Okay, so did you get that motion clear? I'd like you to repeat it.
Not all of it.
Okay.
Do you want to repeat? Do you need to repeat it, Ms. Barragu? Just the motion part of it?
Hold on a second. What I have is that you are to step down from the Board of Ed for the negative comments that have appeared on on her Facebook page due to the impact these comments have had on the board.
I heard the beginning of it. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Cow. Resolved that the Board of Education requests that Ms. Dean step down from her position on the Board of Education. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then I'll second that, Cindy.
Okay, seconded by Bonnie. You have it now, Cindy?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll open that motion for discussion.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I'm opening it for discussion. Everybody would like to discuss before we...
Seconded by...
Bonnie.
I just want to clarify, I believe I said it last week, maybe I didn't clarify it last week.
Debbie, can you move the mic a little?
Sure. Maybe I didn't, I just wanted to clarify what I was trying to say last week, and just a sentence, really. I will not call someone a racist or judge someone by one action, and if there were actions that I saw affected this board, I will put it out to the floor, to you guys, to our board. I'd like to know if any of you, my colleagues here, I want you to give me an example on how Victoria's decision-making, and I'm going to say for the past 5 years because I sat there for longer on the other side, how you feel, along with Dr. Hibbs, I will place it to you if I may, how you guys feel, or give me an example of when this quote-unquote racism, discrimination, or so forth, because I will not judge one person for one mistake. I'm sorry, I will not. I'm not the judge. What we're here to do is for the better of the good of the taxpayers and these children. And not once have I sat at this dais or sat on that floor and anybody from this board say, I'm sorry we can't do that because that doesn't reflect this society, that religion, or this race, or that gender. Never. We are always here for the whole of these children. And I would like to hear from you guys, along with Dr. Hibbs, if you may. give me a reason, an example of how this has shown or been portrayed in any type of decision-making here. And also, I'd like to ask Victoria, if I may, is that allowed?
Well, it's board discussion, so each
Okay.
board member is going to be able
That's
to comment
fine.
on the motion.
Okay, so my question to her, when it's her time to talk, those pictures that came around the dais earlier by gentlemen in the audience, I have never seen that before. And when you told me about the post, I did go on to see it, and I did not see that post. So my question to you is, was that also included and I just missed it? I just want to know, because I was kind of shocked to see that. So that's my comments. Thank you for the discussion.
Do you want to respond now?
She could wait, maybe she has
Okay.
a question.
Anybody?
Let's
John?
go around the table.
Yeah.
Can I don't want to repeat everything I said last week, but I'd like to respond. Is it Mohammed? You seem like a young guy. I don't know how old you are, but okay. And you come across passionate with some anger in you. And I can't tell you how to feel because I've never walked in your shoes. I have not walked in your shoes. So I don't know how to tell you how to feel. I don't. Nor would I be so presumptuous to do so. I get it. I hear where you're coming from. There was a mistake, big time. I'm not minimizing that. I'd like you to step into this seat for a second. On any given day, if I turn around and make a decision that people don't like, and they have 5 board members that want to see me go bye-bye, they can make a motion. It could become a very ugly situation very quickly. With that said, if I wanted to be, I was very upset last week, extremely upset with the actions of this board and how we acted that night. There could be requests for other people to resign. They took it to a personal level. They took it politically. I think some of the real reason you guys were there got lost in some sense, and I was angry about that. We lost sight as a board. We lost sight of what the real issue was. But at the end of the day, okay, if I really, and I said this and I'll say this again, if I thought that woman was a racist or a bigot, I would stand up in front of you, next to you, and behind you to support you. But that doesn't come across. And again, I respect how you feel. And I respect that you stand at that microphone and say how you feel. But I have a very hard time sitting down and saying to any of these members, I think you should resign because of your actions on the board last week or your actions on the board the week before especially when I know I have never heard that woman say anything. And the week before she fought, I'm not going to say fight, that's a tough word. Her argument to me was when I voted yes for the Chinese New Year, you can't do that because you will ultimately discriminate against somebody. So why would a woman who was fighting for me not to discriminate against other people, because she made a mistake. If I sit here and I say, I want her off the board, and I can't do that, I can suggest it. I could also suggest that the people that did what they did last week leave the board. I think it can become a very ugly situation, not only on this board, but across all boards, because then it becomes very personal. I think the fight, and I said this last week, and I believe this, or the disagreement, or the healing, or the lack of healing, because it's your choice, is between you and Mrs. Dean. And you have alternatives besides this, but this board can, again, if I suggest, okay, Mrs. Dean resign, she doesn't have to. If you want to carry that further, that is your entitlement and your prerogative. But I am telling you, and looking at you, and I'm telling you, if I knew her that way, I would agree. And I don't. Do I think she made a mistake? Yeah. Am I angry about it? Yeah, I'm angry about it because I don't want to be doing this. It's great that you're all out here and I'm meeting you. It'd be nicer if you were out here just on a general board meeting on a weekly basis. I don't want to be doing this. And I don't think any board member wants to be doing this. Okay? But we have to deal with it. I think she has to deal with the Muslim community and you, the Muslim community, have to come back, not her, to say, look what I've done, or you have to come up to some terms with her, if that can be done.
There's going to be another public participation.
But I hope that you can, again, I'll never understand because I don't live in your shoes. So it would be difficult for me. I would be wrong to say, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. No, I don't. But I feel your anger and I feel your passion. And I think you as a community have to decide what you want to do. And I don't think this board can do it. I mean, I think we could wind up ultimately becoming very personal with one another in a very, very negative way, making it worse than it is today. And I don't want to do that because who ultimately suffers? We don't get the work done, and this community ultimately suffers. And that's what I'm trying to, I'm hoping can be avoided. But that's between Mrs. Dean and the Muslim community. I hope it can be resolved. I don't know where else to go with this. And I hope you appreciate that answer. And I hope I heard a lot of forgiveness here last week. And I was very touched by that. Because there was a lot of anger, a lot of passion. But I also heard forgiveness. And I don't know. I don't know if that you have that in your heart. And again, that's where you're going to have to work things out. And fences need to be mended. They need to be mended. And I don't know if that can be done, but I hope so. Because I don't think she's a bad woman. The same way, I know that. But I don't think she's a bad. I'm not saying you're saying that, but I don't think she's a bad woman. And if she was a bigot in the race, it should be a bad woman. All right, and that's my belief.
Okay, can't go back.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
please.
Can't.
There's going to be another public participation. This is board member comments now.
I'm sorry.
Anybody else?
Anybody else? You done, John?
I'm done.
Thank you. Dara?
First, again, I echo Mr. Dwyer's sentiment. And there was one thing he said that he had said that he felt that because of some of the stuff that went on last week, he felt that maybe some things got lost. And for me, I didn't allow some of this nonsense that went on last week to distract me from what was important. And it was hard, but it didn't lose any meaning to me at all. I heard your message, I really did. And I mean, Mr. Zimmer said it. As a board, there's really nothing we can do anyway. You could say, resign, don't resign. This issue is between you and Mrs. Dean. And on the local board level, there's nothing we can do. I believe that a mistake was made. It was awful. I also believe that people put things on their Facebook pages that you find offensive all the time, and you can't always, it doesn't always define them. People have different political views. People have different views on a lot of things, and that's what makes the world go round. I think that when you're in a public position, you are held to a higher standard, and I get that, and I think you have to be careful what you do, and again, I totally acknowledge what happened, why you feel the way you do, and I appreciate that you all came down and you spoke, and I understand how you feel. I heard you loud and clear, and I do feel bad, but again, there's no policy. The other thing that I wanted to say is that some people have said that there was no consequence at all, and I don't know about you guys, but for me personally, to be berated for 2.5 hours, 2 weeks in a row, even if it was my own mistake that brought it on, and to sit and have to listen to my mistake publicly like that, I think that's a really big consequence. Because if you put something on your, listen, if you put something on your Facebook that was offensive and somebody brought it to school for you guys,
I can't go back.
no, wait, let me finish. And I'm saying this with all due respect, and you brought it, and they brought it to school, and you were called down to the office, it would be done privately. You wouldn't be, you wouldn't be spoken to publicly. And I'm not saying that it is necessarily the answer. It is not that what happened is without any consequence. There has been some consequence. I don't want you to think that there hasn't been any consequence, because there has been some consequence. And if you, like I said, if you guys feel that there needs to be more of a consequence, if every single one of us here said, Mrs. Dean, we think you should resign, Mrs. Dean on the local level can still say no. So, as a board member, I do not believe it's our job or it's our right, according to policy, to say you have to resign. And like Mr. Dwyer said, there are other actions that also took place that we'd be asking everybody to resign all the time. And it's just, stick to what we can. And again, I just don't know. Just
Okay,
not
go ahead.
loss.
Yeah, thank you for your coming. Stay special tonight, almost the midnight. And I think the two Muslim holiday to the New York City for public school, that's a big recognition for Muslim culture and religion. It's good for the Muslim community. And also, I really appreciate Ms. Dean's time and passion to serve our community and day for few terms. But as elect board member official or education leaders, right? We should follow up with the ethic code for our own action, right? Do what is the best of our children. And the comment she made in the social media is really
Comment I liked. Please be
comment
clear.
like a paradox, Pandora box.
Yeah, that one.
That's really, I think that's really controversial. And I did spend the time to check really, deep diving into the meaning behind the scene, right? And the really inappropriate and the disrespectful too. I think that's why I'm thinking we, as a really individual board member, we need to have a high standard for our children, for set a good example for our children in our school district. That's what I might comment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, John. Anybody else? Bonnie?
Years ago, we had a situation where, I can't even say that, where we had a person post a silly, I'm trying to skirt around it, post on a Facebook page, and the board had to make a decision. And it was, we had to make a decision. And the person was a good person, and yet we still had to make a decision on that. But we made a decision. I can't say anything more on that one. But the bottom line is, the person was a good person. We make decisions like this all the time about staff and students, and yet they were good people. I had someone contact me on Facebook about a child that last year wrote a swastika on their desk, and I had forgotten the situation, and it was written on Facebook out, and the public eye, and the child was suspended a couple of days, and he'd never been in trouble before. And he was a good kid, and the parents wanted to remind me that he was a good kid, and he was a Jewish child that, he said he was sorry, but he was suspended. And he was a good child, but we had rules, and we had to uphold the rules of the school. And he was suspended because we have rules. And we do that on a daily basis. Dr. Hibbs is given those set of rules to follow. And again, we do it with staff, and we do it with our students, and they look up to this Board of Education to follow rules. And we pass policies. We talked about them tonight, and we talk about a calendar in depth, and we talk about everything that we do. We talk about a budget. We talk about everything. And later on, we'll be going to executive session, and we'll be talking about staff, and we'll be determining their fate. And they're good people, and they might have only made one mistake, and we'll be determining what the outcome of their future is going to be by policy and regulation and law and everything that goes into it. And we'll be determining that. And Mrs. Dean is going to be determining that. And Dara's going to be determining that. And Debbie's going to be determining that. And Michael's going to be determining that. And John and Craig and I'm going to be determining, and Gian and everybody on this board is going to be determining that. And we all follow rules and regulations set down by code and law and policy and bylaws that we all have to follow. And we all are good people, and we all try to be good people. And we have to do what is right. And if Mrs. Dean meant to hurt the Muslim community, whether she meant it or not, she did. And she has to sit here in judgment of a lot of things. And she has to deal with all the communities of Marlborough. And we sit in judgment of a lot of things on meeting after meeting. And I don't think that she can do it anymore because of the post on her Facebook page. Whether it was done by accident or not, it was done. There was one statement made under her Facebook page, and to say it was done by accident, if there were 3 or 4 posts under there, and you hit it one like out of the 3 or 4, okay, maybe it was done by accident, but there was one statement and one like, and you wrote Pandora's box, and you used it at the board meeting. You offended an entire community. You offended the Muslim community. You offended the Chinese community. There's a very large block in Marlborough. They make up almost 40% of Marlborough. I don't know how effective you're going to be. As I said, we're going into executive session. Deal with 3 employees. They're good people. They made a mistake. So let them say they're sorry, and let's move on. And let's not do anything to them. How could you in good conscience then do anything, vote anything, anyway, to deal with these people, and then say, well, I'm a good person, I said I'm sorry, and then go into executive session and deal with these people in any way?
Good. Okay. Bonnie, I'll just respond real. Craig, you want to go? Okay.
No, no,
I just want to respond to part of what Bonnie, what you said, and when we go into executive session, or we act as a board, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, we're following rules, regulations, we're following clearly defined policy, which gives us direction on where to go. On this issue, as the attorney has said, the board does not have the authority or the power to inflict any kind of a reprimand or a censure. You use the word censure, or to ask them. Let me finish. Ask Victoria to leave the board. To me, that's two very distinct things. Acting as a board under policy and dealing with employees with an executive session or dealing with a public issue that has clearly defined policy by the board gives board members a clear direction. You can still, you're free to vote, I don't agree with the policy, and say no, as we talked about earlier tonight, but it gives you a clear direction of what the board's policy is on each item. On this issue, and I'm going to say I agree, I spoke last week as well, I completely agree with Mr. Dwyer, but for me, this is not a policy, and I have to look at myself, and I'm not going to say I was ever in anybody's shoes that was here, but I've dealt in my own way with types of that, and I was brought up a certain way, and I have to look at it how I was brought up and how I would approach somebody, and look, my dad was always a redeemer. My dad was always somebody that took somebody who may have gone off the path and try to redeem them and get them on the right path and show them the right way through I don't know, through care, through watching over them to see if we can make them a better person instead of just saying, hey, I forgive you, but I'm done with you. So for me, absence of this gentleman telling me there's clear direction from policy or procedure, I have to go back to what I know from Victoria on this board, as John has spoken, and feeling in my heart whether she is a person who can get past this with the community and herself, redeem herself, and show the true person that she is. I know her accomplishments are. I know how she means with the kids. And even though it's a horrible, terrible post that happened, I said that many times at the last 2 or 3 meetings, in my heart, I have to sit here and say, knowing Victoria, there's a light there that can come out and hopefully make amends with this community and the community at large to show who she really is and make up for her mistake, error. I'm going to use words for you. You can use your own words. And I just wanted to say that because I don't want anybody to think it's the same as dealing with our employees. There are clearly defined policies and regulations that as a board member you could agree or disagree with, but they are clearly defined regulations. And when the superintendent brings us somebody to the board and brings us to executive session for the board to take action on some item, he's acting under a clearly defined guideline of regulations and policies. It's not even decided today that this is what he's going to do. So that's all I wanted to say. But Craig, go ahead.
Thank you. I agree with what Mr. Dwyer said in terms of how he addressed all of you sitting out there, that none of us have walked in your shoes. But we've all walked in our own shoes, and we've all faced challenges, whether it's bigotry of some sort, whether it's anti-Semitism. There are many ways that people have experienced words and actions of other people. Personally, and I'm speaking for myself and not the board, I feel that Victoria Dean is probably the best board member we have. And the reason why I say that is not just from being on the board for these 2 months, but I also sat where you're sitting now for the better part of a year, coming to pretty much every board meeting. I've seen her in action. I've seen her, how she votes, but not so much how she votes, but why she votes. And I think what's happening here, and I was almost a victim of this myself tonight. I was trying to explain why I did not want a certain school closing to be worded a certain way. And I almost said that I don't want to open a Pandora's box. And what I was meaning by, what I would, if I said that, What I would have meant was, I don't want to open up a can of worms. I think to sit here and take a definition that was originated from Greek mythology and trying to use that in today's world, I think is being remiss, and I think it's being unfair. I think if we're all human beings, and I don't think any one of us, whether we're on the board or sitting out there, has the right to judge anybody. Now, whether you believe that Victoria Dean was sincere in her apology, that's up to you to decide. It's not up to the board to decide whether she was sincere or not, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't have the know-it-all to creep into somebody else's head to tell you what they're thinking. And I think if anybody does that, unless everybody sitting here has never sinned a day in their life, I don't think any of us should be judging anybody else. That's why every year I observe Yom Kippur, to ask for forgiveness. I don't know how each of you observe, but I would imagine there is some way that you ask for forgiveness for an action that you did for that previous year. I think if a child makes a mistake in school, he's called to task for it. I don't think it's so quick to right away expel a child from school. And essentially that's what you're asking us to do here. You're sitting there and you're demanding, whether you know Mrs. Dean is a nice person, whether you don't know if she's a nice person, whatever your reasons are, and I respect that. I don't mean to be making light of it. But how dare anybody hold somebody to such a high standard that they themselves can't live up to? I can't. I make mistakes every day. Every day. I'm sure I make mistakes. I won't say that to my wife, but I do. I honestly don't think that any of us sitting here tonight should be ridiculing anybody because we all have faults. Some of us deliberately make false statements about others. And I think the point is well taken. If that was what was going to govern us, you can come here every week and I guarantee you somebody would be asked to resign because they said something that was offensive. And I think what we really need to be doing here is putting things into perspective. Do you really think she sat there and put Pandora's box? I don't even think she knows Greek mythology at all and probably couldn't name me one or two characters from Greek mythology. So let's take it on face value. She was talking about opening up a can of worms if we give this group a holiday and not that group. And that term was bandied about at the board meeting before we voted. So again, let's please put it in perspective. I don't think anybody here, whether you're a student, whether you're out in the workforce, if you did something wrong and somebody or a group found it offensive, that right away you would want to be judged so harshly and right away you're out of a job. You're out of the school. I think we really need to put this in perspective. So I would ask that all of you decide how you want to internalize it and whether or not you are willing to accept somebody asking for forgiveness, and then let's move on. Because quite honestly, the fact that I almost slipped tonight scares me that I would have used a term that in a million years, had this thing not come up, I would never have even thought that. And that's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of that none of us are going to be able to do our jobs as elected board members if we're going to be so closely scrutinized. So we can make all the comments we want, but again, until anybody can stand up and say that they are perfect, you'll hear my vote. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
I want to address Deb's question. Absolutely. And I'm going to address it dead on. I have never seen Victoria do anything unethical or do anything but really stand up for the kids in Marlboro. So if you're asking me the question of have I ever seen anything like that, I absolutely have not.
Thank you.
Okay? She's demonstrated that she's a good person.
Thank you. I think, you, before we vote.
I'm going to try to keep my composure. I want to be accused of crocodile tears.
was told, Susie said, we're not here to make you cry. But it does. I've served 5 years on this board, and I have never made a decision and said, wait a minute, what's the nationality? What's their race? What's their religion? I've always went, what's best for these kids? Now, to you that are here, the Muslim community and the Asian community that are were offended, hurt by my comments, I sincerely apologize to you. But there were people here last week that I found as operatives of another political party, unbeknownst, that's opposite of mine, that I felt was a personal vendetta, and I kind of had to try to control myself because I didn't want to say it was a political witch hunt. I understand why you're upset. I do. It was a horrible mistake, and to clarify what Mrs. Rosenwald said, there were more than one comment under that. There was probably, I want to say 4 or 5 comments. It wasn't just the one comment. And I think I liked other people's comments that made comments about the school. There was other comments about Chinese New Year, about what we're doing with our school district. Whether you believe me or not, I said it last week. I was acknowledging that he had read the article. That was it. And when they called me and said, did you see your comment? Where is it at? Did you see what it said? I had to go back and try to find it. In all honesty, I didn't even see the entire thing what the gentleman wrote. And this, I take accountability for that. I know the gentleman's going to say he's self-disciplined. I consider myself disciplined. I learned discipline when I was in the military. And I make my children accountable just like I am made accountable. But I don't want to be defined by one action. And it was a wrong action, but I hate to be defined by that. Because as a Christian woman, I'm a Christian woman. And I do ask for forgiveness. 5 years on the board that I've dedicated countless hours, and that's what I volunteered for. I think they want to fire me from a volunteered position that I was elected by, and I understand, Mrs. Rosenwald, they're 40% of the community, but what about the rest of the community that I've always represented? And I feel like I have represented you and your children to the best of my ability. And I also want to apologize to a friend of mine that reached out to me 2 days later, and he called me and he said, "I'm not your friend, Vicki?" I said, "What are you talking about, Tamara? Of course we're friends. But you said you didn't have any Muslim friends." I know I did. And you said, "I wish I knew somebody." And let me tell you something, Susie. He said, "Why would you say that? I've been your friend since 2010. I said, "You're Muslim?" I didn't even know that. I just know he's my friend. That's all I know. I don't categorize my friends by you're Muslim, you're Jewish, you're Asian. I don't. So for him to call me and tell me that, I said, "I'm so sorry." So my son says, "Mom, what about Coach Omar? He coaches us every year." I'm like, "Oh, that's right. Is he Muslim?" I don't categorize people like that. That's just not who I am.
Can't back.
No. I mean, another gentleman came up to me and he says, "I have a diversity class. I want to sit with you, and I want to talk to you about our religion." I'm more than happy to do that. I've never said I wouldn't. I always wanted to learn about the Asian community. I went to all of their functions, all of their Chinese New Year's. It was never a thing against Chinese Lunar Year. It was never against that, Gian. It was never against that. What do you mean you've never seen me? I've gone to every function, every production. I'm not going to do it. It wasn't about that. And I said Pandora's box. That Saint meeting, another board member said, "I agree with Victoria. It's like opening Pandora's box." I meant it as if you open something, you start something, then the next person that wants to come, to be fair, you're going to have to give it to them. That's where I was coming from. You can't give one and not another. You can't put one culture over another culture. You have to be fair to everybody. That was my argument that night. And no one stood up that night and said, how dare you say Pandora's box? Because I really believe in my heart that night, they knew what I meant by that word. They knew I meant we're opening a can of worms. We have so much to do in our district, so much to accomplish, and only so many days. And I knew you asked me about the boards that were going around. And all due respect, Mr. Nabolsi, that was not on my page. I had a journalist call me the next morning, Wednesday, March 11th, and he said, I searched your page, Vicki, for 2 hours. I cannot find that post that Mayor Hornick and Sammy are showing me. He goes, did you ever like that?
I haven't dated.
Was it off my news feed? Where was it at?
We don't want to get.
Well,
we don't want to get.
it wasn't on my page. As far as I'm concerned, it wasn't on my page. It wasn't there.
Okay.
Hang on a second,
You
please.
can speak in a minute. You can speak in a minute.
All due
Almost
respect,
there.
it's, but under my constitutional right, I have the right to not like my president. If I like him, I don't like him.
Do nothing or make some action like I'm choosing today to representing those voices, have our board to ask you to step down because I feel like at least we did something for those mistakes and for those upsetting people. So I see the difference. These are the options that I'm facing. I'm not questioning your contribution, not questioning your being a good person and a not racist person. I'm not questioning that. But I do feel like we needed to do something. And these are the 3 choices I see, and I'm choosing my one.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, John. All right, everybody's had a chance to speak, so Cindy, please call the roll. What?
Can you just clarify?
Can you clarify the motion?
Yeah.
Cindy, could you read the motion once more, please?
Mm-hmm. Wait, I gotta go back and find it. To ask Victoria Dean to step down from the board for the negative comments that appeared on her Facebook page.
Anybody hear that?
So we vote yes.
Resolved that the Board of Education is requesting that Ms. Dean resign for the negative comments on her Facebook page. Is that correct? You're requesting that you resign
For the impact of this mistake to the board and to the community.
the impact of this mistake to the board and this community. Okay.
Okay. Mrs. Luberdale?
For me, it's hard. For me, it's a yes. Yes, because the 2 points. For me, it has been so many days I couldn't sleep on this issue. It's a really community request for you to step down. Secondly, the negative comment really really harm the board reputation in terms of our ethic code. That's why I would say yes.
Mr. Marshall?
No.
Mrs. Matos?
No.
Mrs. Dean?
No.
Mr. Dwyer?
No.
Mrs. Ennie?
No.
Mrs. Rosenwald?
Yes, because this is affecting the, because this is a community issue, and it is not the political issue that it is being made out to be.
Mrs. Cow?
Yes.
Mr. Lulansky?
No.
Motion does not carry.
Thank you, Cindy. Anybody else have any other new business? I mean, old business, I'm sorry, old business. Under new business, I have two quick items. Number one, I'm going to ask the board's support to have Mr. Zinnemer at, for the foreseeable future at all our board meetings to help. I told you at the beginning of the meeting, I need his help. The board needs his help. We need to keep our meetings constructive and to the point. And I think he's going to get us there and from a place we are now to a place we need to be. So, if
Is that a motion?
I need a motion?
Well, the only issue is some scheduling issues, as I mentioned before, because I do have a commitment actually on this night to another school district that I committed to at the beginning of the year. So I'm happy to do it, but we're going to have to talk about some scheduling issues. The cost would be I would charge my normal hourly rate.
I think it's a fantastic idea.
And if you can't come, you send somebody? Is that how it works?
Yes.
Is it 2 weeks out of the month that you can't come? Is it
Yeah,
every
their meetings literally, I think, coincide with yours, which are the second and third Tuesdays.
So we off the other Tuesdays. It wouldn't be how to change the day, just the days then.
The first and the fourth would be okay.
Okay, we could talk about that, but it could be you or somebody else. Do I need a motion? Do I need to poll the board?
We should probably do it by motion.
I could do the motion?
Yeah, anybody.
Okay. So I'm going to raise a motion to have our board attorney or his designee from his firm be at every one of our board meetings to help the board, help me run the board, and help the board with any litigious or legal issues that come up during our board meetings. And I guess to ask for a second. Greg, have a second?
Yes.
Anybody have a discussion?
I just have a question. Would that motion be relayed as indefinitely, or is there
Until somebody
a school
changes it.
calendar? type
Yeah,
of
I'm
year?
an at-will. If you decided it wasn't necessary anymore, I would not be offended, and we can do
So will
something
someone
different.
raise the motion that we don't need it anymore?
Okay.
Question.
Yes.
I just want to clarify, the motion is to have our attorney come to our meeting regularly.
Correct.
And so for all those meeting time that we're going to be charged?
That's correct.
Okay. Before this motion, we ask attorney come to the meeting when we need him, right?
Before
Well, I
this,
want to
not
see that
regularly.
Before this, you're not regularly come. So my meetings, we've been asked by the public before to have an attorney here. Questions that come up are way beyond the scope of anybody sitting here without the full legal knowledge of Mr. Zinnemer. We live in a society now where you say one word wrong and someone's throwing the book at you. I don't want to be here telling someone they can't speak when they should be able to speak. Last week when you raised your motion, I had doubts. Bonnie was trying to look it up. I called Mark the next day, he said I did the right thing. But I need him here, because foreseeable future, I need him here. Maybe the next president, because it won't be me. This is my last year as being president. I can assure you all of that. Okay? So,
A lot of other boards.
yeah, so maybe the next president, tell the board that everything's okay and we can do without him. But I'm telling you, to support me, I need him here to do my job, so I can say.
Thank you for the clarification.
Can I just clarify?
Yeah.
Can you repeat what your resolution
The
was?
resolution was to have Mr. Zinnemer,
I-
or his designee from his firm, at every one of our board meetings from now on.
For the foreseeable future.
Well, from now on, until it's changed again. But that's the resolution. That's
Okay.
the right word?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on my motion?
Okay. And Craig, you seconded, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. Got it.
I don't like the indefinite, but for the sake of civility amongst all the board members, and hopefully we get our collective acts together, I don't want, and I don't mean to offend you, Mr. Zinnemer. You know, you're wearing a lovely hat this evening. I don't want him here indefinitely. I think we have to get our collective acts together quickly. But for the sake of civility for the time being, I'll go with it.
You can always raise a motion down the line.
And I probably will be the one to do that.
Anybody else? Cindy, please call the roll.
Mrs. Matos?
Yes.
Mrs. Rosenwald?
Yes.
Mrs. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Dwyer?
Yes.
Mrs. Ennie?
Yes.
Mrs. Cow?
Yes, but I do not want it to be definite
With that-
as a second to what John said.
If you're voting yes to the resolution right now, it's definite.
Yes.
You can always come back again and unresolute it or re-resolute it, but right now, if you're voting yes, it's definite.
Yes, I did.
I don't know if that's a word. I'll have to ask the
We know what
attorney.
you meant.
It's a word at, it's a word at.
After 12, it's
At
it's a word.
12:20, at 12:20, I could use anything.
Shoot me now.
I woke everybody up, that's good.
Mrs. Luberdell?
Yes, I agree this idea, but so we can quick move the meeting quickly instead of hang on so long. I agree with 100%.
Quickly there, Mark.
Mr. Marshall?
Yes.
Mr. Lalanski?
Yes.
Motion
Good.
carried.
Thank you, everybody, for your support. I would also ask, because I talked to Mark about making motions and the process of making motions, so we follow a pattern. And Mark's initial suggestion was he thought we had a new business and old business at every meeting. We don't. We only have it at a regular meeting. Suggestion is to add it to our agenda. Every meeting has a new business and an old business. So at that point, anybody can bring up new business. That's a motion. They can bring up another motion again. That's an old business. So.
And that's also consistent with what your policy says, too, because your policy says it doesn't distinguish between both of your meetings, so.
So you can put the new agenda on the next.
It'll be there.
Okay, that's just, okay.
Action meeting,
Right, so that, okay. Yes, Joanne.
I just want to go to public session, so these people
Right,
can hold
I know,
the
I'm
event.
done. I'm done. But this is a, okay. Anybody else have new business? Then we can get started.
You can talk.
Yes, Jan.
Can you
I
do
do.
three at once?
I would like to open a discussion on the Multicultural Day.
Is this new business?
I want to.
This is new business.
That's a new business, right? You are asking for new business?
That's kind of old business, Joanne.
Oh, that's a, oh,
So ask them, go back to old business.
all right, I do next time.
Yes,
I
kind
do
of.
next
I
meeting.
think we'll have more productive.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I love you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right.
Motion to open public.
Okay, I'm going to open public session now. Again, same parameters as before. Name. 3 minutes, Cindy with the cards. Are you ready to go, Cindy? I have to do the same. The attorney says what I do for the first, I
Way
have to
less
do for the
than-
second.
Go.
We're all tired.
Hi again. I'm not going to take much of your time. I'm not going to repeat things over.
Name,
but
please.
Abraham Nabulsi, Naboulsi. Need address?
Yes.
32 Overhill, 07746. I just wanted to comment on a couple of things. What Mr. Dwyer said. You cannot tell me as a community member, you have something between you and Mrs. Dean, take it outside. It happened in Board of Education. She is a elected member of Board of Education. I can take it here at Board of Education. The second thing, what Mrs. Mateo said, can't you forgive, can't you get over it? Yeah, we can forgive. We never doubted Mrs. Dean as a person. I don't know her, she doesn't know me. I 100% believe that she's very sincere when she said she's sorry. But she is in a public office in the Board of Education. She is a vice president of Board of Education. She represents my children. She keeps, like we are not here in a competition to know your resume. I served in the military. I served in the Coast Guard. I founded the ethics board here in this town. I served on zoning board. I served on EDC. I can go on and on and on of what I served. In the military, if we do mistakes and you were an ex-Navy or Marine, you know that you have to be responsible and like every action has reaction. You have to pay for your mistake. I'm not doubting that there is a compromise. I can invite you to my mosque, to my house. I can explain. I've seen you in my house, but you can come and you can ask me about my religion. We can clarify things, but it is my right as a member of this community of Marlborough, as a Muslim, I can come here and question. I can come here and question when I feel like I'm offended. You are not any person. You are not on a planning board or zoning board or something. You are on an educational board. That means that you are a role model for my kids, for everybody's kids. The other thing I wanted to say, everybody say how wonderful you are. We don't doubt it. You are like a decent person. You have done tons of stuff for this board. And my wife tells me all the time, we don't doubt that. I don't think you are a bad person. I don't think you are a horrible person. But I think the right thing to stand up and be like liable for your mistake. You did something offensive to us. You did something bad. And I'm not asking you to beg or this is nothing personal. You didn't offend Abraham Nabulsi as a person. You offended my religion. You offended me in a way like my wife said it. You used it as the N-word or something else. So please, just I want you to know that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the public wish to address the board?
Yes. Next name.
You can speak first and then sign after, that's fine. Okay.
Nagwa Awad, remember me?
Thank you. Sorry.
5 Escort. No, you got it beautifully last time. I've been called worse.
Thank you.
Really, like I said last time, it was about forgiveness. We do forgive, but we also want justice. I don't doubt that you're a good person. I've been sitting where you are, starting from when I was on the ethics committee in Rutgers 500 years ago, all through 30 years of raising kids, service unit manager. We all have impressive resumes when it comes to volunteering. We all love to volunteer because volunteering is good for the soul. That's what I believe. And I do acknowledge that you made a mistake. You do have a right to say what you said. And you do have even if you're the one who made that comment, you do have a right to say that, by the way. You don't have the right to say it in a public, not in a public forum, but as a public official. I personally, when your friend was saying, you know, Jesus said, let he without sin cast the first stone. No, we're not perfect. I personally blocked my cousin, who I considered my twin. We're still friends because she was putting derogatory terms towards Bush. I hate Bush. I actually left the Republican Party because of Bush. I just felt there was no place for that kind of language on my wall. And I'm not a public official. And I know you're remorseful. I'm not here to ask for your resignation or to stay. No one's expendable. I actually walked away from all the volunteering boards because I felt, you know, my time had passed and it was time for the younger generation to take over. And right now, I'm just strictly boots on the ground. They tell me what to do, where to go, and that's what I do. So I'm not here to ask for your resignation. I know you're a good person, and I know that. I just can tell you're a decent person, not just by what everybody was saying. I just can tell you're a decent person. But understand, we are angry. You know, when you have things like three Muslims being killed execution style, and you have, we're under attack. And actually this month was kind of bittersweet because on the one hand, I was in New York accepting an award. I was with de Blasio. I had lunch with de Blasio for being one of the leading business women in innovation. They saw past my headscarf and just looked at me as a person. It was beautiful. Then I have to come home to this. And I'm like, you know what? It's like being in Jersey City all over again and being told what is a Muslim and do you pray to cows and, you know. It was just, it brought it home. And I'm just here to let you know it's a sensitive time in the country for everybody. And when you say you almost were a victim because you used Pandora, come on, that's really a stretch. Using Pandora's box is not a derogatory term. But I know you made a mistake. Again, I'm just letting you know that as Muslims in this country, we feel like we're under attack from all sides. And that's why I'm here. Just to let you know, like, it's gotten dangerous for us at this point. So anyway, good luck to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Her name, Cindy?
Susie Mitwally.
You're off the hook right now from me. I'm just questioning
we have a lawyer now that'll be, I learned a lot coming to this two meetings. If the language in the bylaws you're not able to enforce them as a board, why do we have the verbiage in there about what's acceptable? Because he said it's unenforceable by the board to ask someone because.
Good question.
I'll say, maybe I misunderstood, but I understand that there are rules and guidelines, and then, on the other hand, you can't enforce them because you're just, like, we would have to take other issues somewhere else. And then we have a lawyer, and then we have an attorney that'll be here at the meetings to watch our P's and Q's, but yet, you can't do anything to the people that'll say anything to offend anyone anyway, so why do you need a lawyer just to keep like a babysitter? I just need to know why we would need a babysitter since nobody could do anything about it anyway. So you don't need, you need it for explanation of things, but it's not for the purpose of why you have him sitting there right now. So I'm curious, and that's why I got up the second time. And no one can be in our shoes, and I just, like, I look and the way I feel is, since you're telling me nothing could be done, and we elect these people in positions, and I got to tell you, I always thought you're doing a wonderful job. I'm always for education. I stood on the side of the teachers picketing against everybody when they were out striking. I was right along with them. I mean, I think you have a wonderful educational system. So it behooves me to think that someone in a position like that could say anything, even mistakenly. Like, I would never have expected it. I guess then that's what took me for a loop. That's really what took me for a loop. But I just had to say my say. But I think you're all doing a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Although now I know when I come to vote for the Board of Ed, I know now I got to find out who these people are, because I'm not ready to put anybody in office. Because apparently, once they're there, they could do whatever they want, and nobody could say anything.
Thank you. Anyone else? We have another name? Cindy?
Oh, we got another name.
Sure.
Mishka Arayas.
Mishka Reyes, 99 Gordon's Corner Road, Marlboro, New Jersey. I wanted to reply to
Can you take the mic out and speak into it, because you've got a very soft voice, so.
I wanted to reply to what Mrs. Ennie said about you understanding where we're coming from. I don't think you really understand.
I didn't mean, I meant I'm hearing you. I didn't mean in your shoes. Let me just clarify that. I didn't mean in your shoes. I meant I'm hearing you, and
Okay.
I have been a victim of different kinds of bigotry. Like Mr. Marshall said, I didn't mean it the way it came out. I just wanted to clarify that. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Well, I didn't grow up in this neighborhood. I moved here when I was 10 years old, but my siblings all grew up here. I'm the oldest of 5 kids, and my little sister has been bullied. Sorry?
I wasn't laughing.
No. It's okay. My little sister has been bullied since she was 12 years old, ever since she put on the headscarf. So you saying that your 13-year-old is being bullied in school because of something you did?
I said he was being harassed just this last week because of a sin of his mother, not nothing he had done.
I know, I understand. Because of something you had done, you're saying unintentionally. My little sister didn't do anything. She was born a Muslim. She decided she wants to be Muslim, and she put on the headscarf, which is something we choose to do. And she's being bullied in school for it every single day, and she has been for the past 3 years. She has been, even in middle school, she got bullied. She's in high school now, but when she was in middle school, she got bullied and she got called a terrorist. And I went in with my parents to speak to the principal of the school, and nothing was done about it, which upsets me because I don't want somebody that's not going to do anything about it to be in charge of the school.
We're going to respond at the end, so just in case you're waiting for a response, we'll wait till everybody's done because we don't want to cut into your time.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to bring attention that we are being bullied, and this is something we go through every single day. I'm not saying you're a bad person, and last week somebody told you that our religion is about forgiveness, and we do forgive you and we accept your apology, but we can't get past this unless we see something happening. You said that she got consequences because people were talking about this for 2 hours. I don't see that as an actual consequence because that's something we live through every single day. I worked at the bank in TD Bank that's here on 520, and I guess I was the first person to be wearing a headscarf at that TD Bank, and the way that the customers there treated me was extremely rude because I wore the headscarf. They were extremely rude to me. This is something I have to put up with every single day. So I understand that you're upset and you're hurt because you think that we're attacking you, but we're really not. We just want to see action being taken, or for you to understand where we're coming from morally, to think that, yes, maybe I did do something wrong and I should step back and look at what I've done. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other names, Cindy?
Yeah. Mohammed Al Reyes.
I'm gonna, like you said, there was like anger around us. I want to thank you guys all
Mohammed,
for.
can you just state your name?
Mohammed Arias, 99 Gordon's Corner Road. Last week I was very calm when I was speaking, and every time someone came up and attacked you, Ms. Dean, and they sat down, I said, don't do that again, because like my older sister said, and I said last week, I'm not here to attack you. And when I went back to school last week, after the meeting, and people come and talk to me about, oh, you were at the meeting, how'd it go? Like, oh, can you believe her son goes there? I was like, don't bring her son into this. I said, don't talk about Matt Dean. I've known Matt Dean since the 6th grade, and Matt Dean's a nice kid. And don't because you talk to me about that. I'm going to make sure that you don't speak to me like that ever again. But in all due respect to Mr. Dwyer, Ms. Marshall, Ms. Matone, you're contradicting yourselves, and in lack of words, it's hypocritical to tell me that. I know you haven't walked through my shoes, and you're saying, but you have to look at my perspective from sitting there. Well, you have to look at my perspective as well, because in my perspective, you said you've been here for 5 years. I'm a junior in high school. So that means when I was in Marl Middle School, you were in the Board of Education, correct? So that means since when I moved here, and I was here in the 1st grade, I've had racism, derogatory comments all throughout my life. My sister started when she put on the scarf. I'm westernized. I dress normally. I'm that, but because my name is Mohammed, it's an automatic trigger. I can honestly say, and Dr. Schupman was sitting here, my elementary school principal. Ms. Nowaki was standing right there, my middle school, and I can tell you I've been in their offices at least 100 times, minimum, because of situations. So to stand here and tell me that you guys, that forgive and forget, it's offensive. It really, really, really is offensive, and it's not fair. Thank you. And Mr. Marshall, no one is perfect, and we understand that we all flaws and we all make mistakes, but in middle school, I don't remember, there was a bomb threat in middle school, and I don't remember what year, I think my 7th grade year, when I was there in 8th grade, but within the past 5 years, there was a bomb threat. I was in the room, I had nothing to do, and people that were in the bathrooms, because it was written on the walls of a boys' bathroom, I was called down. I was called down, investigated by a police officer because my name is Mohammed. Middle school, I had a substitute teacher say, start acting like your prophet, Mohammed. Someone that you guys employed. Over and over again, I forgive and forget. And I'm done. Action will be taken. If it's not here, to the state level. If I'm not here, thank you. I have like one sentence to finish off. If I'm not here, we're going to continue. Because we will persevere, and I will continue to do what I'm doing.
Thank you. Do you have any other names, Cindy?
Oh, yeah. Rowan El Reyes.
Rowan Reyes, 99 Gordon's Corner. I'd like to start off saying I'm sorry to hear that that's happening to your children, because I've firsthand been bullied for most of my life because I am a Muslim. I'm proud of who I am, and I'm proud for the decision I made. I understand where you're coming from, and I understand where your kids are coming from, so you need to understand how we feel. I've watched my family and everybody in my community be harassed and bullied, not only in schools but in public. I'd be walking down the street, I'd just get dirty looks. I'd be like, what's on her head? What's with that turban? All those comments, they hurt. and nobody sees them from the perspective from us. And seeing raghead, I've been called that a bunch of times, and I'm so tired, and I've been always so scared to stand up for myself. And the prophet has said that you should stay quiet, like don't go and cause problems. And I've been trying to do that, but I can't because I'm so tired of all this harassment and nothing being done about it. I've lived in this shadow because of a mistake that other people have made, and it's now labeled on top of me. You've made one mistake, and I'm sorry to hear that, and it's a big mistake, but I mean, being labeled as a terrorist and seeing it like from our point of view, it's really bad. I'm sorry, I'm really bad at explaining things. I had like this all thought out in my head before I came up, and now I can't even speak. It's just, I'm tired of waiting and nothing happening. I'm tired of being harassed and bullied because of the choice I made, because I'm proud of who I am. And I just want something to happen for once in my life, because I'm so sick and tired of everybody I love being hurt and being harassed and abused verbally, and I'm so tired. I've been emotionally scarred, and I'm physically scarred because I can't do anything about it. And this is my chance to stand up and say what I want to say for the first time in my life, and I want to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Edwin Midori?
Hello, my name is Edwin Badari, 2 Regal Drive, Morganville, New Jersey, 07751. I would respectfully like to bring your attention to your own agenda, the public statement, the second sentence. It says, as such, all comments from the public and from other members of the board should be directed to the board president. Unfortunately, I have been in this meeting, the whole meeting, and most of the comments were not addressed to you, sir, but they've been addressed to the different members of the board. And if we have a policy and we are not implementing, I think that may be the problem. And may I?
You can continue. I'll respond at the end.
Okay. One thing I've learned as a board member, sir, is nobody does something wrong intentionally, which means they're doing either not knowing fully, or rough or crude word would be ignorance. Yep, ignorance can bring in anything and many things. As a past board member, I have supported you as the president, and I've supported Mrs. Steen as the vice president, and I will still continue to do that because I am proud of the education system this town offers to the kids, and the business that the board is talking should be education and the kids and nothing else. And there are other avenues for everybody to take anything against anybody, and I'm willing to listen to anybody and understand what's going on. I do not have a Facebook page, even though I'm in IT industry. The very reason I know what could go wrong, and then so I do not have a Facebook page, but I'm willing to give my phone number to anybody to help me understand what is the problem here and how can we affect the education of the kids in this district. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Edwin. Any other names?
No.
Anyone else in the public wish to address the board? All right, seeing none. Everyone, because it's fresh in my mind, I'll just address. So, everyone from the public certainly has the ability and can come to the microphone and speak to any board member here, how they feel about a board member's actions. Correct, sir? Yes. Yeah, if they want to address the board as a whole and ask the board as a whole, they should direct their questions to the board president. If it's a board issue, a policy issue, something in the district went on, they should direct it to the president, and the president will either I will charge it to the right person, or if a board member is on a committee that knows from a meeting, I will ask that board member to answer, Well, most of the times it becomes the superintendent. So the public certainly is always welcome to it. Nothing, this board has always been, all the people in the board have always wanted to give the public as much time and to talk as humanly possible. Look, we're here. No one's clicking the clock. It's 10 to 1. We're still all here. I want to thank you all for staying here, for things that you're passionate about. I know it's not easy for any of us. We all got up this morning, went to work, and it's 10 to 1, and we're all still here. So, it's, and we still have executive session, probably another half hour, 40 minutes. Were there other questions?
She asked when I'm here to babysit. I don't think it's babysitting. I think it's maybe legal guidance.
Yeah, I don't think it's babysitting. Oh, the bylaws. The bylaws, you asked why we can't enforce the bylaws to Mrs. Dean, correct? Well, it's, go ahead, answer.
No, I know, but you said there's nothing that can be done, I think, to remove a board member. That's not true. It's just not within the purview of this board to take that action, that's all. Did that make, you have a puzzled look on your face? The School Ethics Commission is the agency in New Jersey charged with oversight of Board of Education member conduct and ethics. So they're the entity that has legal authority to take action.
And those bylaws that you're referring to do not have legal authority to take action, correct? The board member.
Yeah, I'd have to study the bylaw that was presented this evening. I haven't really analyzed it, but I'll take a look at it, absolutely.
And then that's the second part of it, which says that you're actually here because of what occurred. So really, in essence, you're being brought here to...
No, we don't do back and forth, but I will answer your question. I'm asking for the, it's many things. If it's many layers, and also interaction between board members. I've asked in the beginning board members to leave their personal differences outside. That hasn't been happening. So I hope it does happen in the future and we can move on for the kids. And we can all agree to disagree, but we all have to still do that in a humanly fashion and respect each other's opinion. So.
Excuse me, wait a minute. Mark, can you clarify, if it had been an ethical violation, the board would have been able to file an ethics complaint and it would have moved forward?
Well, the Board of Education as an entity cannot file an ethics
If a
complaint.
person on the board had
Individual board members or anybody can file an ethics complaint, yes, absolutely.
Had it been an ethical violation?
The School Ethics Commission would make that determination, whether it was an ethical violation or not, yeah.
In your opinion, was it?
I don't want to give an opinion in public. I don't want to give legal advice in public. I really don't.
Okay. I believe we responded. If I've got anybody, I don't know if I did, but I thank you all again for coming out tonight and expressing your opinion. I'm going to read the executive session resolution. Be resolved that in accordance with the provision of Open Public Meeting Act, the Marlborough Township Board of Education shall conduct a closed executive session pursuant to personnel and legal sections prescribed by NJSA. I'm talking 10:4-12. The purpose of discussing school safety and security of schools, personal matters, and matters of attorney-client privilege. Well, it was 60 minutes. Anticipated length of the time session will be 60 minutes. I doubt that's going to happen. And action will be taken in public after executive session. Be further resolved in the minutes of
Action will be taken?
Yes.
Action will be taken?
Yes.
Okay. I'm reading. Be it further resolved, the minutes of executive session will be resolved when the need for confidentiality in accordance with NJSA 10:4-12 no longer applies. Seconded by Mr. Dwyer. All those in favor? Anybody against? Motion carries. I will make a motion to
Have a good night,
adjourn to
guys.
executive session. Seconded by Debbie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody against? No, we adjourn executive session. Thank again everybody for coming out tonight.